In the year 2025, the world of God's Forsaken suddenly materialized. The moment anyone fell asleep, they would be dragged into this insane new world. The only currency that mattered in God's Forsaken was your own life. If you died here, you'd lose a chunk of your actual lifespan. But on the flip side, killing monsters would add years to your life. Players could even spend their lifespan to bring their newfound powers from this world back into reality. Suddenly a powerhouse who could rip a tank apart with their bare hands, slice a plane in half with a single sword strike, or even face tank a nuclear bomb with their body, was no longer just a wild dream. From the very first day God's Forsaken appeared, this young man had been carrying his good-for-nothing, pain-in-the-ass adopted sister, surviving and overcoming every possible hardship, and eventually became one of the top 100 strongest players in the entire world. But in the final ultimate battle, just as Qin Feng successfully cleared the ancient divine ruins and got his hands on the divine artifact, the Eye of Judgment, who would have thought he would be betrayed by the very person fighting right by his side? And you will not believe who was so hell-bent on skewering our boy Qin Feng. It was none other than the adopted sister he'd been carrying so hard his spine was about to snap. And what's even more unbelievable is that her reason for backstabbing him was simply to give the divine Eye of Judgment to some pretty boy idol she was simping for. In this life, Qin Feng died with a million regrets. The moment the blade swung down, the game was over, but then Qin Feng found himself waking up 9 years in the past. Talk about a classic regression manhwa plot twist. And speak of the devil, his useless sister immediately kicked the door down and stormed in, an annoyed look plastered all over her face. Qin Feng, I knew you were home. Why didn't you answer my calls? Are you trying to pull a disappearing act on me? You have absolutely no idea how important it is for me to go and support my dear Song Fei. Qin Feng, for the most part, couldn't care less about this crazy girl's little tantrum. He just thought to himself, just as I remembered, on the day the divine game launched, it's God's Forsaken world. Qin Xiaoyu and I got into a massive fight, all because of Song Fei. Before the game was a thing, Song Fei was a famous underground idol, and Qin Xiaoyu was his #1 stan. It was a whole manhwa drama in itself. On the surface, Song Fei seemed all glitz and glamour, but in reality he was a total scumbag who had been secretly scamming his female fans for their money and their bodies. To keep Qin Xiaoyu from getting swindled, I never let her get anywhere near that creep, but wouldn't you know it, I ended up being framed as the bad guy for meddling in her life. Hey, are you deaf or something? I'm talking to you. Are you just going to pretend you can't hear me? It's all your fault he dropped in the rankings this month. If you don't give me the money, I'll... But before Qin Xiaoyu could finish her sentence, she was met with a crisp slap to the face from Qin Feng. She clutched her already swelling cheek, staring at Qin Feng in utter disbelief. How dare you? Qin Xiaoyu, I don't have the time today, and I'm certainly not in the mood to waste it on you. But if you ever dare to cause trouble for me again, I swear I'll knock your teeth out. With that, Qin Feng tossed a card at her. This is the money our parents left behind. No matter how hard life got over the years, I never touched a single cent of it. Today I'm giving it all to you. Consider it a final gift on behalf of our parents. But you listen to me and you listen good. As of right now, I Qin Feng no longer have a sister like you. With that final declaration, Qin Feng turned on his heel and walked back to his room. In his past life, playing bodyguard for Qin Xiaoyu had cost Qin Feng way too many opportunities. There were countless hidden realms and treasures that required risky expeditions to explore, but he had given them all up. He was also incredibly curious. Without that dead weight dragging him down, just how high could he have climbed? This time, he would use his knowledge from his past life to get a massive head start on everyone else in this real-life manhwa adventure. As for Qin Xiaoyu, he'd just let her fend for herself, let her crash and burn on her own for all he cared. And as for you, Song Fei, I'll be dealing with you personally. Qin Feng muttered to himself, then climbed into bed and went to sleep. Just a moment later, his consciousness materialized in the desolate divine world. The class selection hall. Talk about a blast from the past. I remember the first time I came here. I was so panicked it took me hours just to pick a class and leave. This time, things are going to be much faster. In my past life, I chose the warrior class to protect Qin Xiaoyu. And while the warrior class isn't weak, it just doesn't suit my needs right now. Without Qin Xiaoyu holding me back, my soloing speed is going to be off the charts. Mobility is the name of the game. After a moment of thought, Qin Feng made his choice, the assassin class. Just then a notification panel popped up. Divine Artifact, Eye of Judgment has completed binding. The Eye of Judgment has activated unique attribute, the Power of Judgment. Passive ability. Upon entering the Forsaken Divine World, you will automatically receive the highest tier class and talent, the Eye of Judgment. So it was bound to me the moment I came back to life. So that's how it is. Once a divine artifact chooses its master, not even gouging it out will break the connection. Or maybe, just maybe this eye is the very reason I got a second chance at life. In a flash, a cloud of black smoke swirled around Qin Feng. Congratulations, you have obtained a hidden class. Class change is now in progress. Class change complete. You have become the Shadow. The Shadow. So this is the ultimate hidden class for an assassin, huh? This is a complete 180 from the warrior I was in my past life. I just got the class and I can already feel this much power surging through me. When you pick a class, there's usually only a razor-thin chance of ever landing its high-tier hidden version. But this Power of Judgment made it a 100% guarantee. Just what in the world is this power? The Power of Judgment. The truest and most ancient primordial power in the universe. A power that overrides all rules and order. You currently lack divinity and cannot actively wield this power for now. However, its passive effects will remain active. Qin Feng could only stare at the notification, utterly dumbfounded. A primordial power with supreme authority that can just ignore the rules of the world. In my past life, it took a full 7 years in this godforsaken world before a single top-tier player managed to escape this desolate land and reach the land of order. That was the very first time humanity even found out that the power of order existed. But the truth is, even after all those years, not a single soul ever managed to actually obtain that power. And yet here I am on day 1, holding a primordial power that surpasses both order and rules. This is the kind of cheat skill you only see in a manhwa. All I have to do is escape this forsaken land of the gods and make it to the land of order. And I'll obtain divinity, then I'll be able to unleash this power's true potential. Heh, looks like I have a new purpose in this life. Class selection is complete. Please enter your name for this world. If my class was born from the shadows, then I'll just be called Shadow. Your name has been set to Shadow, now entering the forsaken land of the gods. This is a desolate wasteland where countless demonic beasts run rampant, and they are all ready to tear you to shreds and snuff out your life at a moment's notice. Leave town, slay some monsters, and you'll get tradable lifespan. But if you happen to bite the dust in this world, half of your total lifespan will be deducted. And that includes both your tradable and non-tradable lifespan. In this particular region, Seashell Town is a designated peace zone, totally monster-free. Players can't attack each other here either. You lose your lifespan in one go. By the time Qin Feng got to Seashell Town, he saw that a massive crowd had already been sucked into this godforsaken game. Where the heck are we? What's a class? And what's this code name all about? I literally just got off my night shift, came home, and face planted onto my bed. Am I tripping or something? I've got no clue. I was up all night scoring chicken dinners, and then I just passed out. But how in the world did we end up here? One guy pinched his own arm and then yelped, "Ow, okay, definitely not a dream." It looks like we've all been dragged into some kind of twisted game. The moment Qin Feng appeared, he instantly grabbed everyone's attention. Whoa, what class is that? Why does he look so different from the rest of us? He looks like the main character of some awesome new manhwa. No idea, man. But check out the daggers in his hands. He's gotta be an assassin. Hey, I'm an assassin too. Why don't I look that cool? Look, the dude even has his own special effects. Qin Feng couldn't care less about the chatter. He just strolled confidently through the crowd, thinking to himself, it won't be long now. The heavy hitters from every nation are going to start showing up one by one to reshape the world order. If I want to stay ahead of them, I have to move faster. Time waits for no one. Just then, a group of people teleported in right in front of Qin Feng. Ouch, that really hurt. So it turns out when you die, you just respawn back in town. Ugh, those monsters out there are absolutely brutal. All it takes is one little bite, and half your health bar vanishes. How are we supposed to fight that? And it was just a level 1 mob. The three of us ganged up on it, and we barely managed to chip away a sliver of its health. Half of my lifespan has already been zapped away. At that moment, the guys in the group turned to the only woman in their party and asked, Sister Lizzie, what's the plan now? Qin Feng glanced over at Lizzie, sizing her up. He noticed that an archer's starting weapon is a short bow, but she was rocking a full-on longbow. Well, looks like she's a hidden class user too. Just then Lizzie looked up, her eyes locking right onto Qin Feng. Seeing that he had a different vibe from all the other newbies, she shot him a friendly smile and made an offer. Hey there, you look like you've got a hidden class. Want to party up with us? The mobs out there are brutal. You can't possibly take them on alone. Our team already got wiped out once, so we're, experienced now. Experienced in getting wiped out, you mean? With that thought, Qin Feng flatly rejected her and just walked away. One of the guys in her group scoffed. Who does this guy think he is, some kind of pro? It took 5 of us to get our butts kicked, and he thinks he can go solo. That's hilarious. We literally just told him. It's a death trap out there and he's still going alone. Does he have a death wish or something? The bald dude chimed in sarcastically. Now don't be like that. The man is a noble hidden class user, an assassin no less. If he can't fight, he can always just run away, right? Curious Lizzie decided to pull up Qin Feng's player info. His name is Shadow. Ugh, talk about trying too hard. Closing the info panel, Lizzie told her teammates, let's go. We'll follow him. I want to see what kind of skills this guy is packing. Maybe we can even get some new intel on these monsters. And get a front row seat to watch him get utterly destroyed. As they tailed, Qin Feng Lizzie's mind began to wander. The godforsaken land. This place was just too bizarre, too dangerous. Although she still had no idea how she even got here. Her years of grinding online games meant she was able to pull a team together in no time. But she never expected that the very first monster in the starter village would be strong enough to wipe out her entire party. It was definitely not the kind of enemy a single person could handle. Lizzie stared at Qin Feng's back as he walked ahead. Something about him felt strangely familiar, but she just couldn't put her finger on where she'd seen him before. And just then Qin Feng stopped dead in his tracks. Lizzie and her crew quickly ducked for cover behind a massive boulder. Right in front of Qin Feng, a humanoid monster had appeared. It stood about 2 meters tall, its skin a sickly green. In its hand, it brandished a huge wooden club. This was it, the very same monster that had annihilated their team. Its name, Goblin. The goblin let out a savage roar and charged straight at Qin Feng. But Qin Feng didn't even flinch. He calmly drew his dagger ready for a classic Manhwa showdown. He just barrels toward the goblin. The kind a level 1 player is supposed to be able to beat. But this shadow player in front of them, something was way off. If we follow him, we might just snag some crucial intel. Hiding behind a tree, Lizzie's teammates stared at Qin Feng and started whispering. That guy's starting. Class weapon is totally different from yours. You got a dagger, but he's rocking a short saber. Not only that, the dude's even faster than me. My agility stat, as an assassin, is supposed to be the highest right. Even his clothes look different from our starter gear. The bald guy grumbled, clearly not happy about it. Just then, Lizzie saw Qin Feng suddenly whip his head around, looking right in their direction, which scared the daylights out of her, and she yanked her head back, terrified of being spotted. But after a few seconds of radio silence, she cautiously peeked out again, only to find that Qin Feng had vanished into thin air. Where'd he go? Did he just disappear? Is that an invisibility skill? His starting skill is actually stealth. What kind of class even is that? Seriously, how cool is that? After a bit, having looked all over with no sign of Qin Feng anywhere, Lizzie's crew decided to bounce. Let's head back to town and see if we can find any quests to level up. It's way too dangerous out here. We've already kicked the bucket once, and our remaining lifespan got chopped in half because of it. Yeah. Who knows, maybe we'll find a hidden reward like a treasure chest. Or stumble upon some special NPC or something. Little did they know Qin Feng hadn't moved an inch the entire time. Thanks to his subterfuge skill, He can enter a stealth mode, only becoming visible if he gets attacked. And get this, breaking out of stealth actually boosts the attack power of his first strike, which is how Qin Feng was able to so easily give Lizi's little fan club the slip. With stealth mastery, he doubles his stealth duration and gets a +1 boost to his speed. This whole Manhwa setup is insane. Heh, can't see me, can you? This shadow class is seriously something else. A regular assassin's stealth at this level, you'd be spotted in a heartbeat. But the shadow class comes with masterful stealth, which means absolutely nothing human or monster can detect me in these early stages. Remembering what Lei Zi's crew said before they left Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little pity for them. A bunch of clueless newbies like that aren't going to find anything in town to power up. That place is just a glorified safe zone for players, nothing more. In this godforsaken game, players are basically just walking happy meals for the monsters. Just then, Qin Feng's body slowly shimmered back into view. His stealth had worn off. The duration wasn't exactly long. Luckily, the cooldown starts the moment you go invisible, so it's ready again in just a few seconds. Qin Feng pulled up his stats window for a quick look. Every player starts with a base of 10 points in all attributes. Different classes then get bonuses on top of that. In his past life, his warrior class only got a +3 to strength and constitution. But this time, his shadow class actually gives a boost to all stats. And his agility gets a whopping +8. He had 5 free attribute points, and another 5 ready to be assigned. Most players would dump their initial points into strength or spirit to boost their physical and magical attack power. But that's a total rookie mistake. Agility is what truly matters. No matter how you allocate your points at the start, the damage from any random monster is enough to flatten a player like something out of a brutal manhwa. The only way to kill monsters is by jacking up your agility and speed, and another 5 points ready to be assigned. Most players will choose to increase their strength or spirit at the beginning to boost their physical and magical attack power. But that is a complete mistake. Agility is the most important stat of all. It doesn't matter how you allocate your points in the early game because the damage from any monster will crush a player instantly. Only by increasing agility and speed can you hope to take down monsters without getting a scratch on you. And so Qin Feng dumped every single available attribute point into agility. Suddenly, a strange noise from nearby startled Qin Feng. Over there, a level 1 common quality creep was devouring a player's lifespan to evolve. Looks like this is the little guy that took out that 5-man squad, Qin Feng thought to himself. The moment the creep finished its meal, it charged straight for Qin Feng. Qin Feng glanced at its injuries, silently assessing the situation. Judging by the wounds on its body, it was clear that the other players had managed to whittle down a good chunk of its health. When a monster kills a player, it acquires that player's lifespan, and by devouring that lifespan, it can evolve. Qin Feng leaped backward, dodging the monster's attack with ease. Then he activated his Shadow Meld skill and simply vanished. While the monster was looking around, all confused, he soared into the air. And with a devastating hidden break strike, he brought his weapon crashing down, instantly snatching the life right out of the poor creep. You have dealt 174 damage. You have slain a level 1 creep. You have received 10 experience points. Whoa, hold on, a one-shot kill. Attacking a creep from behind is a critical hit. But that damage number is just ridiculously high. Just then, another notification window popped up. It was as if the system had read Qin Feng's mind and was here to explain. Backstab. If you are outside the enemy's line of sight when you launch an attack, the damage of that attack will be doubled. So that's what it was. So there's a backstab mechanic, huh? With multiple class skills activating all at once, the damage was boosted to an absolutely terrifying level. I remember back in the day, a warrior's critical hit would only deal about 40 damage, and it took forever just to kill a single creep. And in the end, you'd still get doubled, so that's it, it was the backstab multiplier. Stacking all those job skills at once cranked the damage up to an unbelievable new level. I remember when a warrior's critical hit only did a measly 40 damage. You'd be chipping away at one creep forever only to get peppered with arrows for your trouble. And then there was the hidden priest class, the God Wanderer, who had double the healing power of a normal priest. Talk about broken. Qin Feng thought back to that time. Even though he was injured himself when the lifespan reward dropped, he didn't hesitate for a second to give it to Qin Xiaoyu. But well, things are a whole lot different now. You have gained 3 days of lifespan, tradable. You have gained 54 years and 155 days of lifespan, untradeable. Those 5 guys got wiped out. Each of them must have lost at least 20 to 30 years of lifespan, which should total over 100 years. But after it all transferred to me, I only ended up with 54 years. Ah, whatever, it's untradeable lifespan, so it's not like I can use it for anything right now. The power of judgment has been activated. Congratulations, you have acquired the SSS rank talent Infinite Evolution. Infinite Evolution. With this primal level talent, when you defeat monsters in solo mode, you'll have a chance to gain evolution points which can be used to evolve your skills. This is some premium manhwa protagonist treatment right here, plus every 24 hours you automatically receive 5 evolution points. If you can take down a boss level monster in single player mode, you get 100% of its evolution points. And my current point total is 5. Infinite evolution, and I can even evolve my skills too. Whoa, I definitely never heard about this in my past life. Usually any gear or skill books that drop from monsters are stuck at whatever level you find them, period. So is this the power to break all the rules and logic of the world? Alright then, let's put it to the test. With that thought, Qin Feng dumps 4 evolution points into Shadow Meld and Backstab. Skill evolution successful. The initial skill, Normal Shadow Meld, has been upgraded to Bronze tier. The stealth duration has been extended from 12 to 16 seconds. Attacking will break the stealth. After leaving stealth, your next attack gets a damage boost jumping from 60 to 90. The cooldown dropped from 28 seconds down to just 20. Oh, that's right. After evolving to the Bronze tier, not only did the effects get a major boost, but the cooldown got slashed too. Infinite Evolution. This is the most overpowered talent I've ever seen, even in a manhwa. 26 seconds left. Initial skill. Enhanced Backstab upgraded to normal grade. Passive effect. When attacking a target from behind, damage is increased from 10% to 15%. Qin Feng was amazed. The duration of his Shadow Meld was now up to 16 seconds. And when you combo that with Stealth Mastery, the duration freaking doubles to 32 seconds. The stealth duration is so long now, I can practically achieve a state of permanent invisibility. If I'd upgraded this skill earlier, I could have one-shotted even a full health creeper. Just then a voice cut through the air. Hey, get a load of that scrawny kid over there. He took down that monster all by himself. See, I told you this game was a piece of cake. Oh, brother Kang Zi, you're just so strong. A guy like you could probably handle 10 girls at once. Kang Zi let out a hearty laugh. I'll protect you. As long as I'm here, you'll be perfectly safe. Qin Feng glanced back at the couple, engaging in some shameless PDA only to spot a nurturer lurking right above their heads. So he instantly activated Shadow Meld and quietly backed away. The other two were still wondering what the heck Qin Feng was doing, when they suddenly noticed a massive shadow creeping across the ground. By the time they looked up and saw a gigantic spider and its entire nursery of spiderlings, it was already too late. The breeder level 1 bronze quality, and its minions spiderlings level 1 normal grade. From the shadows, Qin Feng sized up his target. This breeder is a newbie zone boss packing around 1600 HP, which is way more than any regular rookie could handle. And as if that wasn't enough, it's got a whole army of creepy crawly spiderlings at its beck and call. But hey, perfect timing. You'll be the perfect test dummy for my newly upgraded skills. With that thought, Qin Feng broke cover. He bolted straight for the boss and unleashed his Stealth Break Strike skill, landing a critical hit right on its weak spot for a whopping 338 damage. Just one problem. His stealth timer ran out, and now he was completely exposed. The boss let out an ear-splitting shriek of pain, and immediately lunged at Qin Feng with its razor-sharp legs. Thankfully, our boy was quick on his feet and popped his Shadow Stealth skill once more. Combined with the agility points he'd invested, earlier he managed to dodge, getting just barely grazed by those deadly limbs. Any slower, and with his measly 130 horsepower, he would have been toast. Game over. Losing sight of Qin Feng, the boss went into a blind rage, smashing everything around it. Yep, it had officially lost its marbles. Now these monsters are smarter than they look. They don't just flail around mindlessly, but this one, it looked like it was just randomly trashing the place. Meanwhile, its spiderlings were on high alert, making it impossible to get anywhere near it. But if I'm not mistaken, a rock came flying out of nowhere, smacking the boss right in its weak spot for another 299 points of damage, just as he thought. His main source of damage wasn't just the attack itself, but the massive bonus he got from breaking stealth, plus the buff from his class skill. That meant that even just throwing a rock could pack a serious punch if it hit the enemy. And so the strategy was born. Qin Feng would just wait for Shadow Stealth to cool down, then chuck a rock, causing the stone to trigger all his special effects like Stealth Break Strike and a backstab bonus right onto the boss's weak spot. What a brilliant Manhwa strategy. A moment later, a new notification popped up in Shell Town announcing that the leaderboards had been updated. Player Hei An has slain the Bronze Tier Broodmother and is the first player to reach level 2, snagging the top spot on the rankings like it was nothing. The announcement instantly sent the entire player base into an absolute frenzy. Oh, for crying out loud, I've already been wiped out by a trash mob twice. I haven't even gotten my bearings yet. Are you telling me while I was still trying to figure out which way is up, some guy already went and soloed a boss? If anyone knows who this magnificent bastard is, please, I'm begging you, introduce me. He did it alone. You don't think so? Dude, look at the leaderboard. There's only one name up there. Lizi's group read the announcement and their jaws just about hit the floor. Big sis Lizi, that Heian, that's the guy who just left. It has to be him. But how in the world did he reach level 2 that fast? This defies the laws of science. It's some crazy Manhwa logic, and he even killed a boss on top of that. Our entire team can't even take down a regular monster without breaking a sweat. And yet he managed to solo a bronze tier boss all by himself. Is this some kind of sick joke? Maybe the system is bugged. Did the devs mess up the announcement? Meanwhile, the duo Kang Zi and his partner had just respawned. Reading the notification, they were equally as stunned. That giant spider, someone actually killed it. But what about the swarm of little spiders protecting it? Just who the hell is this Heian? The girl with Kang Zi began to speculate. You don't think it was that invisible assassin from earlier, do you? At that very moment deep in the forest, you have slain the bronze tier broodmother. You have received 300 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 2. Congratulations, you have received 2 evolution points. Congratulations, you have unlocked the Shelltown leaderboard. Congratulations, you have received 1 reputation point. A server-wide announcement has been made. You have received 46 days of tradable lifespan. Bronze tier skill book Greedy Hands. Attack power plus 35, agility plus 4. Required level 1. You have 2 unlimited evolution points. Bronze tier skill book Greedy Hands. An assassin class skill book. Once learned, you can use it on any monster. It gives you a 20% chance of scoring bonus loot. Requirement to learn level 1. The second that giant spider bit the dust, all its little spider minions scattered in a panic. Gotta get out of here fast. Gotta get out of here fast. I really need to make myself scarce. Man, what a rookie mistake. I should have taken out the small fry first. That would have netted me way more EXP. Still, I can't believe a measly bronze level boss actually dropped a god tier skill for the assassin class. You only see stuff like this in a top tier manhwa. This skill is a total game changer for farming gear. Later on, when I'm taking down some seriously powerful bosses, this thing will give me a 20% chance for extra loot drops. I remember this one guy from my Godslayers guild in my past life. The dude's actual combat skills were totally average, but he leveraged this exact skill to become the guild's most popular, most in-demand guy. Every raid party rolled out the red carpet for him, practically giving him his own security detail. Then a thought strikes Qin Feng like a bolt of lightning. Sure, this skill only has a 20% chance, but what if I pair it with my own unique talent, infinite evolution? Doesn't that mean the bonus loot chance could become practically limitless? And the next morning, Qin Xiaoyu heads to school like nothing happened. On the way, her friend asks with concern, Xiaoyu, did you ever call your brother to apologize? I mean, we ditched our exams yesterday to go fangirl over Song Fei. Your brother has got to be furious. The second Qin Feng's name is mentioned, Qin Xiaoyu flares up. Apologize for what I did, nothing wrong. If it wasn't for him, we almost would have missed the concert entrance yesterday. He's the one who should be apologizing to me. But he's so good to you. Honestly, sometimes I'm really jealous of you for having a brother like that. Good to me, please. All he ever does is stick his nose in my business. Besides, he's not even my real brother anyway. The only brother I need is my darling Song Fei. Seeing she wasn't getting anywhere, her friend cleverly changes the subject. Oh, that reminds me. What happened to your face? Oh, I just fell. By the time the two of them get to their classroom, a huge crowd is gathered right outside their door. Naturally, Qin Xiaoyu's friend is super curious. Pushing her way through the crowd. Xiaoyu, look over there. Isn't that Song Fei? You know the Song Fei you're always swooning over? Come on, let's go get a closer look. What's going on? She asked, only to gasp in shock. What in the world happened to Jiang Wei? Why is he turning see-through? A guy standing nearby answered, beats me. A minute ago, Wei said he was going to catch a quick nap, and the next thing we know, he turned into this. The other students started buzzing with nervous chatter. Turns out Jiang Wei's situation wasn't a one-off thing. It was blowing up all over the internet. It seemed like people all over the world were experiencing the same phenomenon. Some so-called experts were claiming that the moment you fall asleep, you enter some kind of transparent phantom-like state. But as for why it was happening, nobody had a clue. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoyu's friend immediately whipped out her phone. I've got to call my parents and warn them. Xiaoyu, you should call your brother and tell him to be careful too. Qin Xiaoyu just scoffed, I'm not taking the initiative to contact him. Honestly, the world would be a better place if guys like him just croaked. Meanwhile, back to our main plot. After a serious monster-grinding session, Qin Feng had a new achievement. The greedy hand skill had successfully evolved from bronze to gold rank. It's an assassin-type skill that can be used on monster corpses. The chance of receiving additional loot rewards was boosted. From a mere 20% all the way up to 70%, you have learned Greedy Hand +2. Greedy Hand skill check successful. You have received 2 evolution points and 46 days of tradable lifespan. My luck's not too shabby. I actually managed to score another 2 evolution points. I just need 3 points to evolve Greedy Hand to +3. Awesome. Before long, I'll have a 100% chance for extra loot drops. Come to think of it, governments around the world must have already figured out what's going on. More and more people are going to be flooding into the game. I need to pick up the pace. First things first, gotta upgrade my skills. I should start by equipping whatever gear I can use right now. Qin Feng immediately equipped the corrosive dagger, gaining an extra 35 attack points and 4 agility points. It won't be long before everyone realizes that the skills and equipment in this Manhwa-like game can be brought into the real world. When that day comes, all hell is going to break loose. To get your hands on skills and equipment in the real world, 2 conditions must be met. First, your character needs to reach level 10. Second, I need to have enough lifespan points to trade. But if I just grind on these small fry meeting, both conditions is going to take forever. I need to hunt down some much stronger bosses. As Qin Feng was walking, he suddenly heard the sounds of a fight, followed by someone screaming, "Run for your lives!" Qin Feng activated his stealth skill and crept over to where the noise was coming from. He saw a group of players struggling desperately against a runner. Level 2 bronze quality. Well, just when I was getting sleepy, someone brought me a pillow. Hold on, is that guy Wang Meng? I can't believe I ran into him out here. Looks like the legends were true after all. Word on the street is that when Wang Meng first started God's Oracle, he formed a special team. All 6 players had hidden classes. Wang Meng's hidden class is the Holy Shield Warrior, with base stats double that of a normal warrior. On top of that, it even comes with a built-in invincibility skill. Qin Feng shifted his gaze to scope out the other members. The Prophet class Mage deals double the damage of a regular mage and comes with a Prophet's Fireball skill. The Hidden Sharpshooter Archer class has double the stats of a normal archer and comes with the Continuous Shot skill. Then there's the Hidden Divine Pastor, with double the healing power. Compared to a regular priest, and they get a healing skill right from the start, it's one of the best setups you could ask for in a Manhwa adventure. If a silver grade boss is this hard to kill, Then how is one person supposed to take on a gold-grade boss? That shadow dude must be exploiting a bug. Initially, the party was barely able to hold their ground against the runner. But little by little, thanks to the monster's superior speed, they were gradually pushed into a corner. The archer and mage couldn't even land a hit. Even Wang Meng's holy shield was starting to weaken. Healer, patch me up. The rest of you keep chipping away at the boss, Wang Meng commanded. Hearing this, Qin Feng thought to himself, this Wang Meng guy is way too optimistic, because he's completely forgotten they're out in the wild. If a battle drags on for too long, it's bound to attract other monsters. And sure enough, just a moment later, a whole new horde of monsters appeared right behind Wang Meng. These were the Defilers, common level 2 monsters covered head to toe in dark brown sludge, specializing in long-range attacks. Boss, watch your back. The guy with the blade dashes behind Wang Meng and takes a swing, right at the contaminated one. And his sword gets stuck, right in the monster's flesh. He can't pull it out for the life of him. The contaminated one, obviously not a fan of being stabbed, decides to fight back, spewing a disgusting pile of brown sludge all over Wang Meng's crew. Ugh, it reeks. So gross, we're in trouble. This is a slowing field. Our movement speed is totally nerfed. Just then the monster closes in on the female mage. Terrified, she screams, "Somebody save me." Out of nowhere, Qin Feng activates his shadow form, zipping forward with a single lightning-fast slash, and instantly obliterates the contaminated one, saving the mage and leaving the entire group completely stunned. Wait, did he just one-shot that monster? Who was that? Is someone helping us? Even for a measly level 1 creeper, it usually takes us more than 10 seconds of ganging up on it to bring it down. But this thing, this level 2 contaminated one, was annihilated in the blink of an eye. That's some insane manhwa logic. How is that even possible? While Blade Boy is busy yapping, another monster sneaks up behind him ready to strike. Luckily, Qin Feng swoops in again, saving the guy's clueless hide. That was a clean insta-kill. Dalizi, did you get a look at who that was? The mage shouts back, I didn't see a thing. Let's just hope they're an ally. Stop getting distracted and keep fighting. All that's left is the fast one. Maintain the rhythm we had before, Wang Meng orders. Meanwhile, Qin Feng has already hopped into a treetop to collect his sweet, sweet loot. You have eliminated 2 level 2 contaminated ones. Received 40 experience points and 1 evolution point. Looted skill book Venom Dart. Reward 8 days of tradable lifespan. Venom Dart is a mid to long range skill that deals continuous damage. Nice, he thinks. Let's evolve this right now. Venom Dart plus 2 silver tier. An assassin class skill that can be thrown up to a maximum range of 14 meters. Upon impact, the Venom Dart deals an additional 120 points of damage and applies a poison status effect. Cooldown time 5 seconds. Requirement must have learned level 2 extreme poison. It inflicts 50% continuous damage per second and adds a weakness debuff that lasts for 5 seconds. They don't stack. At the same time, Wang Meng raised his shield to block the swift runner's attack, but another one of its limbs skewered him right through the body. This is bad, my HP can't regenerate fast enough. The healer, panicking from a distance, yelled, "Everyone run!" Wang Meng said weakly. Just then a throwing knife came flying in, piercing the swift runner's weak spot on its head. The monster took a whopping 845 points of damage, which was half of its entire HP bar. What kind of OP manhwa protagonist is this? Thanks to the extreme poison, after getting hit, the swift runner started taking continuous damage over time, until it was officially deleted. Your damage contribution is over 90%. The loot belongs to you. You have slain the swift runner. Due to the extreme poison after being hit, the swift runner continuously lost health until it was officially eliminated. Your damage contribution exceeds 90%, the loot is yours. You have slain the swift runner. You have slain the swift runner. Bronze level swift runner slain, received 600 experience points, leveled up to level 3. Congratulations! You have received 2 evolution points and 55 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng was celebrating internally. He never expected the continuous damage from his poison-laced throwing knife to synergize so perfectly with his passive class skill. Combined with my stealth ability, I can go invisible and throw an infinite number of these things. In the early and mid-game, Absolutely no monster will be able to stand a chance against me. That's terrifying. With that kind of damage output is that even a human player. While Wang Meng was still reeling, he saw the loot's glow vanish, a clear sign that someone had already claimed it. So he got to his feet, looked around into the empty air and called out, "My friend, I don't know who you are, but thank you for saving my life." Qin Feng, still invisible, replied, "You're thanking me." "Yeah, but out here in the wilds, you shouldn't be so quick to trust people." Wang Meng was silent for a moment before turning to leave. "I understand. Thank you for the advice, senior. I won't disturb you while you're checking your gear. My name is Wang Meng. If you ever need help in the future, senior, just look for me." The female mage in their party suddenly shouted, "Hey, senior, my name's Break Bloom. Can I add you as a friend? Shut up and let's go." The male healer in the group clamped a hand over the mage's mouth and dragged her away. Qin Feng watched them leave, thinking to himself, you know that Wang Meng guy isn't half bad. He seems trustworthy, and on top of that, he's got the backing of the Great Xia government, which means he's absolutely loaded. What I'm really missing is a stable sales channel, so I can offload all the gear I don't need onto him later. Qin Feng crushed the loot orb and a series of notifications flashed before his eyes. Congratulations, you have received 3 evolution points. You have received 55 days of tradable lifespan. You have received bronze rank sprinting leather pants. Sprinting leather pants have been equipped. Assassin class equipment, physical defense +9. All elemental resistance +5, cooldown reduction +15%. Requires level 2 to equip. Not a bad haul, he thought. I've still got a ton of equipment and skill books on me. For other classes too. I'll just head back to town when my inventory's full. Then I'll swap all this stuff for tradable lifespan. My growth rate this time around is already way faster than in my previous life. We're talking 100 times faster. Song Fei, just you wait, I'm coming for you. The scene shifts to a different group of people fighting for their lives. They were up against defilers and runners, and the number of monsters just kept increasing. Just as they were about to make a break for it, a ridiculously huge monster appeared. With a single attack, it sent the entire party straight back to the beginner's village. Back in the village, the air was thick with panicked discussions. Damn it, the monsters always swarm us in packs. And what's worse, they always run away right before you can finish them off. We have to reach level 3 to get out of this game. But how the hell are we supposed to reach level 3 like this? It looks like we need to gather more people. If a 3-person team isn't cutting it, then we'll have to form a 6-person team or even a 10-person team. A man spoke up looking unconvinced. I'm afraid that's not gonna work. I saw a team of 10 get completely annihilated by a massive monster mob earlier. Besides, having too many people just attracts a boss. Just a while ago, a group of 40 players managed to aggro some creature called the Cursed One. It one-shotted over 30 of them with a single move. The entire area fell deathly silent. This manhwa is getting intense. A moment later, Li Zi's group was also teleported back to the beginner's village. If we can't reach level 3, does that mean we're going to be trapped here forever? All of us got here after the game had already started. Besides, a huge crowd just draws in a boss. So get this, a 40-man party just managed to piss off something called the Cursed One. And with a single move, bam, it wiped out over 30 of them. The whole area went dead silent. A moment later, Li Zi's crew gets zapped right back to the novice village. If we can't hit level 3, doesn't that mean we're stuck in this godforsaken place forever? We all got here after the game started. Seriously, are we going to be trapped here forever? Every single one of us got here after falling asleep. In other words, it's our consciousness that's trapped in here. If we can't log out of the game, our real bodies are gonna starve to death, a guy with a shaved head fretted. Li Zi gritted her teeth. Damn it. Why is this game so ridiculously hard? Real or not, we can't afford to lose anyone else. Just then, Li Zi glanced at the leaderboard and saw a name at the very top, Heian level 3. How in the world did that guy level up so fast? He must know some kind of trick. We have to figure out a way to get him to power level us to level 3. We need to get out of this game first, period. An idea sparked and Li Zi turned to her teammates. Okay, you guys help me spread the word. Tell everyone that if Heian power levels us to level 3, once we're back in the real world, I'll wire him 10 million in cash. She thought to herself, there's no way he won't be tempted by 10 million bucks. Meanwhile, back with our main character, after a solid session of grinding mobs, he'd managed to level up his Greedy Hand skill to a whole new tier. It's now the Jade Greedy Hand, an assassin class skill you can use on monster corpses. And it's got a 160% chance to score you additional bonus loot. And get this, any bonus loot you get has a 20% chance of being upgraded by a full tier, a 20% chance to bump up the bonus loot by a whole grade. This effect is absolutely broken. If I keep evolving this skill in this manhwa, I wonder if I can get that chance up to 100% or maybe even 200%. Just then, Qin Feng spotted the Cursed One, now a bronze-level boss strolling past, gobbling up some glowing green orbs. Looks like it's digesting lifespan. It's about to evolve into a silver-level boss. That's not a small amount. I bet it's the one that wiped out that 40-man party. What a shame. My inventory's full. Even if I kill it now, I won't get any of the loot. Let me just mark this spot on the map first. It's gonna take a while for the boss to show up anyway. So Qin Feng decided to head back to the starter village. He figured he'd do a little inventory cleanup before coming back to annihilate that thing. The second he returned, he immediately set up shop. He laid out all the stuff he didn't need along with a little sign. Selling gear and skills. Flash sale only for the next 10 minutes. If you want it, you'd better be quick about it. Qin Feng's appearance instantly caused a massive stir in the crowd. Whoa, holy smokes, where did this guy even come from? He's already wearing 2 pieces of bronze gear and now he's selling 2 more. Could this be the guy who actually defeated a bronze tier boss like a real-life manhwa protagonist? Hey, look at his name, it's An Ying. Wait, the An Ying, as in the guy at the top of the leaderboards. Just then, someone wondered aloud, hey, how come we can't see his face? Another player explained, he's got the full privacy feature enabled, obviously. Your in-game appearance is identical to how you look in real life after all. Trying to be all mysterious. While everyone was buzzing with gossip, a young woman slowly approached Qin Feng's stall. She scanned the items and then asked, this ice spike skill, what are you selling it for? This woman had to be Hui Meigui, currently ranked 11th in Beike Town. She's also using the full privacy feature, Qin Feng thought to himself. He replied coolly, 1 day of your lifespan, that's the price. Hui Meigui looked at Qin Feng completely startled. A whole day, that's way too much. Can't you sell it for a little cheaper? A common grade ice spike is a massive power-up for any mage build. Considering the current monster slaying speed everyone's at 1 day is already a bargain in this crazy manhwa world, Hui Meigui tried a different approach. Can I use real-world money? If you have that much cash, you can go buy a day of lifespan from someone else first. Then come back and trade with me. If no one makes a better offer, I can hold it for you. Qin Feng replied. Please just wait a moment. Can I use real-world money? If you have that much cash, you can go buy a day of lifespan from someone else first. Then come back and trade with me. If no one makes a better offer, I can hold it for you. Qin Feng replied, please just wait a moment. Can I use real-world money? If you have that much cash, you can go buy a day of lifespan from someone else first. Then come back and trade with me. If no one makes a better offer, I can hold it for you. Qin Feng replied, hang on a sec. Just a moment, Grey Rose said before typing into her group chat to get her team's opinion. All right, team, what's the verdict? Her squad mates immediately started weighing in. Look, the only reason we even managed to hit level 2 this quickly is, all thanks to your leadership, I have 0 objections. Yeah, I'm good with it too. If we get that water magic skill, our team can blast our way to level 3 even faster. Besides, let's just get out of this game first and worry about the rest later. Okay then, in that case, everyone transfer your tradable lifespan to me. Once we're back, in the real world, I'll wire the cash to all of you. After pooling all their lifespan, Grey Rose returned to complete the transaction with Qin Feng. He figured that for a level 2 team, they must have taken down at least 30 to 40 creepers, so their combined tradable lifespan had to be well over 100 days. And just as Qin Feng was doing the math in his head, the transaction was completed. Just like that, his tradable lifespan skyrocketed from 268 to a whopping 368 days. But at that very moment, a girl named Li Zi strutted up to Qin Feng. She looked down her nose at him and said, "So I finally found you." Shadow, I'm giving you an opportunity, she declared. Power level me straight to level 3. When we get back to the real world, I'll give you 10 million in cash. My father is the chairman of Dajong Industries, she bragged. Feel free to look it up, so you don't have to worry about me not having the money. Oh, so that's who she was. Qin Feng recognized her as Zhang Li from his past life. She was the leader of a nasty criminal syndicate that was eventually crushed by the government. He recalled a report stating that she used cold hard cash to buy tradable lifespan, dangling it as bait. Then she'd abduct people, forcing them to do her dirty work inside this insane manhwa game, all while using it as a chance to eliminate anyone who dared to defy her in the real world. Utter scum, he thought to himself, and with that thought, Qin Feng simply said, I refuse. Lazy or Zhang Li, as she goes by now, was completely shut down. Qin Feng's comeback left her stunned, making her glitch for a solid few seconds before she could even process it. Look, Darkness, I get that you're a big shot in this game, but right now nobody has a clue what this game even is. You team up with me and I guarantee you'll be living the high life, fine dining, fancy clothes. Cars, mansions, women, you name it, it's yours for the taking. If you're not buying, then get out of the way of my business. Qin Feng shot back, thinking to himself, cash, what good is cash in this manhwa? The only currency that matters in this new world is your own tradable lifespan. Realizing her sales pitch was a total flop, Zhang Li's entire demeanor flipped. What the hell is your problem? I was trying to do you a favor by offering you the team leader spot. If we were in the real world, I would have already taught you a serious lesson. Say one more word, and I'll personally make sure your lifespan hits negative numbers. Qin Feng shot back a cold warning, backed by a murderous aura so intense it sent Jiang Li and her crew scrambling for their lives. With that sorted, Qin Feng went right back to his pop-up shop. Once he sold out, he was right back on the monster-slaying grind. Meanwhile, Zhang Li and her lackeys didn't stop running until they found a deserted alley to catch their breath. She seethed, spitting out, that Darkness jerk. Not only did he reject my amazing offer, he had the nerve to threaten me. Just you wait. The second I get back to the real world, I'm finding you and I'm gonna make you pay. Right on cue, Mao Lijun emerged from a hidden corner. He chimed in, greetings, Sister Lazy. Zhang Li's crew eyed him suspiciously. My name is Mao Lijun, but you can just call me Old Mao. I'm already at level 2 and I happen to know a few tricks for leveling up fast. I can help you level up, so is that 10 million reward still up for grabs? Zhang Li asked what kind of tricks. Mao Lijun replied, normally I wouldn't share this with just anyone. But for you, Sister Lazy, I'll make an exception to show my sincerity. Yes, I can break the rules just this once for you. In this situation, if you want to level up, you have to take your 5 initial stat points and dump them all into agility. That's the only way our full sprint speed will be just a hair faster than those monster creeps. See what I'm getting at? A light bulb went off over Zhang Li's head. So that's how it works, so that's the gimmick of this game. Damn it. I already dumped all 5 of my starting points into strength. What a waste. Still, it's a good thing I've found someone who actually knows what they're doing. With that thought, she flashed a smirk at Mao Lijun and said, you know, you're actually kinda interesting. All right, you're on power leveling duty for me. But hey, you're not as strong as Mr. Shadow, so I can offer you 5 million. So what do you say, deal? Get me to level 3, and I'll wire you the cash as soon as we're back in the real world. Mao Lijun was practically jumping for joy as he agreed. No problem at all, I mean that Shadow dude is crazy strong, but I swear there's a screw loose in his head. Who turns down an easy 10 million like that? What an absolute idiot. Anyway, while this crew was busy striking a deal, Qin Feng had already sprinted back to the Cursed One's location. And just as he expected, the boss had already evolved to the silver rank. A gray mist was swirling around its body, and it was still in the process of leveling up. Evolving from silver to gold rank would take at least 7 to 8 hours. Yeah, I'm not waiting around for that, he muttered to himself. Qin Feng whipped out an extremely poisonous dart, combining it with a stealth-breaking attack, and launched it straight at the Cursed One before instantly using Shadow Meld to vanish again. 659, 29, 29. A long string of damage numbers popped up over the Cursed One's head. Enraged, it let out a furious roar and unleashed an area of effects skill wildly bombarding the entire vicinity. Qin Feng stealthily circled the boss, all the while musing that a silver rank boss has 2 to 3 times the health of a bronze rank 1, so it'd probably take 2 or 3 poisonous darts to finish the job. This cursed one is a magic type boss, a classic Manhwa mage, and most of its skills are wide area attacks with insanely high damage. After I throw the poison dart, I have to bail and get out of its attack range immediately. With my current health and defense, if I take a direct hit, I'm toast. Game over. I have to wait for my Shadow Meld cooldown to finish. Plus, I need to strike when the boss's own assault weakens. Then I hit it and immediately go back into stealth to get out of its range. Sure enough, a short while later, the cursed one stopped its assault, hunching over and trembling. This is my chance, he thought, and Qin Feng pulled the same move again, shaving another huge chunk off the boss's health bar. This time, however, the cursed one just picked a direction and bolted. Looks like the boss is trying to make a run for it now that its HP is low. Excellent. It's much better to see it just give up and run than go into a berserk rage before it dies. Saves me a ton of trouble. With that, Qin Feng lunged forward, landing a stealth-breaking strike right into the Curse Lord's back. It was a finishing blow, wiping out the last of its health. A system notification popped up. You have slain the Silver-Grade Curse Lord. You have received 1,800 experience points. Congratulations, you have advanced to level 5. Congratulations, you have received 4 evolution points. You have received 124 days of tradable lifespan. Haha, can you believe it? That pushed me up 2 whole levels. And on top of that, I even got 4 evolution points. Grinning from ear to ear, Qin Feng used his Hand of Greed on the boss's corpse. System notification, Hand of Greed, skill check successful. You have received 4 evolution points. You have received 4 evolution points. You have received 124 days of tradable lifespan. You have received 124 days of tradable lifespan. Rewards received twice. System notification, Hand of Greed, skill check successful. You have received 4 evolution points. You have received 4 evolution points. You have received 124 days of tradable lifespan. You have received 124 days of tradable lifespan. Rewards received twice. Haha, I can't believe that bumped me up 2 whole levels. Plus I scored a bunch of evolution points. Bonus rewards, huh? So this one silver boss ended up giving me a whopping 12 evolution points. And 372 days of tradable lifespan. The payout is insane. But then another system notification flashed, activating the bonus effect of Hand of Greed. One of your spoils of war will be upgraded from silver to gold grade. Is this really a gold grade item? Man, no wonder my jade level Hand of Greed is so broken. It has a 20% chance that bonus loot gets upgraded by a full tier. I mean, it dropped like 7 or 8 items, but my backpack only has 10 slots left. I can't just kill a boss and then teleport back to town every single time. That's such a massive waste of time. I'm really hoping this Curse Lord dropped a storage ring or something. The inventory management in this real-life manhwa is a total nightmare. As he grumbled, Qin Feng knelt down to pick up the glowing orbs of loot on the ground. The second his fingers brushed against the golden orb of light, his face filled with shock as he gasped, could this be over in Shell Town? Wang Meng and his squad had just teleported back. Phew, we finally made it back in one piece. Seriously, if it wasn't for our leader Wang Meng, there's no way we would have hit level 3 so smoothly and made it back to town. You said it, big bro. Wang Meng is an absolute legend. Hey now, this was a team effort. We all busted our butts for this. Well, the only sad part is I didn't get a chance to friend the big shot. He probably saw me, covered head to toe in mud, and thought, you no thanks. Ha ha ha, who knows, maybe if you had been wearing this new gear, he would have said yes. Just as they were all joking around, the level ranking leaderboard suddenly refreshed. The leaderboard: number 1 Shadow level 5. Number 2 Wang Meng level 3. Number 3 Lala level 3. The moment the other players saw it, the entire town exploded with chatter. Whoa, Shadow already hit level 5. What? He jumped straight from level 3 to level 5. What kind of god tier boss did he have to take down to pull that off? I swear just 10 minutes ago I saw the master selling some gear. How in the world did he gain 2 levels that fast? Hey, my sister's 18 this year. I really hope the master takes a liking to her. That way I could probably tag along for the ride. You know, get a little power leveling boost. Oh, give me a break. The guy didn't even blink at an offer of 10 million. You really think he's going to give a damn about your sister? Damn it. I just barely clawed my way to level 3. And that monster's already level 5. This is like some crazy power leveling manhwa. Is he even gonna let the rest of us play? Overhearing them, Wang Meng cleared his throat and addressed his squad members. All right, let's not get distracted. Every one of us needs to log out and return to the real world. Warn your family and friends about this terrifying divine game. The world might be about to descend into chaos. And the least we can do is prepare the people closest to us. Right, we're logging off first then. And just like that, they all vanished from the game. Back in the real world. Wang Meng, who had been lying in a bed, suddenly shot up with a gasp, clutching his head. His comrades, who were gathered around him immediately, rushed to his bedside, shouting, "Quick look, Brother Wang is awake." "Sir, inform the captain. Brother Wang is awake." "Brother Wang, what happened to you? Are you okay? You scared us half to death. Do you have any idea what you looked like just now? Your entire body was turning transparent. Don't give me a heart attack like that." "Brother Wang, I told you yesterday to get some rest. I said I'd keep an eye on the suspect for you." At that moment, Wang Meng had finally adapted and was fully conscious again. He immediately shouted, quick, get everyone assembled now, as something huge has happened very quickly." An emergency meeting was underway at the police station where Wang Meng worked. After hearing Wang Meng recount every last detail of his experience, the middle-aged officer sitting in the center asked, "Previously, you reported that you formed a team with a hidden class, and just as you were about to be wiped out, someone came to your rescue." Wang Meng replied, "That's right, his name is Shadow. When he saved us, Shadow was only at level 3. But by the time we reached level 3, he was already at level 5. He jumped 2 whole levels at once to get there." A male officer asked, "He jumped 2 levels in one go. If he's already at level 5, doesn't that make him the #1 player in the world? How in the world did he pull that off?" Wang Meng guessed maybe he took down some kind of boss. Another male officer chimed in. "According to you, this Shadow guy hit level 3 over an hour ago. So why hasn't he returned to reality yet? Is it possible he doesn't have any family in the real world to report back to?" Wang Meng answered, "I have no idea about that, but it's a real possibility." Just as the meeting was getting incredibly serious, a female officer named An Yu suddenly spoke up. "You don't think this Shadow guy is a transmigrator, do you? I mean, aren't transmigrators usually orphans? It's a classic trope for how they rise up so fast, like something out of a manhwa." The entire meeting room turned to stare at An Yu. Flustered, An Yu stammered, what was it something I said?" The middle-aged officer reminded her, "And you? How many times have we told you to read fewer web novels on your days off? In a situation this serious, this is no time for jokes." Then he looked at everyone else and said with a grave tone, "The information Wang Meng just provided about this terrifying godly game perfectly matches the intelligence we've received from our superiors. A recent study has shown that a number of elderly individuals have been passing away right after falling asleep. After collecting data and comparing it with those who have returned to reality, it's been confirmed these folks have all kicked the bucket multiple times inside the game. In other words, if you're getting on in years and you die one too many times in the game, well, that digital death sentence becomes a real-world one. Once your lifespan in the God's Forsaken game hits 0, it's game over for real." One of the cops speaks up, stating the obvious, "This is some next-level supernatural event way beyond our pay grade." The middle-aged officer in charge nods grimly. He's right. For all we know, we're in the middle of some kind of unidentified paranormal invasion. The higher-ups have already issued an emergency order form vanguard teams in every region. Dive into this God's Forsaken game and start sharing intel immediately. We need to assemble a professional army and fast. This isn't just a local problem, this is a global crisis. Right now, every nation on Earth is scrambling to figure out this God's Forsaken game. If we fall behind, we lose our standing on the world stage. It's like a real-life competitive manhwa. So our mission is clear: gather intel no matter the cost. He points to a woman in the room. And you're the captain of Team 1. Without missing a beat, An Yu snaps to attention. Sir, then the officer turns to another guy, Wang Meng. You'll be her second in command. The two of you can pick your own squad. Wang Meng salutes just as sharply accepting the post. According to Wang Meng's report, the officer adds, this darkness character seems to be a decent guy. You should try to get on his good side. And the reason I chose you, and you, he says zeroing in on her, is because your personality is the perfect fit for this particular investigation. Your top priority. Find out who this darkness really is and do it fast. Ideally, you'll act as an official government liaison. Establish a cooperative relationship with him and get your hands on whatever intel he's holding. As for the rest of you, your most critical job right now is keeping society from falling apart. I got it. A resounding, sir, yes, sir, echoes through the room. With a final nod, the officer dismisses them. Meanwhile, over at a university dorm, and the reason I chose you, and you, he says, zeroing in on her, is because your personality is the perfect fit for this particular investigation. Your top priority. Find out who this darkness really is and do it fast. Ideally, you'll act as an official government liaison, establish a cooperative relationship with him, and get your hands on whatever intel he's holding. As for the rest of you, your most critical job right now is keeping society from falling apart. I got it. A resounding, sir, yes, sir, echoes through the room. With a final nod, the officer dismisses them. At that very moment in a dorm room not too far away, a young woman is lying in her bed. Suddenly, her eyes snap open. I'm back. And just like that, a shadowy figure materializes right in front of her. It's An Yu, yes, that An Yu from the meeting. She looks at the shadow figure and says coolly, long time no see. Elsewhere in Qin Xiaoyu's dorm room, her roommates are buzzing about that very same topic, the God's Forsaken game. Zhang Wei explained that everyone from the same region would spawn in the same starter town once they fell asleep. For real. No way I want to go home, I have to get back and look after my parents. They've never even played a video game in their lives. I'm terrified they won't be able to handle this. Don't be such a burden to yourself. The smart thing to do is to level ourselves up first and then worry about our parents. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyu was lost in her own world, staring intently at her phone. With something this catastrophic happening, why hasn't she heard a single peep from Qin Feng? Why hasn't he come to apologize to me? How can he be so infuriatingly arrogant? Every other time I've gotten mad, that idiot would be falling all over himself to cheer me up. But today, not only did he not try to make up with me, he actually hit me. My own parents have never laid a hand on me. And for what all I did was skip class to see Song Fei's concert? That despicable Qin Feng. If he doesn't apologize to me 1,000 times for this, I am absolutely positively never forgiving him. Still, it's a good thing I went to see Song Fei yesterday. Otherwise, once this whole godforsaken game apocalypse kicked off, I doubt I'd ever get another chance. We were so close yesterday. Oh, Song Fei, I miss you so much. Wait a minute, if sleeping means you enter the game, then Song Fei will definitely be in there too. All I have to do is get into the game and I can find him. What a classic Manhwa plot. Zhang Wei hit level 3 that fast. He must be an expert. I've got to go ask him for some tips. With that thought, Qin Xiaoyu immediately shot Zhang Wei a message. Master Zhang Wei, you've got to teach me some of your strategies. On the other end, Zhang Wei saw the message and a sly grin spread across his face. Well, Qin Xiaoyu, so even a goddess as high and mighty as her has to come to me for gaming strategies. This is a golden opportunity if I can bag Qin Xiaoyu. He texted back, you've come to the right person. Let me tell you a little secret. When you log into the game, you have to dump all your initial attribute points into agility. If you don't, your speed will be so slow the monsters will use you as a chew toy. Qin Xiaorou messaged back, but what if I'm a mage? Do I still need to max out my agility? Zhang Wei replied, yep, agility isn't completely useless for magic classes. It increases your casting speed, and trust me, that's super important in the early stages. Qin Xiaorou typed, but what if I'm still too weak to fight even with all that agility? Zhang Wei quickly wrote back, don't you worry, Xiaoru. As soon as one person in town reaches level 5, the town's teleportation circle will activate. Then you can team up with anyone you want to go level up. The second that portal opens, I'll come find you and power level you myself. This was exactly what Qin Xiaorou was waiting to hear from Jiang Wei. She flopped onto her bed with a smug grin, closed her eyes and thought to herself, perfect, these simps really do have their uses. Looks like I've already found my personal meat shield. Humph, Qin Feng, I'll let you have your moment for now. I am heading into the game so you can keep putting on your little act. By the time you finally decide to log on, I wonder how many levels ahead of you I'll be. And you can bet I won't be helping you catch up then. Meanwhile, let's rewind a few hours. The very instant Qin Feng touched the golden orb of light, its stats appeared right before his eyes. Cursed Golden Ring, available for all classes. All attributes +8. Darkness resistance +26. Weak point attack coefficient +0.1. Requires level 4 to equip. A +8 to every attribute is the equivalent of 32 free stat points. This one, Ring, gives more stats than most players get by the time they reach level 3. And on top of that, it even has darkness resistance. This will be a game changer when fighting demonic beasts in this manhwa. The base, weak point attack multiplier is 1.5 times. Adding this ring boosts that coefficient to 1.6 times, which is pretty sweet. But wait, there's more. As he spoke, Qin Feng glanced at another system panel. Mirage Blade Rush Silver Tier, an assassin-type skill. It lets you perform a lightning-fast dash in a straight line for up to 15 meters, then turns you invisible for 5 whole seconds, while unleashing 3 devastating slashes on every enemy in your path. The cooldown is 12 seconds. But with my gear, it's down to 10.43 seconds. Requires level 4 to learn. The slash width is a decent 2.1 meters, and each slash adds an extra 100 attack power. Best part, it's a guaranteed backstab 100% of the time. Though bummer it can't hit weak spots. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Now this is a seriously busted AoE skill. It gives me mobility and stealth. This is some top-tier manhwa stuff. Yeah, I'm learning this bad boy right now. Oh wait, I still have some evolution points left. In that case, let's upgrade Hand of Greed first. A system notification popped up. You have consumed 8 evolution points. Remaining points 4. Hand of Greed Diamond Tier. An assassin skill that can be used on monster corpses. It now has a 220% chance to grant additional loot drops. And get this. The additional loot has a 40% chance of being 1 grade higher, Qin Feng whispered with a grin. Just as I thought. Now when I take down a monster, I'm practically guaranteed 2 extra pieces of loot. Killing 1 monster for me is now the same as other people killing 3. The efficiency is insane. And I've still got 4 evolution points left. Looks like Mirage Blade Rush can be upgraded to level 3. The system chimed in again. You have consumed 3 evolution points, 1 point remaining. Mirage Blade Rush Platinum Tier, an assassin-type skill. Performs a lightning-fast dash. Maximum range is now 21 meters and you enter stealth mode. Duration 7 seconds, creating 5 slashes. It will strike all enemies in your path. Cooldown 10.43 seconds, requirement level 4 / width 3.1 meters. Each slash now adds 200 points of attack. Power, but it didn't reduce the cool. And down, that's a drag, but hey, just by relying on Mirage Blade Rush, I can basically achieve infinite stealth. Model expired. The rest of this stuff is just junk. Pure garbage, but this warrior skill book, this silver grade battle roar, well, it might actually be worth a pretty penny. Just as he was thinking that, Qin Feng suddenly heard a strange noise nearby. A rustling sound was getting closer. He looked up and spotted several monsters charging right at him. The quad crawlers. Level 4 and right on time. Guess I'll use you lot to test out the power of my new shield shadow. The moment he finished speaking, Qin Feng vanished. In his place, several streaks of light flashed through the air, dicing the monsters' bodies into pieces that collapsed to the ground. Ping. System notification. You have slain a level 4 quad crawler. You have received 80 experience points. You have received 5 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng's figure reappeared as he remarked, now that's an improvement in my monster slaying efficiency. If I had used my venomous darts, it would have taken At least 2 throws to kill just one of them, and the shorter the fight, the less chance there is for something unexpected to happen. My current tradable lifespan is now 618 days, but to bring my gear and skills into the real world, I need to have at least 2.5 years of tradable lifespan, or to be precise, 900 days, time to go sell the stuff in my inventory. After that, my tradable lifespan should be pretty close to the minimum withdrawal requirement. Yep, once I hit level 10, I can finally extract my skills and gear from this game into reality, just like in some crazy manhwa. On the way back to Conch Town, Qin Feng happened to stumble upon Zhang Li and Mao Lijun's group in the middle of a conversation. Congratulations on reaching level 3, Miss Zhang. So, is it about time you made good on your promise? Don't you worry. Do you really think our Zhangda Corporation would ever shortchange you for such a small favor? Let's take this back to the real world. Here's my cell phone number. You can contact me directly. That's right, go ahead and sell me all of your tradable lifespan. I'll pay you 10,000 for every single day. No problem at all, haha. I told you Shadow was a blind fool, didn't I? Can't even recognize a big shot like the young miss when he sees one. Alright then, we'll be waiting for you in the real world. Before logging off, Mao Lijun gloated to himself. Heh, so what if this game actually affects my lifespan? You can earn more lifespan anytime you want. The real geniuses are people like me who can turn their gaming skills into cold hard cash. A short while later, Qin Feng returned to town. The first thing on his to-do list was to find the teleportation array and get it up and running. A system notification popped up. Congratulations, you have activated the teleportation array in Conch Town. You are granted 1 free teleport per day. Any additional teleports will consume your tradable lifespan. But no other activated teleportation arrays were found in Zhanghai City. Turns out the town's teleportation array is a 2-way system. This means lighting up just one of them is completely useless for now. Before anyone can zip between towns, players in other towns also have to reach level 5 to activate their own teleportation arrays. I remember in my past life that guy Song Fei was from Firefly Town. I can set a reminder so that the moment someone from Firefly Town activates their array, I'll be the first to know. Still, teleporting between towns isn't all that important this early in the game. My number 1 priority is hitting level 10 and getting to the Forsaken Continent. That's where the real game, God's Forsaken, truly begins. Lost in thought, Qin Feng strolled over to the town square, set up a stall, and slapped on a sign, equipment and skills for sale. Only selling for 10 minutes, get 'em while they're hot? The crowd of players nearby instantly recognized Qin Feng and erupted. No freaking way, the Shadow Master is back. He's finally here. I've got 150 days of lifespan saved up just waiting for him to sell his legendary loot. Last time he sold that Ice Spike skill, Grey Rose shot straight to number 2 on the leaderboards. This whole story feels like a top-tier manhwa. I'm praying he has some mage skill books this time. Whoa, is that a real skill book? But hold on, it's just a silver tier book. A battle roar for warriors to be exact. I'll take that battle roar. System notification transaction successful. You have received 300 days of tradable lifespan. 300 days of your life for a single skill book. Is that even worth it? For a melee warrior, a skill book like this literally doubles their monster slaying efficiency. They can grind back those 300 days in just 2 days. I want that cloak. I'll take those shoes. In a flash, every single item on Qin Feng's stall was snatched up by the ravenous players. He immediately stood up to pack up his stall, a smirk on his face. Sold out in less than a minute, he thought. The total transaction time for all items can be earned back in just 2 days of work. I'll take that cloak. I need those boots, and just like that, every single item on Qin Feng's stall was completely wiped out by the crowd of players. He immediately packed up his stall and thought to himself, sold out in 60 seconds flat. The grand total of tradable lifespan I made from this sale is 650 days. Right now, my total tradable lifespan has hit 2,174 days. But it's still not nearly enough. If I want to extract my level, stats, class, equipment, and skills from this godforsaken manhwa game and make them real, I've still got a long way to go. Meanwhile, the players who weren't fast enough were crying their eyes out. Sob, I missed out on both sales. Me too. Hey, Big Shot, are you gonna sell here again next time? Please do a few more sales. We're begging you. Just then, a player named Black Bloom came running over shouting, Big Shot. Oh, great, Big Shot. I've got a real treasure here. Are you interested? At the same time, she held out a dazzling ring, a spatial ring that adds 12 inventory slots, and it doesn't take up an equipment slot for rings or backpacks. Qin Feng's eyes widened in shock as he thought, a spatial ring, that's a special grade storage item. Its real value comes from not occupying a backpack or equipment slot, since every player can only equip a maximum of 3 storage backpacks. And even though these things can technically drop from any monster in the game, the drop rate is astronomically ridiculously low. This prophet has to be insanely lucky to get her hands on it this early. Back in the day, a 12-slot item like this could fetch over 3,600 days of lifespan. So he asks her, how are you planning to sell it? Black Bloom just grins and replies, I don't want your lifespan, great master. I just want to be your friend. And while we're at it, maybe you could help. Our team take down a little boss. Qin Feng agrees and immediately sends her a friend request. System notification, player Black Bloom has accepted your friend request. Qin Feng asks, so what's the deal with this boss? Black Bloom replies, oh, it's just a gold tier boss, nothing major. Qin Feng presses on, what's its name? It's too far away to see clearly, but it's on some run-down looking boat in the middle of a swamp. Hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes go wide. He thinks to himself, a run-down boat. Don't tell me it's the Golden Ghost ship. The Golden Ghost ship. That thing is an absurdly rare special boss that can spawn at any level. The probability of this boss appearing is practically zero. And what's more, it drops some incredibly useful and unique items. Every single time, a Golden Ghost ship has appeared in this manhwa. A brutal all-out war has broken out between the major guilds. But a Golden Ghost ship spawning near a starter town, it's probably only level 5. At this level, it's an absolute cakewalk to defeat. To think he'd not only run into the Golden Ghost ship in a beginner's area this early, but also get his hands on a rare storage ring. And to top it all off, the girl is on Wang Meng's team. Could it be? Is she the legendary Jin Li from my past life, a literal human good luck charm? Outwardly, Qin Feng keeps his cool and asks, so how exactly did you find this gold tier boss? Black Bloom replies, well, after I logged out for dinner, I planned to log right back in to grind some levels with my captain and the others. But who knew they'd be so freaking slow? I had nothing to do, so I was just wandering around sightseeing and I found the gold boss at the bottom of a cliff. Qin Feng thought to himself, word on the street from my past life was that someone on Wang Meng's team had the most insane, almost supernatural luck, like they'd just be wandering around and stumble upon rare treasure chests, secret bosses, hidden dungeons, and ancient shrines. At first, I thought it was just some propaganda the government cooked up to hide their own intel network, but I'll be damned, it was actually true. And yup, it's her all right. Black Bloom blushes and asks, hey, Big Shot, why are you staring at me like that? Qin Feng just plays it cool. Oh, it's nothing. With that settled, the two of them head out of town. But of course, lurking in some dingy corner, a shady-looking goon spots them leaving the town gate and immediately scampers off in another direction. Not too far away, some wannabe gang leader is busy hyping up his lackeys. Remember that time I led you boys to conquer the warlord of Genghis City? Just stick with me, lads. I guarantee you'll all be living the high life. Right on cue, the lookout from earlier sprints and yelling. Boss, that kid just left town with a girl. The so-called leader just smirks, a greasy grin spreading across his face. Just as I thought, a horny little punk like him couldn't hold back. Already taking his girlfriend out on a date, is he? All right, boys, let's move out. Meanwhile, our actual protagonists, Qin Feng and Black Bloom, are having a civilized chat. Okay, here's my offer. If the boss drops any equipment or skill books that you can use, I'll give them to you. Everything else is mine. Deal. But what about Captain Wang Meng and his team? Your squad has a full roster of classes. If the loot is for an assassin, I'd be doing all this work for nothing, wouldn't I? Okay, let's go with your plan then. But can I ask for one small favor? If you end up selling any of the gear to Captain Wang Meng's team, could you maybe give them a little discount? No problem at all. All right then, we'll head out as soon as Captain Wang Meng logs on. Oh right, so, big shot. Where exactly are we headed? We're on our way to take down a gold-tier boss, that's what. Hearing this, Black Bloom's face instantly drains of all color. A gold-tier boss? Sir, you're an assassin, I'm a squishy mage. You can just go invisible, how am I supposed to survive that? Qin Feng calmly replies, I'm all the firepower we need, you just hang back and watch from a safe distance. Black Bloom cried out in utter disbelief. Was he seriously planning to solo a gold-tier boss, she thought to herself. She knew this guy was on another level, but this was more over the top than any manhwa protagonist she'd ever seen. How am I supposed to survive that? Qin Feng simply said, I'm all I need, you just find a safe spot and enjoy the show. Black Bloom cried out in utter disbelief. Was he seriously planning to solo a gold-tier boss, she thought to herself? She knew this guy was on another level, but this was just getting ridiculous. How am I supposed to survive that? Qin Feng simply said, I'm all I need, you just find a safe spot and enjoy the show. Black Bloom cried out in shock. In her mind, she was screaming, one guy is going to take on a gold-tier boss. And then, poof, Qin Feng's figure vanished on the spot. Utterly baffled, she spun around, yelling, Master, hey master, where'd you go? Hiding in the woods behind them, a group of stalkers also watched Qin Feng disappear. They started whispering amongst themselves. Boss, that shadow dude just vanished. Heh, I bet he just ditched that little chick. Left her all alone out here in the wilderness. Come on, boys, let's go and keep her company. See, the leader boasted. I told you, stick with me and you'll be living the high life. And looky, there isn't that pretty little thing just waiting for us. The boss is a genius. But before those lowlifes could even make a move, Qin Feng reappeared, materializing right in their faces. And with a swift shadow shield slash, he sent them all express mail back to the respawn point. A system notification popped up. You have eliminated 5 players and received a total of 12 days of tradable lifespan. Pathetic. That's barely what I'd get for killing 2 piddly little mobs. Muttering to himself, Qin Feng's figure vanished once more and reappeared right beside Black Bloom. A startled Black Bloom asked, Master, where did you just go? Qin Feng replied coolly, we had some pests tailing us. I just sent them back to town. Black Bloom piped up, oh, and here I thought you went to take a leak. Oh right, Master, now that you have that invisibility skill, it must be super convenient for bathroom breaks, right? You could just do your business anytime and anywhere and nobody would ever see you. Wait, no. If, the evidence leaves your body, would it be invisible too? Or would it just... Okay, that's enough. Qin Feng hurriedly cut her off his face, a mask of horror. Take me to the boss you were talking about. Meanwhile, back in the starter town, another new player pops into existence. If Qin Feng were here, he would have recognized her in a heartbeat. This person was none other than his very own little sister. 1. The very same one who still owes Qin Feng 1,000 yen. He looked over and immediately spotted Qin Feng standing nearby. But hey, why are you the only one here? Where'd all the other players go? Don't tell me. Did that boss wipe them all out already? No, that's impossible. Ha, perfect. A knife right in your back. Qin Xiaoya. This feeling is incredible. I can actually feel it. This is awesome. I actually got the hidden class Life Priestess. This has got to be super powerful. With a class like this, I'll finally be a perfect match for my dear Song Fei. I wonder how Song Fei is doing right now. I hope he knows the secret to allocating his initial stat points. Who knows where that jerk Qin Feng ran off to? All he ever does is try to control my life. But when it really matters, he's completely useless. Well, it's for the best. Now that I have a hidden class, and with Zhang Wei promising to power level me, Qin Feng, you're on your own. I couldn't care less about you anymore. With that thought, Qin Xiaoya started to look around, her eyes landing on the ranking board floating in the sky. She let out a little gasp of astonishment. Whoa, the number 1 player, Darkness, is already level 6. Zhang Wei is only level 3 right now, and he still has the gall to go around bragging about how strong he is. It looks like this Darkness fellow is the real deal. If I could just get Darkness from the leaderboard to help me, I'd level up way faster than with Zhang Wei. But where on earth am I supposed to find a top-tier player like that? Just then, Qin Xiaoya overheard Wang Meng and his crew talking nearby. Damn it, I can't get a hold of Xiao Yao follows the wind. We don't have time to sit around and wait for her. So what's the plan, guys? We can't grind monsters without a healer. We're not some OP protagonist from a manhwa like Darkness. We can't just solo everything. I suggest we find a new healer to team up with. Wait, it sounds like these guys know Darkness. Qin Xiaoya's eyes lit up with a brilliant idea. She hurried over and said in her sweetest voice, "Hi there, excuse me, are you all looking for a healer? I happen to be a life priestess, a hidden class." Around the same time, our dynamic duo Qin Feng and Black Bloom finally made it to the boss's doorstep. Perched on a cliff, they gazed down at the big baddie stewing in the swamp below. "Yep, called it," Qin Feng said coolly. "The Golden Ghost Ship. You just hang back here and try not to get ambushed," he told her. "Watch out for anyone trying to get the jump on you, I'm gonna go deal with the boss." Black Bloom shot back, "All right, big shot. You be careful out there, you hear." Qin Feng just gave a slight nod and unceremoniously yeeted himself off the cliff. A system notification popped up, warning. Thanks to the spooky vibes of the ghost ship, this area is now a berserk zone. Your lifespan will now drain at 100 times the normal rate. Sheesh, so time flies 100 times faster in here, does it? That means staying in here for just 15 minutes would cost him a whole day of his life. Still, a temporary berserk zone like this wasn't a huge deal. Musing to himself, Qin Feng landed like a cat and immediately zipped towards the heart of the swamp. Boss info: the Golden Ghost Ship level 5 special gold grade. Countdown timer 45 minutes and 25 seconds. So this special boss had a time limit. Good thing there were still 45 minutes left. More than enough time to send this thing to the scrapyard. With that, Qin Feng kicked things off with a shield shadow slash and instantly faded into stealth. The boss immediately got tagged 5 times, each hit carving off a clean 549 points of damage. A moment later, Qin Feng reappeared, whipping out an extreme poison dart combined with a stealth break strike, and nailed the boss square in its weak spot. It dealt a massive amount of damage, and he immediately used Shadow Sneak to go invisible again, backing away from the boss. He knew exactly what was coming next, the counterattack. And right on cue, the ghost ship lifted the massive oar in its hand, and gigantic pillars of water erupted like furious tornadoes sweeping across the swamp. Qin Feng, still cloaked in stealth, used his insane agility to effortlessly weave between the attacks. But the fun wasn't over. The second the water pillars vanished, a horde of mummy-like monsters began clawing their way out of the swamp. A quick count showed over a dozen of them. Now, there are a few reasons why taking down this ghost ship is a real pain. It's a classic boss design you'd see in a great manhwa. A horde of mummy-like monsters began clawing their way out of the swamp. A quick count showed over a dozen of them. There are a few key reasons why taking down this ghost ship is such a pain. This golden grade baddie, that is. First off, most people have no clue where its weak point is. The real sweet spot isn't its bony frame, and it's not the ship's hull either. It's that creepy little ghost bell hanging from the bow. Second, the moment you actually hit that weak point, it seizes control of the surrounding water and unleashes a devastating wide area attack. And let me tell you, the damage from those water pillars is absolutely bonkers. In the early game, only a warrior wearing a full set of silver-grade equipment could even hope to survive it. A good thing the base agility for the Shadow class is so high, he thought, otherwise dodging that mess would have been a nightmare. And third, right after its long-range attack is over, the boss summons 12 rotten water ghouls onto the battlefield. Each of these minions hits as hard as a silver-tier boss. 12 stinking water demons in total. They'll attack in a frenzy, and most squads would be thrown into absolute chaos by now. What's worse, every 3 minutes, the Golden Ghost Ship will summon another one of these stinking water demons. If you don't take care of them fast enough, the number of demons will just keep piling up, eventually leading to a complete party wipe. But me, I'm always invisible, so there's no way they can find me. I just need to find the right angle, and I can one-shot every single one of them. And just like that, Qin Feng appeared. With a single shield shadow slash, he sent the whole demonic entourage packing, and at the same time took a massive chunk of health from the boss. Up on the cliff, Black Bloom's jaw dropped so low you could fit an egg in it. So, This is the Shadow Overlord, the #1 player on the rankings. His power level is straight out of a top-tier Manhwa. He appears then vanishes like a ghost. The boss already lost a third of its health without even being able to put up a fight. As she was lost in awe, she suddenly received a message from Qin Feng. Xiao Hei, I'm about to die. A startled Black Bloom quickly typed back. What Qin Feng told her not to do a thing. Just wait for me to respawn. Black Bloom wrote, why my lord? Aren't you completely dominating the fight right now? And, who the heck is Xiao Hei? Qin Feng replied, aren't you Xiao Hei? Black Bloom typed, my lord, my name is Black Bloom. Your name starts with black. Isn't Xiao Hei a fitting nickname? That sounds like a dog's name. Qin Feng messaged back, got it, Xiao Hei. At that very moment, the group of players Qin Feng had just wiped out had respawned, and were now furiously storming back to hunt the two of them down. Their leader roared in anger, damn it, we got careless. I, a living legend, have won one desert tournament after another, and yet here I am getting bullied by some little punk. Just then a lackey ran up to report, boss, we found the girl. She's at the edge of the cliff up ahead, and that shadow bastard is fighting the boss all by himself at the bottom. The leader grunted, let's move. I've called in all my brothers this time. There's no way we can't take him down. Back to Qin Feng's battle, the boss's fourth ability is also its most annoying. The Golden Ghost Ship unleashes a massive Soul Riot wave, which covers a huge area and forcibly immobilizes anyone it hits for 5 seconds. Well, there's no escaping this now. So while Qin Feng was spacing out, the boss's massive area of effect skill spread out and completely swallowed him. System notification, you have died. You have lost 326 years of non-tradable lifespan. You have lost 1,087 days of tradable lifespan. And wouldn't you know it, the group of stalkers chasing him arrived just in time to see the whole show. Ha ha ha, sweet. This moron, just because a few people called him boss, he got so arrogant he tried to solo a gold tier boss. What a joke. Man, this shadow dog is filthy rich. Look at that orb of light. You have lost 1,087 days of tradable lifespan. And the stalkers who'd been chasing him rolled up just in time to see it all. Ha ha ha, serves him right. This idiot, just cause some people called him boss. He really got arrogant enough to challenge a gold tier boss all by himself. This shadow dog is absolutely loaded. Just look at that orb of light. Look at that massive orb. One that big has to be worth at least a few hundred days of lifespan. Alright boys, the boss is down to half health. Let's go finish it off, we'll score a huge chunk of lifespan from this. And that was only half the lifespan he dropped. That big dog totally had it coming. Today, this little dog is gonna feast on the big dog. The hyped-up leader screamed and led his goons charging down the cliff. But the second they stepped into the swamp's range, the scenery instantly warped. The gloomy, overcast sky vanished, replaced by a perfectly clear blue one. The gang stood there stunned for a few seconds. It wasn't until they saw the rows of houses around them that it finally clicked. They realized they had just respawned. The whole group immediately blew up, screaming, son of a, how is that boss so ridiculously strong? How in the world did that shadow guy even knock its health down to half? Are we seeing things? This is like some broken Manhwa logic. It's completely absurd. We barely stepped into the swamp before we got one-shotted by a pillar of water. Plus, there were a ton of smaller mobs. How are you even supposed to fight that thing? Damn it, our losses are huge. Let's go, we're heading back. I refuse to believe this thing is that freaking powerful. A little later, when Qin Feng returned to the swamp, he was greeted by a massive pile of light orbs on the ground. Surprised, he messaged Black Bloom, I'm back. Xiao Hei, why are there so many lifespan orbs here? Black Bloom replied, a whole gang of people just charged in, but they all got wiped out by the water pillars. Qin Feng messaged back, oh, is that what happened? Haha, talk about overestimating yourself. He then glanced towards the boss, a flashback hitting him of all the suffering he'd endured in his past life. He'd had to wrestle with this Golden Ghost Ship before. The Golden Ghost Ship only unleashes its paralyzing skill one single time. That means the second half of its health bar is going to be a way bigger headache. Surprised, he shot a message to Black Bloom, I'm back. Xiao Hei, why are there so many life orbs littered around here? Black Bloom messaged back, oh, just a bunch of clowns who tried to rush the place a minute ago. But they all got completely wiped out by the water pillars in the end. Qin Feng replied, "Ah, so that's what happened. Heh, serves them right for not knowing their place." With that, he turned his attention back to the boss, the memories of his past life suffering flooding back. He'd had to deal with this blasted golden ghost ship before. The ship only uses its immobilizing skill a single time, which means the last 50% of its health is where things get really nasty. He remembered just how much of a nightmare this golden ghost ship was in his past life. It only unleashes that paralysis skill once, so the second half of the fight is going to be way tougher. Just once, which means the remaining half of its health isn't so easy to handle. When its health drops to 50%, there's a certain probability that it will just vanish and reappear far in the distance, which for a normal player would make it incredibly difficult to finish off. But I cracked its movement pattern ages ago, he thought with a smirk. With that, Qin Feng charged straight at the boss and unleashed a flurry of attacks. Meanwhile, up on the cliff, that same group of idiots had already returned and started yapping. "Boss, look over there. That little punk is fighting the boss again, acting like he's the main character of some manhwa. All right, we'll find the right moment to take them down." But Black Bloom, perched on a nearby cliff, had already spotted them. "Ugh, those morons are back again. Damn it, all they know how to do is cause trouble. My master's about to finish the boss. I can't let these clowns get what they want." With that thought, Black Bloom immediately unleashed a lightning strike skill, zapping their leader square in the face as she yelled, "The heavens have spoken today, there will be lightning." The goons roared in fury. "What the hell, who the heck is attacking us?" "Boss, there's a mage over there." Some chick with a death wish. Go get her." Seeing the whole mob charging right at her, Black Bloom let out a little shriek and immediately booked it out of there. "Stop right there, I'm gonna deal with you." A screaming mob was hot on his heels. But little did they know that another group was already lurking here, watching everything unfold from the shadows. Down in the swamp, the battle was finally reaching its climax. Finally, it's about to kick the bucket. No wonder it's called a golden ghoul fiend, even though it's only level 5. Taking it down solo is still a real pain in the neck. My damage output is still way too low, which made this fight drag on for far too long. And that's attracted some unwanted attention. There's a group of people up on the cliff. Looks like they're the ones who are just peeping. Plus, there's another whole guild hanging out by the swamp. It seems like they're planning to wait until I finish off the boss, and then jump me to steal the loot. How original. But even knowing all that, Qin Feng wasn't worried in the slightest. He activated a skill that had just come off cooldown to drain the very last drop of the boss's health. A system notification popped up. "You have slain the Golden Ghoul Fiend Golden Tier. You have received 4,800 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 8. Congratulations, you have received 7 evolution points and 216 days of tradable lifespan." Nice idea, guys, but unfortunately for you, your calculations were way off. With a soft whisper, Qin Feng used stealth and vanished on the spot, leaving the entire pile of loot right there on the ground without a second glance. At that very moment, every player in the game received a notification. Player Shadow from Seashell Town is the first on the entire server to slay a golden tier boss and has received 3 reputation points. The player base absolutely exploded. The first ever golden boss kill. Holy crap, is this Shadow guy some kind of demon? How is he so ridiculously strong? This is some top-tier manhwa protagonist stuff. Which country does Seashell Town even belong to? The first player to kill a golden tier boss. Must be a powerhouse from our great nation of Korea, obviously. Meanwhile, back in Seashell Town, Wang Meng's jaw was on the floor. Wait, wasn't there just an announcement a little while ago that Shadow could solo a bronze tier boss? And now in the blink of an eye, he's soloing a golden tier boss. How can the gap between two people be this massive? Standing right behind him, Qin Xiaoyu frowned, thinking to herself, "This Shadow guy is truly in a league of his own. If I had him helping me level up, it wouldn't be long before I could finally meet up with Song Fei." Alright, let's get back to the action in the swamp. Right after Qin Feng pulled his vanishing act, the leader of that second crew let out a low, smug chuckle. "Hee, would you look at all this? This boss dropped a mountain of loot, and that guy just ran off without grabbing a single thing. You couldn't help but think this Shadow user is something else." Truly one of the best. If he were the one helping, I'd be leveling up so fast. I could meet Song Fei in no time. Back to the current situation in the swamp. After Qin Feng disappeared, the leader of the second group of players let out a low laugh. Heh heh, this boss really dropped some incredible loot, didn't it? That guy took off without even trying to pick anything up. He's definitely terrified of us. Guang, use your skill and flush that coward out. Take care of him and we will claim all the rewards from this gold tier boss for ourselves. You got it, boss. The player named A, Guang replied then immediately drew his bow, unleashing his Phantom Eagle Eye skill straight into the swamp. Qin Feng, who was standing there completely invisible, muttered to himself. Phantom Eagle Eye. Huh. I'm actually surprised this hunter already managed to learn an anti-stealth skill. No wonder these guys were so confident about taking me out and stealing my loot. Too bad for them. My class has a passive +1 to my stealth level and a +1 to my stealth detection resistance. In other words, there's not a chance in hell anyone's level 1 skill is gonna see through this. And just as expected, Guang couldn't find a single trace of Qin Feng, so he turned to his leader and reported, "Boss, there's no one here. That little punk must have seen our numbers, got spooked and ran for the hills. I guess he's smart enough to know when he's outmatched. All right, let's go. We'll head over and secure the loot. But stay sharp, be ready for a fight at any moment. The ownership protection period on boss drops is 5 minutes. After those 5 minutes are up, all this sweet Manhwa loot officially belongs to us." As he finished speaking, the big boss and his crew of knuckleheads immediately scrambled towards the loot drop. But just then, a few brilliant flashes of swordlight turned them all into human confetti. The silhouette of Qin Feng appeared, muttering to himself, much quieter now. Now where did that little spitfire Xiao Hei run off to? Whatever, I'll find her later. The evolution points he had left over, plus the haul from the boss, were only enough to evolve his greedy hand skill one more time. First things first, he thought, evolve the skill, then I'll get to fondling these corpses for loot. In a flash, the skill evolution was a success. The system pinged him. Greedy hand. Epic rank. This assassin-type skill now has a 300% chance to grant additional loot rewards. Any additional loot obtained has a 100% chance of being upgraded by 1 tier. And a 100% chance to be upgraded a whole tier. This wasn't just an upgrade, this was a total game changer, the kind of insane power-up you only see in a manhwa. He grinned, thinking, I'm about to make every single one of these loot orbs absolutely explode. Qin Feng unleashed his greedy hand to start collecting the goods, and the system notifications began to flood his screen. You have used the skill Greedy Hand. You have received 21 evolution points. You have received 648 days of tradable lifespan. You have received the special item Demonizing Spirit Bell. You have received the special item Demonizing Spirit Bell. Qin Feng's jaw dropped. In no way, I got 2 Demonizing Spirit Bells in a single go. He immediately pulled out the 2 bells to get a better look. Demonizing Spirit Bell. Demon Fire Bell, special item. While equipped, you will not lose lifespan upon death. This effect has a cooldown of 1,565 seconds. Passive soul absorption. When you eliminate a demonic creature, the drop rate for lifespan is increased by 20% times 2. This effect is doubled when 2 Demon Fire Bells are equipped simultaneously. Active Soul Shock. Shaking the Demon Fire Bell will inflict a 3-second immobilization effect on all enemies within a 100-meter radius. Cooldown 521 seconds. Qin Feng thought to himself, this Ghostfire Bell isn't exactly equipment, it's more like a special tool. You see, it doesn't hog an equipment slot, and both of these bells only take up a single space in my inventory. Talk about convenient. Just then, Qin Feng got a frantic SOS from Break Broom. Boss, you gotta save me. What are you doing? Don't you dare come over here. Worried, Qin Feng quickly messaged back, Xiao Hei, where are you? Suddenly, a terrified scream echoed from the distance. You all get away from me, don't come any closer. The owner of that scream was Li Zi, and she was cornered by a pack of absolute creeps. They slithered closer, shamelessly sneering, Damn, this little firecracker has some real fight in her. You're at a dead end, sweetheart. Now be a good girl and come on over. We promise we'll make you feel so good your eyes will roll into the back of your head. Lizzie glanced back, seeing nothing but a sheer cliff face behind her. As the scumbags lunged without another word, she made a drastic choice and threw herself off the cliff below to escape. A scene straight out of a dramatic manhwa. Lizzie clutched her staff tightly, squeezing her eyes shut, not daring to look. She then landed with a thud, her back slamming onto an empty patch of ground. One of the goons rushed to the cliff's edge, peered down, and let out a whistle. She actually jumped, he said. That girl's got guts. By now, Lizzie had already vanished, sending a private message to Qin Feng. Boss, no need to save me, I already died and respawned in town. Man, that really hurt. Good thing all our team's tradable stuff was left with our captain Wang Meng. Hearing that, he felt a wave of relief and replied, Got it. You just wait in town for me. I'll bring your things when I get back. Lizzie cheerfully replied, Thanks, boss. The big shot has been working hard, Qin Feng muttered to himself with a grin. I really hit the jackpot this time. My tradable lifespan has reached 3,115 days. And I've even got a nice pile of evolution points. Time to evolve the Greedy Hand. The moment he said it, a system window popped up. The Greedy Hand skill has reached epic rarity. To evolve it further requires 10 times the amount of evolution points. Do you wish to spend 27 evolution points to evolve this skill? Qin Feng was stunned by the notification and mumbled under his breath. 200 evolution points. Hey, I knew it wasn't going to be that easy. The higher a skill's level, the more insane the evolution cost becomes. Yeah, forget that. I'll just level up a damage skill instead. The big shot has been working hard, Qin Feng said to himself. And I've really hit the jackpot this time. My tradable lifespan has reached a whopping 3,115 days. And I've even got a nice stash of evolution points too. Time to evolve the Greedy Hand. The second he said it, a system window popped right up. My Greedy Hand skill has reached the epic level. But to evolve it again, it needs 10 times the evolution points. Do you wish to consume 27 evolution points to evolve this skill? Qin Feng muttered to himself, completely floored by the info on the screen. 200 evolution points. Heh, of course it wouldn't be that easy. The higher the skill's tier, the more insane the evolution cost. Yeah, forget that. I'm better off upgrading a damage skill. The more damage I can dish out, the better my chances of taking down tough enemies, which means way more glorious loot. The info panel popped up again as he started upgrading the skill. You have consumed 8 evolution points, 13 points remaining. Shield Shadow Slash at Platinum. Jade and Diamond ranks lets you dash forward a maximum of 21, 24, or 27 meters respectively while immediately entering a stealth state. The stealth lasts for 7, 8, or 9 seconds, and you unleash 5, 6, or 7 slashes on all enemies in your path. The cooldown is 12 seconds down to 10.43 seconds at max rank. The slash range is 3.1, 3.6, or 4.1 meters, and each slash adds an extra 200 and 250 or 300 attack power. You have consumed 2, 3, and 5 evolution points, 3 points remaining. The first skill he beefed up was Backstab, taking it from normal through bronze silver and all the way to gold. Its passive effect, when attacking a target from behind. Your damage is boosted by 15%, 20%, 25%, and finally a whopping 30%. Qin Feng could practically feel the power surging through him as he spoke. After just 2 upgrades to Shield Shadow Slash, my damage has literally doubled. This is some peak Manhwa stuff. Even when I'm not stealthed and don't get the Stealth Break bonus, a single use of this skill can still dish out 3,000 damage. But if I do use the Stealth Break to attack from behind, the total damage from all 7 slashes could hit 6 or even 7,000. Normally a gold tier boss drops maybe 2 to 4 pieces of silver gear, with only a tiny chance of dropping anything gold tier. But now, thanks to the glorious effects of my Greedy Hand, I've already pocketed 11 pieces of gold tier equipment and skill books. And that's not even counting the 2 pieces of platinum gear and a platinum skill book I also got. This is just ridiculous. Not bad at all. And what do you know, a full 3 items that my assassin class can actually use. The info panel pops up and get this. Ghost Shadow Twin Blades. Platinum grade and assassin type weapon. Attack power plus 136. Agility plus 22. Attack speed plus 24% and plus 17 armor penetration. It requires level 5 and has a unique special effect. Every single one of your normal attacks deals double damage. Chen Feng stares at the weapon in his hand, thinking it over. You know this special effect isn't that useful, seeing as how I pretty much just spam skills all day long. The base attack power of this weapon is already super high, and it even tacks on another 22 points of agility. The attack speed will also boost how fast I can fire off my skills and even reduces the cast time afterward. So I guess it's not completely useless after all. Plus it has armor penetration, which is a massive bonus. Just as he finishes that thought, another piece of info flashes on the screen, making Qin Feng realize just how much of a power-up these items are. I didn't put a single point into Constitution when I leveled up, and my current health is only a measly 350 points. But this piece of clothing just jacked it straight up to 419. Seriously, once I throw this outfit on most players at this stage of the game, won't even be able to put a scratch on my defenses. Alright, time to hide the equipment. It's better to stick with the original Dark Class cosmetic skin anyway. This way other people can't see what gear I'm rocking. They'd have to actually open the game interface to inspect me. Okay, that leaves one last item. A skill book, huh? He clicks on the item he just found. The info panel spits out some new data. Ghostly Shadow Gold Tier. A passive assassin skill that boosts my evasion rate by 15%. And when an evasion triggers, I'm immune to all damage. Qin Feng stares at the panel and says out loud, finally, an actual assassin skill. This manhwa is finally picking up, but I remember this skill being notoriously weak because in this game the evasion stat is an absolute nightmare to increase. On top of that, even if you dump all your points into evasion, your other stats will inevitably take a nosedive. If you fail to dodge at a critical moment, you're toast. Then he suddenly roared, "Learn!" He sounded decisive, but deep down the gears in his head were already spinning. But that applies to normal people. I, on the other hand, have a skill that can evolve infinitely. This meant that by boosting his evasion, he wouldn't have to sacrifice any other stats. It was a pure, unadulterated win. Qin Feng muttered to himself as he turned to leave. Time to head back. The leftover items for the warrior, priest and archer can be sold to Wang Meng for a 10% discount. Even though they probably can't afford it right now, given Wang Meng's character, I can just sell it to him on credit. This whole windfall was all thanks to little Xiao He. Without that lucky koi, I never would have found and destroyed that level 5 golden ghost ship. I really need to thank her properly. After walking for a bit, he stumbled upon the very same goons who were surrounding Lizi earlier. Qin Feng saw them, but his expression remained a mask of pure indifference. The thugs, however, looked like they'd just seen the final boss of a horror manhwa. Their faces went as white as a sheet. The whole gang scrambled to get away, screaming their heads off as they fled. It's the Shadow Run. Get out of my way, you moron. Don't you dare leave me behind. Oh crap, don't come over here, don't come over here. Somebody help me. He cast a glacial gaze upon them, and then swiftly dealt with the ones lagging behind. In a blink, only the ringleader was left. The harder he ran, the closer Qin Feng seemed to get. Our boy closed in on him, and the guy started trembling, tears welling up in his eyes as he begged. I was wrong, I'll never do it again. Please just let me go. Big bro, my lord daddy, please don't kill me. I've only got 1 year of lifespan left. But Qin Feng was completely unmoved. He replied coldly, and where was this energy when you were bullying others? I was wrong, I swear I'll never do it again, please spare me. Boss, great one, father, please don't kill me. I only have 1 year of my life left. But Qin Feng's expression didn't change one bit as he shot back. Did you ever consider this outcome when you were hurting people? Not wanting to keep his victim waiting, he immediately took care of business and walked away, leaving the man clutching his head screaming in agony. Just then a notification popped up on his skill panel. Because the player actively took out way too many people, he was slapped with the mass murderer status. And at the current level of this lovely title, upon death he will drop a whopping 75% of his current lifespan. An oppressive aura practically oozed from Qin Feng, perfectly complementing the mass murderer title floating over his head. But as he walked, he thought to himself, hey, no big deal. I've got the Ghostfire Spirit pill on me. Even if I accidentally kick the bucket, once I won't lose a single second of my lifespan. Qin Feng swaggered back to the small town, and everyone who saw him immediately started gossiping. It's darkness, holy crap. He's back after taking down the gold boss. Wait, why can't I see any good equipment on him? If you ask me, this dude probably used a bug to solo the boss. That's why he didn't get any good drops. Oh, that's hilarious. Why don't you go find a bug and try it yourself? Suddenly, someone stepped out blocking his path. Big bro, darkness. Please wait a moment. Fang Xian held up a book and continued speaking. Master Darkness, we were in the wrong earlier. This is an assassin class skill book that we just spent our own lifespan to buy. Please accept it and let's just forget what happened between us. A system window, as if on cue, popped up instantly. Analyzing the book Thief's Strike, Rarity Common, an assassin class skill book. It's a single target skill that increases attack power by 20 points and stuns the target for 2 seconds upon impact. Cooldown time 22 seconds. Seeing Qin Feng's silence, he quickly spoke again. It's a crowd control skill. After a moment, Qin Feng finally replied, all right. With that single word, he turned and walked away, leaving Fang Xian's underlings completely dumbfounded. Qin Feng didn't give them a second thought as he checked his info panel. Thief's Strike, the only control skill for an assassin in the early stages of this Manhwa game. Now that I have this, the rest will be a piece of cake. Meanwhile, Fang Xian was seething with frustration. Young Master Xian, he killed us, and we still had to give him a skill book. Isn't that a little too cowardly? Let's just call up our connections and gather everyone we know. The sheer number of people we could get would be enough to Zerg rush him to death. What's there to be afraid of? Yeah, since when do we have to put up with this kind of crap? Fang Xian quickly snapped, what do you idiots know? This darkness guy is leveling up so fast and he's doing it all by himself. He definitely has some kind of massive secret. All we need to do is find him in the real world and lock him up. Not only will we get his secret, but we can also turn him into our personal slave to farm lifespan for us. Hearing this, one of the lackeys immediately chimed in with some bootlicking praise. So that's how it is. No wonder young Master Xian is such a smooth operator. Turning back, Fang Xian looked up, his voice dripping with contempt. I'll have the clan send a woman over to persuade him to spill his secrets. That shadowy voice from before sounded unfamiliar. He's definitely not one of us. Which means this guy is just some broke nobody. We'll serve up a one-of-a-kind beauty delivered right to his doorstep. I refuse to believe he won't take the bait. Qin Feng went to find Li Zi to make a proposition. All right, Xiao Hei, accept the trade. I've got something for you. Her face immediately lit up as she replied, thanks, big shot. But I'm not Xiao Hei. My name is Li Zi. The moment she waved her new staff, she practically soared into the air. Whoa, this is insane. I'm about to take off. This skill and this necklace, they literally multiply my damage output several times over. And my mana recovery just doubled too. Big shot. Oh, big shot, thank you so much. Seeing her reaction, Qin Feng cut right to the chase. No need. Accept the trade. I've got something for you. Her face immediately lit up as she replied, thanks, big shot, but I'm not Xiao Hei, I'm Li Zi. The moment she brandished the staff, her whole body levitated off the ground. Whoa, this is seriously OP. I feel like I could fly. This skill and this necklace, they directly boost my damage by several times, and my mana recovery has doubled too. Big shot. Oh, big shot, I really can't thank you enough. Seeing this, Qin Feng got straight to the point. No need for that. Let's skip the pleasantries. As promised, give me the spatial ring. Li Zi quickly handed over the item he requested and said, oh right, here you go. By the way, big shot, earlier when I was fleeing through the forest, I found a cave. It looked exactly like the entrance to some ancient ruins, you know, like in a manhwa. Are you interested? Qin Feng remained silent, but you could practically hear the gears turning in his head. First the golden ghost ship, and now the entrance to some ruins. Befriending this girl was definitely a good investment. It really is a matter of give and take. If I hadn't given her those 2 pieces of golden tier equipment, She probably would have kept this little secret all to herself. With this spatial ring, my storage space finally hits a glorious 27 slots. After doing some quick mental math, he cut right to the chase. Where is Wang Meng? After I sell my loot to everyone, I'll head to those ruins with you. Hearing this, Li Zi quickly replied, you got it. But their captain already went and hired a new priest. He won't be back for another hour and a half. As for the ruins, I've already marked the entrance on your map for you. There's a stone slab on the ground hiding behind a bush. At the time, I managed to shove the slab aside and ducked inside to escape. But I barely took more than a few steps when I heard this demonic scream echo from inside. I got so spooked I just bolted. If I hadn't, there's no way those guys would have ever caught up to me. The second he got his answer, Qin Feng vanished on the spot, but not before his voice echoed back to her. All right, I get the picture. I'm heading to these ruins now. When I get back, we'll do the trade with Wang Meng and the others. It all happened so fast that she was left standing there in utter shock. Geez, that expert moves like the main character in an action manhwa. He was completely enveloped by the darkness of the night. Weaving through the forest trees, Qin Feng thought to himself. I was originally just looking for a spot to grind my way to level 10. But now a whole ruin has practically fallen into my lap. Enough with the pleasantries. As we agreed, hand over the spatial ring. Li Zi quickly produced the item he demanded, saying, right here you go. Oh, by the way, Expert A, while ago when I was running for my life in the forest, I found a cave. It looked exactly like the entrance to some kind of ancient ruin. Bingo, no more searching required. There are 3 main types of ruins that can appear in the starting town, namely tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith. No matter what kind of ruin this is, even if the trash mobs are bronze tier, or even silver tier to a guy like me, this place is just an all-you-can-eat buffet of longevity and evolution points. After a bit of searching, Qin Feng found the entrance to the ruin. As he stepped inside, he mused to himself, in the beginning, there are 3 main types of ruins that will appear in a starting town. Tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith. Let's be real, tombs are never a good time. They're just crawling with monsters, and the cleanup afterwards is a total nightmare. Plus, you can basically count on a golden tier boss being there. Now, as for the creatures you find in cursed ruins, they've all been hexed by some ancient evil gods. They might have been human once upon a time. Or maybe some of them just went completely bonkers or even got twisted into ghouls after they kicked the bucket. And then, you've got the monsters inside the temples of faith. These guys, they're all die-hard followers of those same ancient or evil gods. The maps inside these temples are an absolute maze. If you manage to clear the latter 2, you can walk away with some sweet special items or even a few skill books. Looking at these carvings on the wall, it's pretty clear this is a temple of faith. These murals on the wall just look so familiar. This is a temple of faith for the judgment of the ancient gods. This place and the Eye of Judgment. I'm carrying practically grew from the same root. The deeper our protagonist ventures in, the louder and creepier the sounds get. Meanwhile, in another equally gloomy and terrifying corner of this Manhwa, Wang Meng is holding the line with his shield. The beast in front of him lets out a roar that sounds like it wants to devour him whole. It seizes the moment. Wang Meng is distracted and strikes like lightning, sending him flying backward. Seeing their tank go down, a teammate yells out, "Xiao Yu, heal him, for crying out loud, heal him." "What are you doing, just standing there?" A terrified Xiao Yu, trembling from head to toe, stammers with tears in her eyes, "Oh, okay, but what do I do?" The leader presses the attack while the other team member raises their sword on high alert. Damn it, it's charging again. As a skill, any skill? But she can't even stay on her feet anymore. She just collapses to the ground, sobbing into her hands. "I'm so scared!" Xiao Yu's shriek sent birds scattering from the trees in the forest. A short while later, Wang Meng's party limps back into town, every single one of them with a face like thunder. Li Zi, completely missing the dark and stormy vibe, cheerfully runs up to them. "Team leader, why are you guys back so soon?" "That Shadow VIP isn't back yet, so you can't buy any new gear." Suddenly, one of the party members just snaps, pointing a finger and screaming, "God damn it, I have never in my entire life seen someone as utterly useless as you. You can't dodge a single monster attack and you don't even know how to use your own damn skills. Go on, tell me, what else can you possibly do? Leedsy quickly jumped in to play peacemaker. Hey, what's with the attitude? You can tell she's a total newbie just by looking at her. It's completely normal to die once on your first try. But Si Chung was still fuming and shot back. Leedsy, stay out of this. Back off, I need to flame this person into oblivion. The other teammate then chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Leedsy, it wasn't just once we've wiped 3 times in less than an hour. She froze for a second but then quickly changed the subject. Alright, let me join you guys for this run. I just got these 2 items from that master player. I'm super strong now, so believe me, with me on the team, nobody's dying this time. Wang Meng, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Alright, cut the chatter. Leezy's suggestion isn't half bad. 145. Z isn't bad at all. With her joining us, this run will definitely go much smoother. Who knows, maybe this time when we head back, we'll finally get to meet that legendary Shadow Master. Xiao Yu mumbled apologetically in a small voice, I'm sorry. I'll try harder. That's what she said out loud, but inside her mind was a storm of curses. You're the ones who suck and you have the nerve to blame me. If it weren't for the fact that you guys can connect with the Shadow Master, I wouldn't be caught dead babysitting you clowns. I'm so furious I could scream. A bunch of idiots. Meanwhile, back at the ruins, after walking for a while, Qin Feng found himself before a massive door. He slowly stepped inside. The bone-chilling sounds grew louder and clearer. Deep within were bald-headed monsters all prostrated on the ground. They were the loyal followers of the old god, the Condemned One. Level 10 silver grade. Qin Feng stared them down for a long moment. Then quick as the wind, he used his shield, Shadow Slash, and charged in to attack. After that initial strike, their health bars had only dropped by a tiny sliver. Seeing this, he thought to himself, guess I'll have to use Stealth Break Backstab too. And even with that, their health only dropped to half-man level 10 silver grade bosses in this manhwa are no joke. The combined health of these 2 loyal followers was already higher than the golden grade Zhuan Demon Emperor boss. And then a light bulb went off in Qin Feng's head. The so-called loyal followers were prostrating themselves on the ground with an almost comical level of reverence. He found their behavior, well, a little baffling. Okay, why is everyone suddenly taking a knee, he wondered. And more importantly, why are they bowing in my direction? This made absolutely no sense considering he was completely invisible. Hold on, could it be because I can sense the divine artifact, the Eye of Judgment on me? Is that the only reason these freaks haven't tried to turn me into a human pincushion yet? Still cloaked in invisibility, Qin Feng decided to test his theory and speak. You guys know the way, right? Lead on. The moment they heard his disembodied voice, they shot up, eyes darting everywhere. And just like that, the puzzle pieces clicked into place. I see, he thought. These creatures have been completely corrupted. They were rotten to the core, their minds utterly decayed and lost. They had devolved into nothing more than savage beasts, driven only by the instinct to pillage and snuff out human lives. But then 2 of the loyal followers suddenly went ballistic, letting out a ferocious roar as if they'd just spotted dinner. In just a few heart-pounding seconds, the very same creatures that had just been bowing respectfully were now charging forward in a full-blown attack. Turns out a new group of people had just wandered in from outside. Seeing the immediate threat, one of them screamed, "Watch out, we've got monsters! And not just any monsters, those are 2 silver-rank bosses. We can barely handle one of those things. And now there are 2 of them. Everyone run for it." And who was this unfortunate party? None other than Grey Rose's crew. Seeing the impossible odds, she instantly cast a spell and vanished into thin air. Her party scattered, leaving behind only the shimmering remnants of their lifespan. Qin Feng casually strolled closer. Well now, he mused, isn't this the group with the girl who bought my ice cone scroll? I believe her name was Grey Rose. This is turning into a pretty wild manhwa. I can't believe they stumbled upon these ruins too. However, considering the standard gear level of players right now, there's no way anyone is equipped to go deep into this place. Dropping his invisibility, he materialized out of thin air, walked over to the spot where the lifespan remnants glowed and said, Well, look at this. They actually dropped over 100 tradable lifespan points. Who knew she was secretly a rich little lady? After collecting the loot, Qin Feng gave the area a thorough once-over. And there's absolutely nothing else here. No traps. No treasure. Just these two measly silver-grade mini-bosses. Seriously? He finally decided to stop overthinking it. Whatever. The thought had barely passed before Qin Feng went to work on the two goons. And right on cue, the system notifications started popping up. You have slain a follower. Loyal follower of the old god, the judged silver grade. You have received 4,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 9. Congratulations, you have received 4 evolution points. You have received 188 days of tradable lifespan. But he wasn't done yet. He immediately activated his greedy hand skill. The resulting power surge left even Qin Feng impressed. Man, this epic tier greedy hand is the real deal. What a jackpot. 32 evolution points, 154 days of tradable lifespan. 4 gold grade items on top of 10 silver grade ones. And would you look at that, there's even a gold grade piece of equipment an assassin can actually use. The second he picked up the follower's necklace, its info panel appeared. Qin Feng examined the item in his hand and muttered, well, now this necklace has some pretty slick stats. A whopping 20% cooldown reduction. After equipping it, the cooldown time for his stealth skill was shortened, from 22.6 seconds down to 19.2 seconds. The cooldown for Venomous Dart was also slashed, from 4.3 seconds down to 3.7. As for Shadow Shield Slash, that dropped from 10.4 seconds all the way down to 8.8 seconds. Farming monsters is going to be a whole lot more efficient now. As for all the other equipment, they were all high level. At this stage of the game, I'm the only one who can wear this stuff. So I'll just hold on to it for now and sell it all later. Suddenly, a circular pattern on the wall behind him began to shake violently. It looked suspiciously like a hidden door. From that very spot, a strange pillar rose from the floor. And right on top was a button to activate the mechanism. Qin Feng saw it and instantly realized what was happening. Of course, it's just like in every good manhwa. You have to clear out all the mobs in the area before the mechanism will activate. Qin Feng walked towards the pillar thinking it must be a hidden trigger. But before he could even lay a finger on it, the button pressed itself down automatically, letting out a loud click. Abruptly, the ground beneath Qin Feng's feet began to rumble. The middle section started to descend downwards. He stood his ground on the platform as it moved, drawing closer to the pillar. It was just as he'd suspected, clearing out the monsters was the key to activating the device. As Qin Feng neared the pillar, he thought to himself that this was one cleverly hidden mechanism. Before he could even lay a finger on it, the button decided to press itself. Click. Suddenly, the ground beneath Qin Feng's feet began to rumble. The central section started to descend. He stood on the stone platform as it slowly lowered him into the depths. A massive opening appeared right before his eyes. He couldn't help but wonder, is this an ancient elevator? Just moments ago, there was a huge empty space above him. But now it was being sealed tight by another heavy door. After a short while, the lift ground to a halt. Qin Feng finally spoke up, well, it seems we've arrived. Feels like we dropped a good 300 or 400 meters. He scanned his surroundings and exclaimed, this is a hidden labyrinth buried right under the temple. In ancient ruins like this, there's always a chance you'll stumble upon a secret maze. And I've found plenty of these in my past life. These labyrinths are packed with countless traps just like in a proper dungeon manhwa. But hey, as long as you've got a walking meat shield, exploring them isn't all that dangerous. It just takes up a ridiculous amount of time. With my current stats, if one of those contraptions gets triggered, I'm afraid it's an instant game over for yours truly. Good thing I just happened to pick up this new little toy. He mused, summoning the Acolyte's chain as its info panel popped into view. He immediately summoned the silver-ranked Loyal Acolyte. A loyal minion materialized from the shimmering necklace. Qin Feng gestured forward and commanded, go on ahead, scout the path. Man, having a lackey to do the dirty work is pretty cushy. But there's still a chance I could run into some trouble. So to play it safe, I'd better evolve my passive evasion skill first. A status window appeared as he began the enhancement process. You have consumed 11 evolution points, remaining points 24, skill Ephemeral Phantom. Tier Platinum, Grade Epic. Passive Assassin skill grants a 15%, up to a whopping 75% evasion rate. A successful evasion will grant you complete immunity from all incoming damage. Qin Feng did some mental math as he ventured deeper into the maze. A 75% evasion rate is already insanely high. And I've still got a few points left over. Just enough to evolve my Shadow Shield Slash to epic grade. Another notification about point consumption popped up, making Qin Feng's eyebrow twitch. The information panel appeared accordingly. He immediately summoned the silver-ranked Loyal Acolyte. A loyal minion materialized from the shimmering necklace. Qin Feng gestured forward and commanded, "Go on ahead, scout the path." Having a lackey to scout the way is pretty sweet, but there's still a chance of running into danger. So to be safe, I should probably evolve my passive evasion first. The energy consumption notification popped up yet again. And that little pop-up, well, it sent our boy into a deep spiral of number crunching. See, evolving a skill from epic to legendary tier costs 10 times the points. So here's the deal. The higher a skill's starting grade, the more evolution points he'd save in the long run. For example, if a skill was already epic tier, and he evolved it to legendary, that would count as its very first evolution. The base cost for that would be just a single point, but the target evolution level is legendary, which means you have to multiply that by 10. So 1 point suddenly becomes 10 points, ouch. In other words, if he could just get his hands on an epic tier skill from the get-go, he could fast track it to legendary, then mythical and maybe even ancient or immortal tier. It's the ultimate Manhwa life hack. But if he started with some basic, run-of-the-mill, normal skill, he'd have to evolve it a whopping 7 times, just to hit epic. By that point, he'd need a few hundred points before hitting it with that 10-fold multiplier. However, there was one major advantage he had. He could upgrade any skill from any level to the epic tier for a ridiculously low cost. To put it simply, from now on, all of his skills would be epic tier at the bare minimum. Now he only had 11 evolution points left, which meant he could only afford to evolve his starting skill, Phantom Image. With his current cooldown, reduction of 35%, Phantom Image's final cooldown was 16.3 seconds. That's still way too long. On top of that, the attack power it gave for breaking stealth was kinda pathetic. Yeah, he'd definitely have to upgrade this thing when he got back. But while he was busy, lost in his calculations, another notification window appeared. Man plans, the system laughs, the energy consumption alert was back. On the other side of the dungeon, his loyal but clumsy minion had unfortunately stepped right into a trap. Qin Feng was finally snapped out of his tangled mess of thoughts. He looked up to see the giant boulder that had just turned his monster into a pancake. He wasn't the least bit scared. His summon was dead, so what? Once the cooldown was up, he'd just summon a new one. Easy peasy. This labyrinth was a complex place, and crawling with dangers, so it's only natural. All I can do is take it slow and explore. Hopefully I'll find some decent loot. Meanwhile, on the upper floor of the shrine, an eerie silence blanketed the entire area. Grey Rose's party hadn't left yet. Instead, they were hiding behind a door peeking in. After a careful look, one of them turned to the others and whispered, "Captain, it's confirmed. Those 2 monsters are actually gone." She was so stunned she could only exclaim, "What? Our lifespans aren't draining anymore either. Someone definitely killed that monster and took back the lifespan it stole from us. But who on earth could it be?" By now they had cautiously ventured deeper inside. The guy who'd been scouting answered her question. At this stage of the game, the only person who could kill 2 silver-ranked bosses that quickly has to be the legendary Dark Lord. Another member of the group, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "The Dark Lord actually came here. Does that mean our stolen lifespan was taken by him?" "Looks that way. Hey, I'm not complaining. At least we didn't have to die again." Grey Rose thought that made perfect sense. She started to wonder, "When I first got here, I saw a figure in the shadows, and it looked like he was actually communicating with the monster. Was that him, the Dark Lord? What kind of skill does he have to be able to mesmerize a boss like that? His power is just unfathomably deep. It's honestly terrifying." Meanwhile, back with Qin Feng, a faithful follower let out a horrifying shriek as it was impaled by a volley of spears. watching the spear trap spring up from the floor. He concluded, after 3 long hours of exploring, that this had to be the end of the maze. Based on his past life experience, if he'd just used a pile of human players to get through this, he figured dozens, or maybe even hundreds of lives would have been lost. So Qin Feng simply summoned another faithful follower. The creature led the way with him in tow down a treacherous winding path that in true Manhwa fashion was flanked by a dark abyss. At the end of the path stood a massive sealed door. Qin Feng gave the command, "Go on, open it." But no matter how hard the monster pushed, the door didn't budge an inch. Seeing this, he thought to himself, so it won't open, huh? Okay, that's weird. So Qin Feng edges closer to the door and gives it a gentle tap. And just like that, the door creaks open all on its own. Qin Feng, not being an idiot, immediately jumps back his face, a perfect picture of uh-oh. Behind the door is some magical-looking space with a treasure chest all wrapped up in thorny vines. As he steps inside, his brain starts doing the math. A locked chest covered in thorns, and there's an NPC standing right next to it. Classic. He pulls up the info panel, but there's absolutely nothing on this person. Every single stat is just a big old question mark. Qin Feng stares, completely baffled. All her info is hidden, he thinks. This is the first time I've ever seen an NPC this mysterious in any manhwa. Out of nowhere, the NPC starts chanting some bizarre mystical spell. The second the chant stops, she starts to fade into thin air. He's completely stunned. Wait, what? She just vanished? And get this, the spiky thorns on the chest vanish right along with her. One by one, the vines just dissolve into nothingness. Qin Feng is a little confused, but he's already piecing things together. Even though I couldn't get a single shred of info on that mysterious woman, I'm betting it's somehow connected to my Eye of Judgment skill. This chest is glowing with a brilliant golden light, which can only mean one thing: epic grade loot, baby. Still gotta be careful, he mutters. There's always a chance it's a mimic or rigged with a trap. He points a commanding finger forward and orders, "You go open the chest." His loyal follower steps up to the plate. He points a commanding finger forward and orders, "You go open the chest." His loyal follower steps up to the plate. The loyal follower moves in and flips open the lid. Boom! A dazzling brilliant light explodes from inside. Qin Feng's jaw drops. Is that a skill book? An assassin-type skill with both active and passive effects. And as soon as he recognizes the item, a flood of info panels pops right up. Grace of Deliverance Epic Assassin Type Skill Book. Passive effect: 100% increased accuracy on weak points. And attacks on those weak points have their damage doubled. The skill is called Decapitation. When you activate it, your very next attack gets the decapitation effect. If it triggers, it deals 100% of your physical attack power as damage per second. The effect lasts for 3 seconds with a 60-second cooldown. Qin Feng reads over the stats, a grin spreading across his face. The passive effect alone doubles my damage on monster weak points. That's insane. And oh man, this active skill, Decapitation, is even more ridiculously overpowered. So if my next attack deals 300 damage, that triggers the decapitation effect, which means the enemy will then take an additional 300 damage per second for the next 3 seconds. Holy crap. The total damage will be a whopping 1,200 points, a direct triple increase. And even though a skill like Shadow Shield Slash lands multiple hits, this decapitation move still counts as one single devastating attack. On top of that, it's an epic tier skill. It'll only cost me 10 evolution points to upgrade this bad boy to the legendary tier. Man, what a massive haul this was. My burst damage output just shot up several times over. And it's all thanks to Xiao Hei's good luck charm. Guess I'll sell the rest of the loot to her party then. Alright, time to head back. After gathering his items, Qin Feng contacted Li Zi. "Xiao Hei, tell Wang Meng to head back to town. I'll sell him the gear." Hearing this, she quickly replied, "Whoa, big shot, you're already done exploring the ruins." After gathering his items, Qin Feng contacted Li Zi. "Xiao Hei, tell Wang Meng to head back to town. I'll sell him the gear." Hearing this, she quickly replied, "Whoa, big shot, you're already done exploring the ruins." "You're done. In that case, we're heading back to town too," leaving the dark, quiet dimension behind. He returned to the main town to find Li Zi's group, but the situation looked less than ideal. Qin Feng was exasperated. Apparently, a massive crowd had formed completely surrounding him. It was a scene straight out of a popular manhwa with everyone clamoring for his attention. It's Darkness, he's here. Brother Darkness, can we please be friends? Is that the legendary Lord Darkness? Hey, you looking for any followers? They call me 666 Your Darkness, right? I'm the chairman of the Lan Ding Corporation from Zhanghai City, and I'd like to formally invite you to join our guild. Sir, we're from Firefly Town. This is my little sister. She's like your biggest fan. I have no ulterior motives, I swear. I just thought it'd be nice for you two to get acquainted. Boss, we're from Shortstown. Please let us join you. I'll even marry my wife to you. My lord, we're from Biyun Tao Town. Qin Feng, however, ignored all the frantic greetings. His focus locked onto one crucial detail. It seems the portals connecting to the other towns have finally opened up one by one. Which means, for me, I can finally head to Firefly Town where that guy Song Fei is hiding out. Without another word, he just vanished into thin air, leaving the entire crowd screaming and in a total panic. He's gone, what the hell? Well, what did you expect when you all mobbed him like that? Pot meat kettle. Weren't you doing the exact same thing? You actually had the guts to introduce your ugly-ass sister to the big shot. You son of a bitch, I'm gonna beat you to a pulp. Oh yeah, you and what army as the chaos erupted? Qin Feng stealthily slipped away and reappeared right beside Lizzie. Xiao Hei. She glanced over, saw a familiar face, and immediately said, Boss. Lizzie turned, waved at someone in the distance, and yelled, Captain, the big shot is here. Qin Feng followed her gaze and suddenly realized something. Standing right there in Wang Meng's crew was Xiao Yu. He was completely thrown, thinking to himself, Xiao Yu, what in the world is she doing with Wang Meng's group? I've got a bad feeling Wang Meng's team is about to get royally screwed over by her. And more importantly, I need to watch my own back. The whole world knows that the shadow exists. But I can't let anyone find out my true identity. Because I still can't bring my powers over to the real world. Not to mention there are countless people gunning for me right now. At this very moment, even a simple kitchen knife could be enough to end my life. Xiao Yu, however, was practically giddy seeing Qin Feng. A single thought ran through her mind. So that's the legendary Shadow. He looks so freaking cool, just like a main character from a manhwa. Compared to Wang Meng and his crew, they're just a bunch of useless side characters. If he can help me level up, then I'm pretty sure in just a few days, I'll finally be able to meet my dear Song Fei. Shaking off his thoughts, Qin Feng got down to business. This gear here is a perfect match for the classes you guys are running. And these basic skill books will give everyone a nice little boost in combat. The grand total for the lot comes to 2,200 days of lifespan. Wang Meng nearly had a heart attack when he heard the price. That much. This is all gold and silver tier equipment. There's no way I can afford this. Qin Feng replied instantly, no worries, you can start a tab. Qin Feng quickly shot back, no worries, you can owe me. Wang Meng chimed in, his voice dripping with genuine gratitude. Seriously, thank you for helping us out like this. We honestly have no idea how we could ever repay you. If you ever need anything from us in the future, just say the word. We'll do everything in our power to help. One of the team members cheered with pure glee. Oh my god, the Dark Overlord is a legend, like a main character from a manhwa. I can actually use gold tier equipment. This early in the game, gone was Wang Meng's usual serious demeanor. Instead, he was practically giddy. This is a gold tier skill. Freaking awesome! He yelled out joyfully, a gold tier skill. This is insane. My power literally tripled in the blink of an eye. And get this, the big boss is even letting us pay in installments. That just goes to show how much faith he has in us. Suddenly, a realization hit him, and his face filled with confusion. Wait a minute. Why isn't there any gear for the priest? Si Chung scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. So what if there isn't any? She should just be grateful she's leeching EXP off us as it is. A timid Xiao Yu shyly approached Qin Feng and whispered, Excuse me, Great One, I'm the priest from Wang Meng's team. I was just wondering, is there no equipment for me? Just then a system notification popped up. Player Xiao Yu has sent you a friend request. Her eyes were practically sparkling with hope. Qin Feng, however, just shot her an ice-cold glare before vanishing into thin air without a single word. A bewildered Xiao Yu stammered, "Well, where did he go?" Seeing her distress, Wang Meng tried to console her. "Looks like the big man just didn't have any priest gear this time around. I'm sure he'll have some later." But Si Chung, ever the charmer, couldn't resist a sarcastic jab. "If you ask me, he just couldn't be bothered to deal with her." Lizi also tried to reassure her. A top-tier player like the Dark Overlord is like a mythical dragon. You only ever catch a glimpse of the head, never the tail. It's so cool. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, still cloaked in invisibility, slipped into a nearby shop. That's when it hit him. Oh yeah, he still had a gold-tier priest scepter just sitting in his inventory. And what's this A gold-tier priest skill book to go with it? But come on, was he really going to just hand over such priceless treasures to that Xiao Yu? Not a chance. As he keeps leveling up, he's going to end up with a mountain of unused equipment. And skill books too. Selling it all off piece by piece would be a massive pain in the neck. And wouldn't you know it, the government backing Wang Meng's team is in the market for exactly this kind of stuff. I can't let Xiao Yu jeopardize my partnership with the government. Looks like I need to find myself a new priest and fast. Without a second thought, he whipped out a skill book. He slapped it onto the auction house with a starting bid of just 1 gold coin. And as expected, not even a second passed before the bids started pouring in. 200 gold, 1,000 gold, 10,000 gold. The price just kept climbing, finally settling at a whopping 100,000. Next, he pulled out a gold-grade priest's scepter. The starting bid was once again 1 gold coin, and it sold for an insane 200,000 gold coins. Even he was a little stunned by his own money-making prowess. Just then, Wang Meng hit him up. "Shadow Lord, I heard you just sold 2 gold-grade items." "Yeah, I did. What's up?" "Dude, you gotta show me the stats on that gear." For Wang Meng's team, so he could finally give Xiao Yu the boot. His mind immediately jumped to a truly talented priest. He had to find Xiao Zhuo and fast. Xiao Jik, one of the managers of the God-slaying guild, from his past life. She had a hidden priest class, the White Bird Divine Official. She was always accompanied by a white bird that could assist with healing and provide buffs. She was the single most powerful priest he knew from his previous life. The woman could solo an epic-grade boss for crying out loud. You only see that kind of power in a Manhwa. She was his ultimate support teammate. Compared to her, Xiao Yu was frankly completely useless. That's right. I remember now, Xiao Zhui is in Firefly Town, same as that Song Fei guy. This was perfect. He could meet Xiao Xue and recruit her for Wang Meng's squad. With his mind made up, Qin Feng arrived at the teleportation gate, and the system panel promptly popped up. Destination Firefly Town. A flash of light and the gate whisked him to his location. The atmosphere here was a bit gloomy, and he could hear the wind howling overhead. As he walked a little ways, he overheard a few strangers talking. "Hurry up and get back. That silver-grade boss is at less than half health. We can't let those other guys steal the kill. Otherwise, we'll have died for nothing." "Damn it, that scumbag!" Song Fei is dragging a whole harem of girls around with him. Freaking hell, who even wants to compete with that guy? I don't get it, he's just some minor celebrity. How the hell does he have so many rabid fangirls? I've had it, I'm gonna kill that pretty-faced punk today. Qin Feng thought to himself. Well, that was fast. They've already tracked down Song Fei. After a short trek, he found himself in a completely desolate wasteland. Qin Feng scanned his surroundings. This was a level 5 zone, the Weeping Mulberry Mountain Valley. The monsters here were wrathful fire wielders and chain wielders. The deeper he went, the louder the sounds of chaotic battle became. "Get 'em, you dare hit me. Just die already, fall back." The players were desperately trying to take down a massive fire serpent. Qin Feng ducked behind a corner to spectate the fight. The two-headed fire serpent was a silver-grade boss, but the scene was an absolute mess. A whole bunch of players were just killing each other instead. Suddenly, a group of strangers appeared right in front of Qin Feng. They moved in to block the other players. It was none other than Song Fei and his crew. The players from before saw them and charged forward as if they'd seen their mortal enemy, screaming at the top of their lungs. Song Fei, you piece of trash. You ambushed me and stole my lifespan last time. Today I'm gonna make you pay. You think hiding behind that female mage will save you? I've got a divine skill called Throat Lock that's specifically designed to counter mages' time to die. But before he could even get close, one of Song Fei's rabid fangirls jumped in. Don't you dare lay a finger on our beloved Song Fei. The other player was completely stunned, yelling, "What the?" Qin Feng was still hiding in his spot. He was enjoying the free show while recalling events from his past life. Song Fei's in-game name was the Heaven-Defying Godly Mage, a classic Manhwa protagonist title for a total villain. In the previous timeline, he had convinced a whole cult of fangirls to pick the mage class. They would then hand over all their gear and skills to him, allowing him to skyrocket in power. However, having just one type of mage on a team wasn't enough. So, his legion of devoted fangirls came up with a creative solution. One of them would dump all her attribute points into becoming a glass cannon mage. Another would pour everything into agility, turning into a zippy harasser type mage. And then there were those who dumped every single point into constitution, becoming of all things a literal meat shield mage. He thought about it, picturing this squad of absolutely unhinged fangirls. Eat my staff. Then there was that other guy who dumped all his stat points into strength, becoming a battle mage who just bludgeons people with his magic wand. In the early stages of the game, his team was terrifyingly strong, going around stealing other players' lifespans, a classic power trip you'd see in a manhwa, and no one could stop them. But of course, as the game dragged on, these fangirls would start dropping like flies. Song Fei put on a pained expression and declared dramatically, "Oh my dear girls, seeing you struggle like this, it truly breaks my heart. I just hope that the boss dies quickly so everyone can get some rest. I wish this world was filled with love instead of violence." His words were like a shot of adrenaline for his rabid fanbase. Song Fei, Meow Meow, stepped forward, burning with conviction, and yelled, "It's not a struggle at all, Brother Fei. You're the one who's truly suffering. You work so hard, you shouldn't have to endure any of this. Sisters, let's charge in and destroy this disgusting thing. We can't let it even scratch our dear brother." Hearing this, the fangirls erupted in a chant. "Let the storm monster rage, Song Fei will be king. From this day forward, there is only Song Fei. Ascend slowly, brother, we will follow you forever." While his hype squad was still chanting, the monster charged straight at Song Fei. Someone instantly leaped in front to block the blow, shielding him from all harm. Song Fei dropped to one knee in agony and cried, "Oh heavens, no!" The girl began to fade away, whispering through her tears, "Brother Fei, this was always my dream, to go crazy for you." Song Fei Meow Meow screamed from the sidelines, "Come on, sisters, push forward. If we just kill this one, ugly monster, Brother Fei can shoot to number 1 on the leaderboard. We have to beat that shadow something guy." The fangirls roared in unison at her words. "Shatter the heavens, command the storms, we swear to fight by Brother Fei's side." They unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks on the monster. Song, shielded by his army of simps. He stood in the back thinking to himself, "Heh, this thing's finally about to croak. This silver rank boss. I've got this whole crew helping me, and I'm still just a measly level 7. How the hell is that shadow punk leveling up so damn fast? Once I kill this silver rank boss, I'll finally hit level 8. That shadow guy has been stuck at level 9 for ages, so I'll just swoop past him, become the number 1 player and basically a god in this game." But while he was lost in his daydreams, a hand suddenly clamped right onto his face. Faster than a blur, Song Fei's head went flying clean off his shoulders before he even knew what hit him. It was Qin Feng using his skill Shadow Shield Slash. He gripped the severed head so tightly it started gushing this horrifying black blood. It all happened so fast, his fan club didn't even have time to react. By the time they realized what was going on, all they could do was let out a panicked cry, "Big brother." The words barely left their mouths before Qin Feng wiped them out too. The notification panel, as if it had been waiting for this moment, popped up instantly. "You have slain the two-headed Fury Incinerator, received 1,500 experience points. You have killed player Heaven-Defying Magic God. You have killed player Song Fei Meow Meow. You have killed player Forever with Fei. You have killed player Little Fei Hua." He took them all out in a flash. The notification panel, as if it had been waiting for this moment, popped up instantly. "You have slain the two-headed Fury Incinerator, received 1,500 experience points. You have killed player heaven-defying magic god. You have killed player Song Fei Meow Meow. You have killed player Forever with Fei. You have killed player Little Fei Hua. And just like that, he vanished in a flash. A blur of horizontal and vertical slashes rained down on the monster. The damage numbers just kept popping up one after another non-stop. The surrounding players were so stunned their jaws hit the floor. They started exclaiming one after another in disbelief. What the... Did he just insta-kill the boss? A single skill did thousands of damage. That's just way too overpowered. My best skill barely does over 100 points of damage. And this guy is hitting for thousands. Is he like 10 times stronger than us? Wait, probably more than that even. That was an AoE attack that instantly wiped out Song Fei. And his entire fan club along with him. Who is this assassin? Is he the main character of this manhwa or something? Could it be Shadow? It has to be. That's Shadow, the legend who was the first to ever kill a gold rank boss. I mean, who else could possibly be this insanely powerful? Everybody back up, let the master claim his loot from the boss. The Shadow Master only took out Song Fei's scummy crew, which was super satisfying for the rest of us, by the way. Yeah, that's right, the master is the goat straight out of a manhwa. Go master, I love you. Stop staring, let's get out of here. Qin Feng observed the crowd's reaction and thought to himself, these people are just afraid I'm going to turn on them. Ha, if this were my past life, this whole mob would have jumped me by now. Leaving Firefly Town behind. The scene shifts to a bustling little town. A notification window popped up right where Song Fei had just respawned. You have been killed by Shadow. You have lost 1,106 days of tradable lifespan. You have lost 18 years and 113 days of non-tradable lifespan. He couldn't believe his eyes, muttering, I'm dead. I was killed by Shadow. Why would that Shadow guy even come to our Firefly Town? There are literally hundreds of starter towns in Zhanghai City. So why did he have to come all the way here and steal my boss? After a moment, his rabid fans started respawning one by one. Confused, they started asking, wait, I'm dead. How did this happen? How did our dear brother die too? It was Shadow. But why would Shadow kill our brother and all of us? He obviously wanted to steal the silver boss. That scumbag, he must have sneak attacked our brother when he wasn't paying attention. The shameless bastard. While this crew was still making a ruckus, Mao Fei Bao approached. She timidly spoke up, Brother Song Fei, can I ask you something? I heard everyone saying that the great master Shadow was the one who killed you. But I don't get it. Why would the master attack someone on his own side? Hearing this, Song Fei absolutely exploded with rage. What the hell are you talking about? Who's on the same side as that freak? Are you an idiot? Get the hell away from me. Want to join my team? I'm an archer with the eagle eye skill. I can detect anyone in stealth. Seeing this, Xiaofei Miao Miao quickly chimed in. Move it, brother. Song Fei already said we only need mages. And where do you think you're looking, huh? Another person came over to scrutinize her. Your monster grinding efficiency is way too low. You'll just drag down our brother's climb up the leaderboards. After a moment of silence, Song Fei finally spoke. Now, my dear family, don't say that. I still believe that love can conquer all. I felt your passionate feelings for me. So what if you're a marksman? That doesn't matter at all. Come join us, let's all grow stronger together. Mao Fei Bao was so moved she burst into tears. She stammered out a reply. Big brother, I love you. This whole scene spurred the other girls on and they bravely rushed forward. Brother Song Fei, I'm an assassin. I have a stealth skill too. I can give that guy a taste of his own medicine. Oh brother Song Fei, I've learned an area of effect control skill. I can help you freeze him solid. He spread his arms wide and declared, my dear family, we are one big loving family. Anyone who wants to join is welcome. Come on, let's be united forever. His words sent the fangirls into a frenzy and they all started screaming their heads off. He's so heartwarming. I'll follow brother Song Fei forever and have no regrets. This is better than any manhwa romance. That Shadow bastard. All he knows is how to use his assassin class to launch sneak attacks. He has no honor. How dare he touch our big brother? We have to make him pay. Yeah, that's right. Once we get that Shadow guy cornered, I will let our big brother deliver the final blow. We'll show him what happens when you mess with our brother. Waya revenge, we have to kill that shadow creep. Avenge our brother, revenge for our brother's sake. For Brother Faye's revenge, kill the shadow dog. The commotion attracted some outsiders who started chiming in. What's going on here? What's this little celebrity trying to pull now? Seeing the guy's confusion, someone next to him explained. You don't know? That dude just got ganked by someone from outside his crew. For real, the first guy replied, but he's surrounded by this army of fangirls. How could he possibly get killed? The other guy spoke up again. The attacker was a shadow. Say no more, the first guy said, clearly amused. A high-level shadow, but would a shadow really dare to mess with this mob? I swear the brains on these girls aren't wired right. It's like they think they're in some dramatic manhwa. Song Fei watched the number of members in his group swell and thought with satisfaction. Excellent. With so many people watching, once I kill that shadow-lurking punk, everyone will know the truth. So what if he's strong? Going solo is just asking for a beatdown. Especially for a lowly assassin. How could a pipsqueak hitman ever compare to a noble mage like myself? Meanwhile, our boy Qin Feng is completely oblivious to the hater. He's just busy using his hand of greed to slurp up all that juicy lifespan. A status window promptly pops up. You have received 16 evolution points. 217 days of tradable lifespan. Silver grade spoils of war times 6. Gold grade spoils of war times 11. Seeing his pile of evolution points, he decides it's time for a little self-improvement. Evolve skill liberating grace. The system window flashes once more. You have consumed 10 evolution points, 9 points remaining. Liberating grace epic grade legendary grade. Passive effect. Attack correction on weak points increased by 100% to 200%. Weak point hit rate is doubled. Active use your next attack gains a decapitation effect. Inflicts 100% per second to 150% of the attack's damage. Duration 3 seconds. Qin Feng immediately starts spending his remaining evolution points. You have consumed 4 evolution points, 5 points remaining. You have consumed 1 evolution point, 4 points remaining. Then Qin Feng takes a look at his own lifespan stats. Looks like I can keep evolving my skills. Cooldown 30, 22.2 seconds to 25, 18.5 seconds. He stares at the new info, doing some quick mental math. The ability to target weak points just jumped from 100% to 200%. Holy cow, that's basically doubling my chances of hitting a critical spot. The original weak point, the weak point before evolving, and the weak point after evolving. If I keep buffing this, it feels like half the enemy's body is going to count as a weak point. This is some top-tier manhwa logic. At this rate, I bet every single one of my shadow slashes will land as a critical weak point hit. Not only that, but the decapitation damage was just buffed, and the cooldown has already dropped from 30 seconds down to 25. Man, this feels so... It could even insta-kill a gold rank boss. And to think an epic skill that started with 0 evolution points could actually make it all the way to legendary. But to go from legendary to mythic, it costs 100 times more evolution points. Are you kidding me? Let's see, from legendary to mythic requires 200 points. So by that logic, my epic grade Hand of Greed would need 210 points just to start. And then to reach legendary, it'd need a whopping 3,400 points. I've only got 9 evolution points left. What am I supposed to do with that? Ah, whatever. I'll just dump them into upgrading my backstab. The moment he finished that thought, the status window popped right back up. Qin Feng stared intently at the numbers and thought to himself, a silver boss plus that whole mob of players netted me over 1,400 days of life force. Not a bad haul. Time to head back to town. But before he could even close the window, someone was on him, closing in fast from behind. Quick as a flash, she lunged with a dagger, screaming, "Time to die!" Darkness. The blade stopped dead in its tracks, just inches from his face. It was as if an invisible force had frozen it in midair. Instead of sinking in, the dagger slid harmlessly past Qin Feng. The would-be assassin was completely baffled. Hey, how is this possible? She stumbled backward, realizing her attack was a total bust, and immediately activated another skill. And damn it, stealth! Just then, up on the cliffs, a mob of Song Fei's fan club appeared, torches in hand, a classic Manhwa moment screaming in unison. Nowhere to run, you shadow freak, you're completely surrounded. One of them, practically bursting with righteous fury, bellowed. We're here to get revenge for our darling Song Fei. Qin Feng, completely unfazed, simply activated his shadow walk skill. Seeing this, a girl named Mao Fei Bao drew her bow and shouted, "That's useless. We have a way to detect your pathetic stealth." An arrow shot from her bow, soaring high into the sky. It homed in on a stealthed figure, and she screamed in triumph, "Gotcha, you're exposed now." Another girl, Xiaofei Miao Miao, announced with dramatic flair. "A sisters, unleash your ultimate skills, annihilate him. For the glory of Fei, where we march, not even grass dares to grow." The original assassin looked up at the absolute hailstorm of attacks, heading straight for her, and shrieked, "Wait, it's me, you idiots!" But it was too late. The barrage of skills slammed into her, creating a massive explosion. When the smoke cleared, there was nothing left of her. Despite this catastrophic friendly fire incident, Xiaofei Miao Miao tried to play it cool. Nah, whatever. She isn't a mage anyway, which just proves she wasn't really that into Song Fei. This is the punishment she deserves. Now release the eagle and go find the shadow. Hearing the order, Mao Fei Bao immediately complied. Suddenly, a bell chimed out of nowhere, sending a bone-chilling cold through the air. A system panel quickly popped up. Ghostfire chime, a special item. Active Soul Shock uses shared Ghostfire to disable all enemies within a 100-meter radius for 3 seconds. Cooldown time 600,521 seconds. The mob of fanatics didn't even have time to figure out what was going on. Every single one of them was instantly frozen solid. Qin Feng stepped out from the shadows, a bronze bell clutched in his hand. They were rendered completely immobile. "What's going on? I can't move?" Mao Fei Bao cried out in confusion. All of a sudden, they were all dragged backwards. Everyone's jaws hit the floor in disbelief. It was Qin Feng who had lunged from out of nowhere using his shadow shield slash. He moved like a blur, wiping out the entire fanatic squad in an instant. Still cloaked in stealth, he approached the spot where Song Fei was hiding. The guy peeked inside, utterly confused. What the hell is going on? Why did they all just drop dead so suddenly? Could it have been the work of the shadow? No way, if he made a move, he would have had to show himself right. Just then, Qin Feng pressed his face right up against his. Slowly, he emerged from the shadows, his voice dripping with ice. "Song Fei, you're a dead man." Startled, the guy instantly activated a skill, damn it, magic shield. But that shield was about as useful as a screen door on a submarine. It shattered in less than a second. Qin Feng finished Song Fei off so fast, the poor guy didn't even have time to close his eyes. He collapsed to the ground as blood sprayed spectacularly into the air. He vanished, leaving behind only the glowing essence of his lifespan. Seeing this, our boy couldn't help but let out a sarcastic chuckle. "Not a bad amount of lifespan on you. Looks like this clown had over 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. But on it, why don't any of these fangirls have any tradable lifespan? Don't tell me they gave every last drop to that loser Song Fei. It's been this long. And they seriously still think this god-forsaken game is just a game?" This level of brain-dead fandom you see in some manhwa is truly terrifying. What a shame that all this lifespan isn't tradable. Altogether, it's gotta be hundreds of years worth. And now it's all just going to be a feast for the local demonic beasts. And we cut back to the noisy streets of the small town. Freshly respawned Song Fei immediately started ranting. "Damn it, my 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. Is this whole thing just a game to you? Wow, a brain-dead move like that is actually terrifying. It's a real shame this other lifespan can't be traded. Altogether, it adds up to hundreds of years. And now it's nothing but free food for the demonic beasts around here. And we're back to the noisy hustle and bustle of the little town." Having just respawned, Song Fei immediately turned on his allies, fuming. "Damn it! My 2,000 days of tradable lifespan are gone. I'm going to kill him. I'm down to just 500, that damn shadow freak. Didn't you use your scouting skill? How could you possibly not find him?" Feeling wronged, Mao Fei shot back. "I did use my skill, but I only found our 2 assassin sisters here." Xiaofi Miomio chimed in from the side. "I was looking at the invisibility level on my own stats. Could it be that the shadow guy's stealth skill is just a higher level than ours? Oh right, I also have the eagle eye skill here. Its anti-stealth is level 1. so I can only spot level 1 invisibility targets. If the opponent is level 2 or higher, then I've got no chance of seeing him. Hearing this, Song Fei snapped back irritably. That damn shadow bastard? He comes and goes without a trace. How am I supposed to defend against some OP Manhwa character like that? After he was done cursing his lungs out, he started getting paranoid about being targeted again. But I never did anything to piss him off. He already swiped the boss kill, so he probably won't come back to kill me again, right? No, wait. What if he's just jealous of my stunningly good looks and wants to kill me out of pure envy? Hearing Song Fei's absolutely shameless narcissism, Pan Cheng and the gang suddenly got all fired up. For everyone's safety, let's go find another place to level up. Fei, where are we going? Just shut up and follow me. Not long after, over at Firefly Town, a stealthed Qin Feng was scouting the area. He looked around completely baffled and muttered to himself. That's weird. Song Fei and his crew are nowhere to be found. Did they head to another town or something? Or did they just log off? Deciding to get some answers, our boy drops his invisibility. He then asks a random passerby, hey, you seen Song Fei's crew anywhere? The guy, startled out of his wits, yelps, you scared the life out of me. The great Shadow Lord. My lord, they went that way. Go on, hurry, and put that guy in the ground. But I tell you, I have one small request. After you take care of Song Fei, could you maybe spare my girlfriend? Her name is Miao Fei Bao. She's a huntress. Qin Feng heard this and replied with ice in his voice. My advice, get a new girlfriend. He thought to himself. His girlfriend? She must be that hunter who can detect stealth, huh? The man continued to plead. Great lord, I'm begging you. It took me ages to finally get a girlfriend. But before the poor guy could even finish his sob story, Qin Feng had already vanished. Now cloaked again, Qin Feng followed the direction he was given. He mused. Okay, I know which way they went, but I have no idea where they're actually headed. Searching for them is going to take forever. Man, if only I could find Yixue right about now. Behind him, the boyfriend was still yelling into the empty air. Please, oh great lord, I'm begging you. As Qin Feng moved, a figure suddenly zipped past him. He caught a glimpse of the girl, and a name immediately popped into his head, Yixue. Qin Feng instantly reappeared and chased after her, calling out, Hey beautiful, I could use your help. Hearing someone call her, Yixue turned and asked, You're the shadow, aren't you? He completely ignored her question, conjured a magic staff, and got straight to the point. I heard your class has a special skill, one that can search for targets over a massive area, right? It's like a classic Manhwa tracker ability. Find Song Fei's location for me, and I'll sell you this golden staff for a dirt cheap price. Consider it your reward. The moment Yixue saw that staff, her eyes lit up like a Christmas tree. While accepting the trade, she asked, But hang on. Where exactly did you hear that I had a wide area search skill? But I've never told anyone about that before. Qin Feng immediately shot back with a question of his own. Forget about that. This gold-grade weapon, do you want it or not? Yixue, at this point, was completely blinded by the shiny item. She blurted out, Yes, of course I want it, but there's no way I can afford it. Before she could even finish, Qin Feng cut her off. You don't even have 500 days worth. The original price is at least 700 days, you know. As if a light bulb just went off, she said, Oh, actually I do. Without wasting another second, he sealed the deal. A system notification popped up immediately. Transaction successful. Yixue clutched the staff in her hands, grinning like an idiot. A gold-grade magic staff? This is the kind of epic loot you only see in a manhwa. Qin Feng gently tapped her on the forehead, snapping her back to reality. He said with a sigh, All right, let's get to work. As Yixue began to cast her spell, she thought to herself, Even though this is the first time I've met this shadow guy, there's something strangely familiar about him. Despite her inner suspicions, she decided to tease him out loud. Hey, big shot. Aren't you afraid I'll just take your stuff and run without helping you? Qin Feng, completely missing her playful jab, replied bluntly, What are you talking about? You hate that Song Fei guy, don't you? Yixue was stunned. Hold on, how do you even know I hate Song Fei? Are you someone I know in real life? But your voice doesn't sound familiar at all. Hearing this, he gave a cryptic reply, Why don't you take a guess? Yishu played along, sighing, ugh, I'm too lazy to guess. Then, she turned to her white bird, which had just soared high into the air, and commanded, let's go. Her playful demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by an indescribably serious expression. The white bird spread, its wings soaring away from the crowded residential area. It flew straight towards the towering crimson mountain ranges. Tucked away in a distant corner was a large group of people. Yixue, after a moment of silence, finally spoke up. Found Song Fei. She rattled off the current position. Coordinates 3869527. But I can't guarantee they'll stay put. By the time you get there, they might already be gone. Qin Feng said urgently. Friend me. You keep tailing them and report their new location the second you have it. Yizhu hesitated for a second. How long is this gonna take? If it's too long. But before she could even finish her sentence, he cut her off. It'll be quick. Like a flash, Qin Feng zipped forward, only to suddenly realize something was up. He slammed on the brakes, ducking behind a massive tree. Watching from a distance, a baffled Yixue asked, why'd the master suddenly stop moving? Qin Feng stared silently at a strange symbol etched into the tree before speaking. Look around and see if there are any other big trees like this one nearby. On it, she replied instantly. Gimme a sec. Master, there's one tree 100 meters ahead of you and another one 100 meters to your left. He lifted a hand and gently traced the symbol on the bark, burning with curiosity. Yishu just had to ask what that weird symbol was. But all she got in return was a ridiculously cryptic response. Take a guess. The second the words left his mouth, a triangular link of energy shot out between the three trees, and a brilliant pillar of light erupted right in the middle. Yishu, seeing the gleaming object from afar, immediately shrieked, a jade-level treasure chest. He eyed the chest for a moment before muttering, never thought I'd find the blessing of the ancient gods right here in the newbie village. My luck's not half bad, to even get a treasure chest out of it. The blessing of the ancient gods can appear anywhere in the land forsaken by the gods. His luck wasn't just not bad, he actually triggered a treasure chest event. You see, the blessing of the ancient gods is a random encounter that can pop up anywhere in this desolate landscape. Basically, you'll find some strange symbols scattered across a certain area, and when all of them are activated, the blessing unlocks. Sometimes it summons a monster boss, other times a whole mob of minions. But you can also get treasure chests and even some one-of-a-kind rewards. From her hiding spot, Yixue couldn't help but sing his praises. The master is so amazing, that treasure chest. It's gotta have at least 1,000 days of lifespan in it, right? Wait, doesn't that make it worth tens of millions of yuan? The players targeting him were clearly after his lifespan. A group of weapon-wielding players were already charging at him like a pack of rabid dogs. Hearing her chatter, Qin Feng thought to himself, this girl's pretty sharp. Her estimate is spot on. In his past life, the exchange rate for lifespan at this point, traded in the real world, was 1 to 10,000. And this was only day 1. By the second day, that rate had already skyrocketed to over 1 to 50,000. Meanwhile, Yixue was watching the whole incredible scene unfold through her Baidiao's eyes. Whoa, the master just casually swiped his finger over those symbols, and that was it. I've got to write this down quick. This is some top-tier Manhwa protagonist-level stuff right here. With my scouting ability, who knows what other amazing treasures I'll be able to dig up in the future. Qin Feng strode over and popped the chest open, causing an info panel to flash before his eyes. You have opened a Jade treasure chest. You have received the Jade rank skill book, Blossoming Flower Curse. He was absolutely floored by the skill in front of him, the Blossoming Flower Curse. What in the world is this thing? As if reading his mind, the info panel helpfully elaborated. Blossoming Flower Curse, Jade rank, Universal Skill Book. Must be used on a player's body within 15 seconds of their death. A cursed flower will then sprout from the enemy's corpse. This cursed flower will continuously absorb the target's tradable lifespan until it hits 0. Oh, and it has no cooldown time. After processing this, Qin Feng could only think one thing. Now this is a deliciously broken skill. I remember hearing whispers about this in my past life. So this is what it was called, the Blossoming Flower Curse. The name's pretty fitting, I gotta say. He learned it on the spot, his mind already racing with possibilities. With this skill, every time I kill a player from now on, I just have to guard their body. Then the cursed flower will slurp up their entire tradable lifespan. It's the kind of OP skill you'd read about in a manhwa. A certain someone's happy days are officially over. Song Fei, this time I'm going to kill you until you're forced to log off. After that, I'll speedrun my way to level 10. Then I'll extract this exact ability into the real world. And then, I'm going to kill you for real. A player. All I have to do is protect the enemy's corpse, and the cursed flower will absorb every last drop of their tradable lifespan. What could be better? Oh yes, Song Fei, your good times have come to an end. This time I'm going to hunt you down until you're forced offline. After that, I'll quickly hit level 10 and pull this ability into the real world, and then I will utterly erase you from existence. Cut to a completely different location. A massive wolf bared its fangs, howling in pure agony. After a valiant last stand, it finally collapsed, succumbing to the relentless assault from Song Fei and his party. He smirked, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. I've run this far. There's no way that shadowy bastard is still chasing me, right? You already stole my silver rank boss and killed me twice. That should be enough for you. There's no need to chase me all the way out here, right? Just you wait. Once I get to a higher level, I'm coming back to settle the score with you, you shadow freak. Suddenly, Xiaofei Miao Miao shouted out, "Hey, look over there. Some other players are fighting a boss." The moment Song Fei glanced over, he realized the group looked way too familiar. Wait a second, aren't those New Jia Cheese fans? The second she heard that name, she absolutely lost it. Wait, what? It was like poking a hornet's nest. The other fans erupted in fury. Ugh, it's New Jia Cheese fans again. Those disgusting vermin are just trying to boost New Jiaqi to the #1 spot. Xiaofi Miao took the lead, rallying the troops. All right, girls, let's go wreck 'em. We can't let these scumbags get in the way of our climb up the leaderboards. Meanwhile, the other group, completely clueless, thought reinforcements had arrived and eagerly shouted out, "Oh, perfect, we've got backup. Hey there, everyone. This boss is almost dead. Let's finish it off together, shall we?" And then out of absolutely nowhere, a staff came flying at lightning speed and slammed right into the face of the guy who had just spoken. This whole scene is wild, like something straight out of a manhwa. Xiaofi Miao, her face a mask of pure rage, violently slammed her staff into the ground. One of his teammates yelled in panic, along. Misa, who was standing nearby, couldn't contain her fury. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Have you all lost your minds?" Xiaofei Miao, leading the charge, declared with a menacing air, "This is what happens to fans of New Jiaqi." Hearing the unfamiliar name, Misa was completely baffled. New Jia, who? What are you even talking about? I have absolutely no idea what you mean. The moment the words left Misa's mouth, 2 arrows shot out of thin air, one piercing her left eye and the other her mouth, as blood began to pour from the wounds. Her teammates screamed in horror. "Misa!" Song Fei's fans, now on a total power trip, began to chant. "Dressed in gold, our king will fly with our Song Fei, will reach the sky, will sweep New's trash and cleanse the land. The universe is his to command. Our hearts are his forever true, we'll love our Song Fei till we're old and through." It was all for their idol. The crazed fans couldn't even tell the difference between other players and the actual monsters anymore. They went on a wild rampage, annihilating absolutely everything in their path. After a while, the only things left were the loot drops scattered on the ground. Song Fei, watching this unfold, was genuinely touched. "Oh wow, thanks everyone. My dearest darlings. I was nearly taken out by those crazed fans of New Jiaqi. I never imagined they could be so treacherous and downright cruel." His diehard fans, of course, were immediately moved to tears, chanting in unison, "You don't have to thank us. We'll follow you to the ends of the earth." The whole crowd of them was chirping away down below, completely oblivious to the figure on the clifftop above. Someone had been watching their every single move this entire time. Qin Feng glared down from his perch, with pure murder in his eyes, and then he vanished. Back down below, the fans must have seen something, because they all went deathly pale and screamed, "You're Mr. Fei." It seems Song Fei saw the very same thing. A chilling voice echoed out, "You're already dead." The words had barely faded when a razor-sharp cut whispered through the air. Song Fei's head promptly parted ways with his neck. His heartbroken fans wailed, "Our beloved leader," but Qin Feng wasn't finished just yet. While still in stealth, he closed in on Song Fei's headless corpse. Calmly and deliberately, he activated his skill-flowering curse. Suddenly, from the stump of his neck, a blood-red flower began to bloom. The onlookers gasped in horror. What in the world is that? Meanwhile, Song Fei. After that little decapitation incident finally respawned back in town. He was absolutely furious. He roared, "That shadow guy, are you completely insane? Why the hell do you keep targeting me? Just leave me alone. Is it because I have so many female fans? Are you just jealous of me? Damn it, this guy showing up in Huanghuo town, he's definitely here for me. Could it be that the girl he likes is one of my fans? If so, what the hell does that have to do with me?" As he was throwing his royal tantrum, a notification panel popped up. His tradable lifespan was plummeting. 400, 390, 380, 370. Song Fei had absolutely no clue what was happening. How is my lifespan suddenly under 400 days, and it's still dropping? What kind of messed up manhwa plot is this? Damn it, a punishment like this can actually exist. A moment later, his rabid fan club also respawned. Spotting him, they rushed over in a panic. Boss, this is really bad. That shadow guy, he cast some kind of skill on his corpse. A cluster of blood-red flowers appeared, looking like they were sucking something right out of him. Song Fei was so stunned he could barely choke out a few words. What are there seriously flowers blooming on my dead body? Wait, does that mean those flowers are draining my lifespan? The info panel was still slowly ticking down the numbers. 350, 340, 330. He finally understood Qin Feng's twisted plan. That damn shadow? What a vicious bastard. Is he trying to bleed me dry? If I die again after logging off, my lifespan in this manhwa is totally gonna run out. Song Fei suddenly yelled, "Everyone, let's log off for now. I'll go back to the real world, buy some more lifespan, and come back to trade it for gear. Once we're fully armed and our combat powers jacked, we'll come back and deal with him." His mob of rabid fans, feeling a surge of morale, roared back, "Wherever you go, our hearts will follow." He seethed, cursing inwardly. You just wait, Shadow. This isn't over by a long shot. It wasn't easy grinding for 2.5 years to get where I am today. I refuse to believe I can't just wail my way to victory and crush you. In another part of the world, red spider lilies bloomed so fiercely they painted the horizon crimson. Qin Feng, meanwhile, had just finished wiping the floor with all of Song Fei's fans. Blood-red spider lilies sprouted violently from their bodies. A system notification had popped up at some point. Due to the player having killed an excessive number of others, the current killer on the 4th floor will lose 96.875% of their current lifespan upon death. Qin Feng couldn't care less about the notification and just mused aloud, "Well, that's another 1,000 days of lifespan for me." Song Fei and his crew really did kill a ton of monsters. But the life draining had stopped now, which probably meant Song Fei and his posse had logged off. Bai Tiao had been watching everything unfold from the sky this entire time. Yizhu, observing from a distance, was completely stunned. So this is the true power of Shadow, the #1 player. It's terrifying. Qin Feng suddenly called out. Xiaoxue, did Song Fei log out? Hearing him, she quickly replied, "That's right, he and his entire fan club logged off." He wasn't surprised in the slightest and just continued. Keep an eye on him from now on. The second he logs off, notify me immediately." Yishak urgently spoke up. "All right, oh great one. So am I free to go now?" But Qin Feng wasn't about to let her leave just yet and called out, "Hold on a second. I also happen to have a gold-tier sword saint skill for the priest class. Interested?" Hearing this, Yi Shue immediately lit up. "Interested? Heck yeah, I'm interested." He replied bluntly, "Wait for me in town." "You got it," she agreed with a burst of excitement. A short while later, Qin Feng returned to the town. He met up with Yi Shue and presented the item. "This skill book is worth 500 days of lifespan. But if you agree to one little condition for me, I can sell it to you for half price." Hearing that, she instinctively crossed her arms over her chest and stammered, What? Let me get this straight, mister. My body is not for sale." He replied, utterly exasperated, "What on earth is going through your head? I need you to agree to join a team and be their permanent healer. Yishu immediately snapped back into serious mode and replied, Deal, but if they're a bunch of hopeless scrubs, you can bet I'll be coming back to complain to you. Qin Feng assured her, They're not that bad, their skills are actually pretty decent. I'll contact them right now. Leaving the town behind. The scene shifts to a place getting drenched by a downpour where a monster is being annihilated. Just as Wang Meng landed the final blow, the entire team erupted in cheers. Yes, we finally took it down. He spun around and yelled urgently, Xiao Yu, quick detox me now. Hearing her name, she fumbled nervously, Detox, how do I do that? Wang Meng, growing more frantic by the second, pressed on. Yes, every priest has a detox skill. Hurry up, I'm about to kick the bucket here. After fumbling around for a moment, Xiao Yu finally figured it out. Oh right, this skill. Watch this. She raised her staff, aimed, and her purification spell was a direct hit. On the tree right next to Wang Meng, who was struggling for his life. That last move made Li Zi's face drain of all color in horror, while their captain's condition became even more critical. Xiao Yu mumbled sheepishly, My bad, I missed. The moment those words left her mouth, Wang Meng collapsed to the ground. A teammate saw this and screamed, Captain! After that complete disaster of a fight, the team trudged back to town. Wang Meng's face was as dark as a thundercloud as he thought to himself, I swear I have to replace that woman. But where the hell am I supposed to find a hidden class healer? It's not like they just pop up out of nowhere like in some manhwa. All the real pros have already joined other teams. Xiao Yu, ever the optimist, was feeling pretty chill. She scrolled through the info board thinking, hey, this game's not so tough. I mean, didn't she just breeze her way to level 4? That's right, just gotta keep this momentum going. And she'll be able to meet up with brother Song Fei in no time. Just then, as if Qin Feng could read minds like some manhwa protagonist, a message from him popped up. Wang Meng, I've got someone for you. Hidden class Whitebird Oracle. Her skills aren't half bad. Your team need her. He replied like he'd just struck gold, typing back in a flash. Big boss. If you say her skills aren't half bad, then she must be a freaking legend. And since you're the one asking, then of course it's no problem at all. I just tell us where to go. She's in Qianghua town right now. Hardly anyone grinds mobs over there, so you guys should come straight here. We can all level up as a full party. Wang Meng was ecstatic. No problem, we're on our way now. The number of players in Seashell Town is just insane. We were just thinking about finding a new grinding spot anyway. With that settled, he walked over to talk to her. Looking just a tad awkward. Xiao Yu, Seashell Town is just getting way too crowded. We're thinking of moving to a more advanced area to level up. And at your current level, it'd be really dangerous to come along. So now we're not taking you with us, okay? She was stunned. But I feel like I'm doing just fine. Before Xiao Yu could even finish her sentence, Wang Meng's team was already making a mad dash for the teleportation gate, but not without shouting back over their shoulders. Nope, no can do no time, we gotta go. Take care of yourself, Xiao Yu, she seethed under her breath. You absolute dogs, if you wanted to kick me out, just say it. What's with the lame excuse? Fine by me, I've had enough of you losers anyway. I'm going to find that dark master to carry me. A little while later, Wang Meng's team finally met up with Qin Feng waving and yelling, Big Boss, from a distance. Suddenly, a notification popped up, you have gained 800 days of lifespan. Wang Meng started to explain, that's for the lifespan equipment I bought from you before. I still owe you 500 days. Our Captain An will be here in a bit to give it to you. Man, lifespan in this game is seriously hard to come by. The moment he heard the name, he thought to himself, Captain An, don't tell me it's on you. That's what was going on in his head, but out loud he was busy introducing the others to each other. This is Yi Xue and he's Wang Meng. You two go ahead and get acquainted. Suddenly a voice cut through the air. Wang Meng, I'm here. A player by the name of Justice Executor approached their group from a distance. The second Qin Feng saw her, he knew for sure it really was An Yu. Her in-game handle was Justice Executor. Her unique hidden class was Dragon Swordsman. And in his past life, she was a top 20 powerhouse on the global stage. She was one of the pillars of the Great Xia Nation. and an absolute nightmare for countless foreign enemy forces. She walked right up and extended her hand for a shake. Darkness Overlord, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. My name is Anyu and I'm a huge admirer. He politely returned the gesture, hello. As they shook hands, a thought ran through his mind. This is the first time I've met a player from the Divine Oracle, who was ranked higher than me in my previous life. And you didn't beat around the bush and asked him directly. Darkness Overlord. Your growth speed is just insane. You got some kind of secret. I was joking about it earlier, wondering if you were some kind of transmigrator, or maybe even a regressor like a character straight out of a manhwa. Qin Feng didn't answer, his mind just kept spinning. He quietly calculated. But I remember, in my past life, this woman wasn't on Wang Meng's team. It looked like Anyu had already purchased a massive amount of tradable lifespan on behalf of the Zhanghai city officials. The Dragon Swordsman class has insane survivability. The government must feel pretty damn safe putting all that lifespan in her hands. And Yu continued speaking completely unfazed. Overlord, if you have any gear to sell in the future, please come to us. We'll buy absolutely anything. Besides, all of our officials' lifespan is right here in Zhanghai City. You wouldn't kill me, would you, Overlord? Qin Feng finally spoke. Of course not. I'm not that short-sighted. Cooperation is the only path to a win-win situation for us. Hearing his answer, she beamed and said, I knew the Overlord was a smart man. The moment Qin Feng heard the tune, he knew the whole score. Every single question was a probe testing him, just like the rumors about her in his past life. On the surface, An Yu seemed as innocent as a lamb. But in reality, she was devilishly clever and her methods were absolutely ruthless. She was the go-between for him and the Daxia officials, which definitely saved him a ton of headaches. Snapping out of the game world, the scenery reverted back to the modern era. A player named Eternally Loves Faye frantically spoke into her phone. Oh my god. You guys, have you seen the official government announcement? The lifespan in this godforsaken game is real. If it drops to 0, you actually die in the real world. The player Cat Fei Bao heard this and screamed, what? Isn't this supposed to be just a game like some crazy new manhwa? I traded all my transferable lifespan to Brother Song Fei. Another player, Gloomy Doll Xiao Fei, wailed with tears streaming down her face. I only have a few days of lifespan left. A different player, completely bewildered, shouted, no way. You only died 3 times, how could you lose that much? Gloomy Doll Xiao Fei quickly explained, I've killed a lot of other players. So now I have the murderer status debuff. Every time I die, it's equivalent to losing twice the amount of lifespan. Hearing this, the other person screamed, if that's the case, then I only have a few years left. The player Meow Meow Xiao Fei spoke nervously into her phone. Crap, I've killed a ton of other players too. I've got that murderer status, which means 1 death cost me double the lifespan. The other person on the line howled. By that logic, I've only got a few years left. Meow meow. Xiao Fei's voice cracked with tension. Oh god, I'm the designated meat shield mage in this game. I always charge in first. I've killed tons of people and I've died even more times. I only have 1 day of lifespan left. If your lifespan hits 0, you're toast. No, this can't be happening. Absolutely not, I refuse to believe it. Suddenly a light bulb went off in her head. She yelled, Brother Song Fei is buying up lifespan. This is great, I'll go find Brother Song Fei, he'll definitely help me. I'm gonna deck myself out in Song Fei gear from head to toe. Oh right, and I'll even use his latest product, the Song Fei Ultra Thin Anti-Leak something or other. A moment later, she was fully kitted out. Every single thing on her was Song Fei related. One look and you knew exactly whose stan she was. Meow meow. Xiao Fei sprinted off, shouting at the top of her lungs. Brother Song Fei, here I come. It was a scene straight out of a desperate romance manhwa taking place at a quiet apartment complex. Xiao Yu muttered as soon as she woke up, am I back in the real world? But something still felt off. She glanced at the info on her phone. According to the current exchange rate, 1 day of lifespan sells for a cool 15,000. I have 200 days of lifespan. Holy smokes, that makes me a multimillionaire. But as Xiao Yu scrolled, her eyes shot wide open in disbelief. She couldn't stop herself from screaming, oh my god, darkness killed Song Fei. And not just once, but 3 damn times. A wave of grief washed over Xiao Yu. her body trembling as tears streamed down her face like a river. She couldn't stop the sobs from racking her body, crying harder and harder. That big dummy. He told me that in this crazy Manhwa world, if your lifespan hits 0 in the game, you die for real. Even though you start with 100 years of non-tradable lifespan, dying 3 times means he's only got a little over 12 years left. Oh, Song Fei, but why would darkness want to kill you? And what's more, according to the current exchange rate, 1 day of lifespan sells for a whopping 15,000. With my 200 days, I'd be a multi-millionaire. Xiao Yu kept reading, and her eyes practically popped out of her head at the next bit of info. She couldn't help but shout, "Dear God, darkness killed Song Fei." He actually killed him 3 times. According to the group chat's history, this darkness guy had somehow killed Song Fei 3 times while he was surrounded by dozens of people. That's absolutely terrifying. How could anyone possibly be that powerful? Suddenly, her phone pinged. It was a message from the player Song Fei Meow Meow. Calling all the sisters of the Beauties Guild, Brother Song Fei needs our help. Any sisters in Zhanghai City? Please go find him and sell him your tradable lifespan. He's at Dajiang Square right now. He's buying lifespan at a rate of 10,000 to 1. Come on, ladies. This is your chance to make some cash and help out our beloved Song Fei. Seeing this, Xiao Yu immediately scrambled to get dressed. Song Fei is actually at Dajiang Square. That's not far from here at all. No way, I can't just sit here and watch his lifespan drain away. I have to go help him. Thank God for those idiots. I managed to score over 200 tradable days from them. It's just enough to help Song Fei. The moment the words left her mouth, she bolted out the door. Meanwhile, back in the game world of our manhwa, a shrimp-headed monster had just been thoroughly diced. On a beach with sparkling blue water and pristine white sand, confirmed a short work of a whole swarm of sea monsters. And just like that, the system notifications started flooding in. Congratulations, you have reached level 10. Your mind propriety righteousness, integrity and honor attributes have each increased by 2. You have received 5 free attribute points. You have unlocked class advancement. You are the first player in Zhanghai City to reach level 10. Received 7 reputation points. You are the first player in the Great Xia Kingdom to reach level 10. Received 14 reputation points. You are the first player in the entire world to reach level 10. Received 21 reputation points. When 7 players in Zhanghai City reach level 10, the teleportation function to the Forsaken Continent of the Gods will be activated. Meanwhile, alerts started popping up in every other town, letting all the other players know. Congratulations to the player Shadow for becoming the first player to reach level 10. A special announcement was broadcast across the entire world. Players who saw the notification absolutely lost their minds. Of course, it was Shadow again. He was the one who smoked the first gold rank boss too. And now he's the first in the world to hit level 10. Dude, this Shadow guy is an absolute beast. His life is a literal action manhwa. On top of that, I just heard that the big shot also just wrecked some minor celebrity a few times. You mean that Song Fei punk, right? A guy like that totally had it coming. Wait, that Shadow guy is from the Great Xia Kingdom. And here I thought I was hot stuff with the only unique hidden class. But I'm still just level 8. So what in the world is that Shadow guy out of the 1.5 billion of us in the Tianzhu Kingdom? Is there really no one who can even touch Shadow's progress? Back with our boy, the notifications just kept on coming. You have consumed 13 evolution points, 0 points remaining. Original skill enhanced Jade Platinum Backstab. Passive effect. When attacking a target from behind, damage is increased by 40 to 50%. He gazed out at the vast sea and muttered, "Tradable lifespan? I've only got a little over 7,000 days. It's nowhere near enough." This time the notification wasn't about his skills, but about his stats. Qin Feng considered his options, musing to himself. If I want to get out of this starter town, to pull it off, they need to gather 7 level 10 players. Only then can they open a portal to the God-forsaken continent. But the highest level player right now is only a measly level 7, so yeah, that plan's on ice for a while. Which is perfect, actually. Gives me just enough time to pop back into reality and handle some unfinished business. And just like that, he vanishes into the cool breeze with only the sound of the ocean waves as his farewell. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng is back in the real world. He slowly cracks his eyes open, and just like that, Qin Feng is back in the real world. His eyes slowly flutter open, revealing pupils that are cloudy yet somehow shine with an intense light. A system window pops up. Do you wish to use your tradable lifespan to extract abilities into reality? Qin Feng doesn't even hesitate for a second. Yes. After accepting his request, the system lays out the menu. 1 extract job and level, 2 extract equipment, 3 extract skills, 4 extract bloodline currently unavailable, 5 extract divinity also currently unavailable. He scans the list once over before making his choice. Extract job. The system dings back, choice confirmed. You have consumed 1,000 days of your tradable lifespan. You have extracted Shadow, the one and only unique hidden job. You have received Shadow, the unique hidden job. The class passive immediately kicks in, Strength +3 Constitution +3 a whopping, +8 to Agility and Spirit +5. But Qin Feng isn't done yet. He immediately follows up with Extract level. A flood of new information fills the screen. After a quick read-through, his next move is Clear Extract skills. But then a light bulb goes off over Qin Feng's head. Logically, the higher a skill's level, the more lifespan it should cost to pull it out of the game. The cost should probably even scale exponentially. But he just discovered a massive loophole. The lifespan cost is based on the skill's initial grade when he first got it. It's not based on its current fully evolved superpowered version at all. What a broken system. That means his Shadow Sneak skill only costs a base of 900 days. And yet the version he gets to extract is the fully upgraded Platinum Tier 1 from the game. What a great manhwa this is. Jackpot. As if on cue, the system notifications start rolling in again. You have consumed 900 days of tradable lifespan and have successfully extracted the Platinum grade skill Shadow Sneak. You have consumed 2,262 days of tradable lifespan and have extracted the Silver grade skill Venomous Dart. He can already feel the new power coursing through him. So to be clear, the cost of a skill is based on its initial grade, not its current one. The system doesn't factor in its grade after it's been upgraded. It's completely independent of his own level. Even after evolution, so his Shadow Sneak only costs a base of 900 days for the extracted skill. And what pops out is perfectly synced with the Platinum grade. Skill from the game. Sweet, just as he thought that the info panel popped up. Again, you have consumed 900 days of lifespan. Transaction and extraction are complete for the Platinum grade Shadow skill. You have consumed 2,262 days of lifespan. Transaction and extraction are complete for the Silver grade Lethal Poison Dart skill. He could feel the power surging and building up inside him. He still had 1,292 days of lifespan left. But for now, he couldn't extract any more skills. He'd only paid a ridiculously low price to get these skills. And to think he managed to pull a Platinum grade Shadow skill out of it. Talk about a bargain. A dark, powerful aura began to radiate from Qin Feng's hands. Soon that same energy was pulsing from his entire body. My physical strength is now double that of a normal person, and my agility index is up to 32 points. I've already blown past human limits. Add in unlimited invisibility and a lethal poison dart. With a 14-meter range, and I can definitely find a chance to take out Song Fei. Qin Feng picked up his phone, scrolled to the latest news, and wondered aloud. Song Fei is on a crazy lifespan buying spree. Is he planning to juice up in the game and come back to settle the score with me? Dajiang Square is about 7 or 8 kilometers from here. At my current speed, it'll only take me a little over 10 minutes to run there. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a new message. He looked at the sender's name and muttered, Hu Qibin, that sleazy manager who uses the company's name to bully people. With a sigh, he opened the message. Qin Feng, your wings all grown in yet? Not answering your phone. It's a blessing that the young miss has taken an interest in you, and you have the audacity to ignore her. Call me back immediately or else I'll... He didn't even finish reading before his temper flared. Idiot. Without a second thought, he added the number to his block list. Qin Feng started walking, that powerful aura still rolling off him in waves. He tossed his phone aside and activated his stealth mode. Right before he vanished completely, Qin Feng growled, emphasizing every single word. These people are about to get a rude awakening about the new reality. The reality of this godforsaken Manhwa game. He didn't even finish reading before his temper flared. What an idiot. And with a casual swipe, he added the guy to his block list. Qin Feng strode away, a powerful aura practically radiating off him. He tossed his phone aside, activating stealth mode. Before vanishing completely, Qin Feng growled, emphasizing every single word. These people are about to find out, again, what the truth is about the Forsaken Gods game. About the Forsaken Gods game. Cut to a massive, spectacular outdoor stage, a scene straight out of a blockbuster manhwa. The atmosphere was absolutely electric as a single name echoed through the venue. Song Fei. Down in the audience, legions of adoring fangirls were screaming his name at the top of their lungs. Song Fei, looking up from the crowd towards the stage, you could see a man and a woman seated on lavish chairs. The chants of Song Fei continued to roar. A closer look revealed that the man everyone was cheering for was none other than Song Fei himself, and sitting right beside the celebrated hero was Jiang Li. She glanced over at him and asked sweetly, "Darling, I heard that in the game. You got yourself killed by that shadow guy 3 whole times. But don't you worry, I've already sent people to investigate who this shadow really is." He narrowed his eyes, questioning her. "Oh, and how's that investigation going?" In front of this massive crowd, she put on her brightest smile. "I have sent my people to Firefly Town to make contact with him. And then, we're going to make him an offer he can't refuse. And when he comes back to the real world to collect his cash, heh." Jiang Li then lowered her head, a wicked little smirk spreading across her face. "We'll have him right where we want him. And when we do, I'll be sure to call you my dear Song Fei so you can personally vent all your frustration on him." A nasty smirk spread across Song Fei's face as he replied, "You'd better make sure you call me then. Speaking of which, I heard your Dajiang company has been using this exact method to get a number of players under your thumb, and then force them to work as free labor for everyone, is that right?" She covered her mouth, letting out a delicate giggle. "Oh, they're all just a bunch of worthless trash with barely any lifespan left anyway. You, on the other hand, are the best. So many women are just dying to... I willingly offer you their lifespan. They'd even die for you." Hearing Zhang Li's sweet talk, he couldn't help but grin, his face radiating pure arrogance and satisfaction. But then suddenly, from down in the audience, a loud voice cut through the noise, grabbing everyone's attention. Someone screamed, "It's Shadow, he's here." Every single head in the crowd snapped in that direction. A tall man makes his way towards the stage. "Hey, listen up. Don't you all be so reckless selling off your lifespan to someone else like that." A man in plain clothes raises his voice, clearly not having it. "Haven't any of you read the government news alerts? If your lifespan in this game hits 0, you die in real life too." Song Fei was for a moment at a loss for words. Seeing that no one was stopping him, the man pressed his advantage. "And you, Song Fei, you know damn well this lifespan business is a matter of life and death, yet you're still brainwashing your fans into buying it up. You're endangering human lives, we're going to sue you." He clutched his head for a brief moment, thinking, of course someone just had to come and stir up trouble. Then in a flash, Song Fei shot to his feet, grabbed a mic, and calmly began to address the chaos. "Ahem. To all my friends here, hello everyone. I am Song Fei. I have been paying attention to some of the recent debates. My acquisition of lifespan has taken up public resources and caused trouble for everyone. For that I am deeply regretful and I sincerely apologize." The crowd below erupted into a chorus of shouts. "No, you don't have to apologize, it's not your fault." He continued, putting on his best guilt-ridden face as he delivered words perfectly crafted to sway public opinion. "I am incredibly grateful to all of my fans for your support and your love. At the same time, I sincerely urge that all this love be positive and progressive. I hope everyone can continue to follow their favorite stars, but rationally during this very special phase of this divine game. At the same time, you must protect yourselves so that we can all work together and support things that bring positive energy to society in a more positive way." Song Fei's words seeped into every corner of the venue, moving many of the girls to tears. While the entire country was being turned upside down by this game, This guy remained completely and utterly calm. What a truly formidable character. His fans, of course, only grew more fervent. They had absolutely no clue they were being played. I have also been actively cooperating with the officials and giving my all in the game. That is why I used my own personal assets to purchase Lifespan with the hope of becoming a top-tier idol in the game and someone worthy of all your love. He bowed his head, sobbing with choked-up words. I did all this to repay my fans and in the hope that everyone could get something more out of this whole insane manhwa-like situation. Please live happy and peaceful lives. And let's work together for a brighter tomorrow. But I never imagined it would cause so much trouble for everyone. Hearing these emotionally charged words pour from Song Fei's mouth. And if all of this has truly troubled everyone, then I offer you my most sincere apology. The girls in the crowd were already on the verge of tears, whispering to themselves, no. But this was the last straw. And his tear-jerking performance sent the entire audience into an absolute frenzy. They roared, "You don't have to apologize, you haven't done anything wrong. How can one person be so warm and kind-hearted? Song Fei, our dear Song Fei." Then the girls whipped around to face the man who'd been shouting just moments before. "You savages, get the hell out of here. We're helping him because we want to. Don't you dare insult his genuine heart." The guy could only sputter, you people." Song Fei meow meow pouted and yelled, "Don't believe all that garbage they're spewing out there. How dare you doubt him? You pig-brained idiots will believe anything, won't you? How could in-game lifespan possibly affect the real world? It's not some crazy manhwa plot." The crowd started whispering, "Wait a minute, when did she get up there?" But Song Fei Meow Meow was on a roll, completely lost in her own passionate defense. She thumped her chest proudly and declared, "I've already died for him countless times. When I log off, I'll have less than a day of lifespan left, but I'm still standing here perfectly fine. And hey, let's just say for a second that it is true. If you don't even have the guts to die for him, then you have no right to call yourselves fans of our beloved Song Fei." The mob of diehard fans below burst into tears and chimed in, "She's right, that's so true. Song Fei, we love you." And just like that, it started a domino effect. They all began shouting in unison, "I have 20 days of lifespan, you can have it all." "I've got 17 days. Take my last 3, I'll give you everything I have." All the while, he stood on the stage soaking it all in and admiring his handiwork. Then in the most fake, sugary voice imaginable, he said, "Oh my friends, I can truly feel all of your love. I love you all." The second those words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in ecstatic screams. Then Song Fei turned to her, took her hand with a look of profound gratitude and said, "Especially you, to be adored by someone so devoted. I'm truly deeply moved." Song Fei Meow Meow was so choked up she could barely speak through her sobs. "Oh, Song Fei, just seeing you look at me with such affection, I could die right here, right now, and I'd be perfectly happy." He looked at the teary-eyed woman and replied tenderly, "My dear," but just then, a streak of brilliant blue light shot across the sky like a scene straight out of a fantasy manhwa. It sliced through the wind and slammed right into Song Fei's head. The crowd, down below, was completely blindsided by what just happened, their eyes practically bugging out of their skulls. A moment later, that shock turned into sheer unadulterated terror at the scene before them. Zhang Li's eyes went wide as she watched the blood gush out. His expression froze solid, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks as fresh blood spewed from the corner of his mouth. A gaping hole had appeared in Song Fei's head, and his body wobbled, lost its balance, and collapsed right into the arms of the person in front of him. The woman was stunned by the droplets of blood that splattered across her face. And then as the brutal reality crashed down on her, she collapsed to the ground, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Song Fei Miao Miao turned back to look at his cold corpse, whispering in disbelief, "Brother Song Fei, big brother, what happened to him, Ayan?" The crowd below absolutely erupted. "Brother Song Fei is dead, he's gone." The bodyguards immediately swarmed around Zhang Li, yelling, "It's dangerous, protect the young miss and get her out of here." She vanished into the crowd, running for her dear life. Her mind raced as she fled. "Run, I have to get out of here now." Zhang Li was gripped by absolute fear, sweat mixing with her tears. I saw it. When Song Fei died, a lifespan orb appeared on his body, but then it vanished into thin air almost instantly. Someone definitely grabbed it. She scrambled towards her car, surrounded by the protective circle of her bodyguards. The thing that killed Song Fei, it was clearly a skill from that divine game. You mean, skills from the game can be used in the real world, like in a manhwa come to life? How is that even possible? To one-shot Song Fei, then go invisible to snatch the lifespan orb, there's only one person who could pull something like that off. But Jiang Li didn't get any more time to think. Another shot rang out, piercing straight through her chest. Blood sprayed everywhere. Jiang Li's final expression as she met her maker was hideously contorted. It was not a pretty sight. The bodyguards stared at the lifeless body and cried out, "Young miss!" Qin Feng stood amidst the chaotic crowd, his expression as cold as ice. Radiating pure killing intent, he whispered softly, "Just shadows." A long while later, as the sky began to darken towards evening, the latest headlines all broke at once. Superstar Song Fei tragically assassinated in Dajiang Square. One of Song Fei's obsessed fans had apparently sacrificed her entire lifespan for him, only to then drop dead tragically right next to his corpse. The police investigation concluded that Song Fei was taken out by supernatural powers. Xiao Yu and Chu Ran were absolutely floored when they saw the news alerts pop up. The girl was in so much agony she just completely broke down. I just can't believe it. We were literally at his concert just yesterday. The police investigation revealed Song Fei died due to supernatural abilities. Xiao Yu and Chu Ran were just completely shell-shocked, staring at the news on their phones. She was so devastated the tears just started streaming down her face. I still can't wrap my head around it. I mean, we were just there yesterday. We were at Song Fei's concert. But in that moment, something suddenly clicked in Chu Ran's mind. An invisible dart. That's an ability from the God game, isn't it? Xiao, are you trying to say the shadow killed Song Fei? I heard the shadow killed Song Fei's character 3 different times in the game. But the second the words left her mouth, she couldn't believe how insane it sounded. But how could abilities from a game just show up in the real world? This is like something straight out of a manhwa. Xiao Yu fell dead silent. Her mind was racing, and a truly terrifying thought began to take root. The shadow killed my dear Song Fei. That has to be it. The shadow from the game? He killed him over and over again. So in the real world, the only one who could have killed him is the shadow. The dart, the invisibility, aren't those the classic skills of an assassin class? It all fits. The killer is definitely the shadow. My beloved Song Fei was murdered by the shadow, and now my entire world has gone dark. But through her grief and confusion, Xiao Yu's mind started scheming. If the shadow really has a way to bring his game abilities into reality, then she's going to get close to him and use him. And just like that, as if snapping out of a deep trance, Xiao Yu screamed at the driver, "Stop the car." She had made a silent, unshakable resolution. No matter what it takes, she has to get stronger. The moment she stepped out of the car, Shu then rushed over, worried, "How you?" But she didn't even answer her. Her eyes narrowed, lost in the labyrinth of her own mind. From this day forward, I have only one goal. A dangerous plan began to form in her mind. A goal straight out of a revenge manhwa to kill the shadow. Her friend Chu Ran called out worriedly, "Xiao Yu, are you okay? You look absolutely terrifying right now." But it was like Xiao Yu couldn't even hear her. She was completely lost in her own world of seething hatred, hell-bent on avenging her beloved Song Fei. Meanwhile, in another part of town, Qin Feng was the picture of calm. Our boy Qin Feng was just enjoying a meal at some quiet little restaurant. He chewed his food slowly, deep in thought. He was thinking about how in the divine game, even though real-world players are basically invincible, your body still burns energy. Bottom line, if you're hungry, you've still gotta eat. Just then his phone started buzzing off the hook. An urgent message popped onto the screen. Qin Feng, Qin Feng. It was Fatty Hu, and he was absolutely livid, raging that Qin Feng had blocked his number and his WeChat. The message was an ultimatum: if you don't show up, you're fired. And you can forget about this month's paycheck. Qin Feng glanced at the sender's name, Yang Xiaoya. He remembered her, a decent girl but a total pushover who always got picked on. In his previous life, she'd actually been a member of his god-slaying guild. A smirk touched his lips as he casually typed back. Just ignore him. In fact, you should quit too. Focus on leveling up in the game for now. She replied in a flash. Qin Feng, you're already playing the game. I heard it's incredibly difficult in there. And that tons of people are about to run out of lifespan. Qin Feng coolly tapped out a bit of pro-gamer advice. Doesn't matter what your class is, when you're just starting, dump all your stat points into agility. Xiao Ya shot back instantly. Got it, I heard lifespan is crazy expensive in the game right now. So what about you, Qin Feng? How much have you raked in? He replied with a casual shrug in his tone, not much, and I'm about to spend it all anyway. Her reaction, however, was anything but casual. Whoa, are you buying a house and a car or something? No wonder you ghosted that jerk Fatty Huh. Hearing the nickname, Qin Feng let out a small laugh. Fatty who, please, that guy's just a lackey. The real problem is his boss Qian Shuji. Now she's a piece of work. Just thinking about her sent a flood of unwanted memories rushing back. Meet Qianxi Jietiam, the female director of the illustrious Qian Corporation. The company our boy used to work for was part of her empire, and let me tell you, she is the rich young heiress from hell. Her daily schedule consists of exactly one thing, choosing which poor soul to sink her claws into next. I mean, what kind of person checks into a hotel with 6 middle-aged foreign dudes? And if that wasn't enough, she was also spotted joyriding in a sports car with 3 African-American men, just for kicks. And now, believe it or not, she's even set her sights on me. Tan Feng's brow furrowed in disgust. The sordid images and rumors about that woman replayed vividly in his mind. Shi Shai was infamous for worshipping anything and everything foreign. Not long after, the Divine Game launched. She ditched Great Xia for North America and promptly took the lead in establishing the Alice in Wonderland Guild. It became one of the top 3 guilds in North America, and its primary purpose seemed to be making life miserable for players from Great Xia. This whole setup felt like a real-life Manhwa plot. In his past life, that woman brought nothing but endless trouble for Great Xia and his own Godslayer guild. He silently made a vow. I have to find a way to take her out before she leaves the country. Because if I don't once she makes it to North America, she'll be 100 times harder to deal with. If she were to disappear, then the Alice in Wonderland Guild would most likely never even be formed. A vicious little thought began to take root in his mind. Rumor had it that many of the founding members of the Alice Guild were all romantically entangled with Shi Xia. All he had to do was get rid of that one woman, and her little fan club of founders would naturally lose the one thing connecting them. But just as that deliciously evil idea was starting to take shape, an unexpected phone call shattered his train of thought. It was Xiao Yu. He answered immediately. Hello. The moment the call connected, an furious roar erupted from the other end. Tan Feng, you can actually still answer your phone. I was half convinced you'd already kicked the bucket in that stupid game of yours. Well, since you're still alive, allow me to inform you. I've earned enough money to buy my own house. So from now on, don't you dare bother me again. He replied with an unnervingly calm tone. That's great. Is there anything else? She shrieked, practically vibrating with rage. Stay away from me. And don't worry, you'll never hear from me again either. And you better not even try to find out where I'm living. Qin Feng just gave a casual and said, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. An absolutely furious scream erupted from the other end of the line. Qin Feng, I'm cutting you off, we're done. Hearing this, he just cheerfully agreed. Okay. Then he decisively ended the call. At the same time, Qin Feng finished up his meal, muttering softly, all right, back to the grind, time to level up. It won't be long now before someone hits level 10, and then they'll all find out that skills can be used in the real world. He glanced up at the calm sky and said to himself, when that time comes, this world's peaceful days will be over, just like in some crazy action manhwa. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Churan was anxiously watching her best friend, who had just slammed the phone down on her own brother. She said, Xiao Yu, cutting ties with your brother like that isn't a good idea. How about you just go and apologize to him? That should do it. I think you really made him mad this time. She jutted her chin out stubbornly and scoffed. Me apologize to him? Not a chance. I've already sold my lifespan to the Chen Corporation and cashed in the whole 2 million. Churan was so shocked she was completely speechless. Xiao Yu looked her friend dead in the eye and said, Churan, I bought a room. Let's live together. I'll be getting acquainted with the darkness soon enough. When that happens, who's going to need him anyway? Just then Zhang Wei suddenly appeared waving Xiao Yu over. She quickly walked up to him, and he casually slung an arm around her shoulder. This is for you, the assassin class skill book you wanted. Now don't you go forgetting what you promised me. We still have to do that thing. Xiao Yu flashed a smile and replied, I know. Once this all works out, I'll be sure to satisfy your little heart's desire. But her inner thoughts were a completely different story. You bootlicking creep, just you wait until I make friends. When I'm with the darkness, who the hell would even glance at? A piece of trash like you? After shooing Zhang Wei away, she cheerfully made a call. Big brother Wang, I've got my hands on something. It's an assassin skill book. And it's a control type. Could you please do me a favor? And ask if Big Brother Darkness has any use for it. If he wants it, he can have it. A gift for him. Inside Xiao Yu could barely contain her glee. Hit that mutt. Zhang Wei is actually useful for something after all. Who would have thought managing to get his hands on a skill book? This book will be the red string of fate that ties me to darkness. Her mind conjured up his devastatingly handsome face. Oh, darkness, I'll catch up to you. In no time, you'll just quietly stay by my side, healing me, helping me annihilate our enemies. And leveling up together, you will show me what it feels like to have infinite support. Xiao Yu scripted a perfect, beautiful future in her head, and slowly I'll learn to trust. You'll even become my other half, right up until I'm strong enough. Strong enough that you're no longer of any use. To me, a truly wicked calculation sparked in her eyes, and in that moment, I will personally murder you. I will carve out those eyes of yours to avenge my beloved Song Fei. But just then the man on the other end finally typed back. The master said her skill was garbage. He didn't need it. She should just keep it and sell it for cash. Xiao Yu froze. A baffled, escaped her lips. Meanwhile, not long before, out in some desolate wasteland, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. He was moving cautiously in the shadows, when a sudden shout made him jump. Watch out, dodge. He instantly cloaked himself in stealth and crept closer to the group that had just screamed their lungs out. Crap. This is no ordinary boss. This looks like a scene straight out of a brutal manhwa. Survival first, figure things out later. Just then, the tank from the Grey Rose party was desperately holding up his shield, trying to fend off the claws of a massive golden arthropod. He screamed while backpedaling, run. It's targeting her in the split second before he was completely obliterated. The tank from the Grey Rose party gritted his teeth and roared, damn it all. From a safe distance, Qin Feng quietly took in the scene. A golden arthropod is it? A level 8 gold tier boss. A smirk crept onto his face, his eyes gleaming with fascination. Well, this just got interesting. If my memory serves me right, this boss has level 2 anti-stealth capabilities. Qin Feng instantly realized that in front of this thing, his invisibility skill was completely useless. The ferocious golden arthropod let out a heaven-shaking roar, making the very air around them tremble. Panicked, Qin Feng immediately turned tail and bolted. From a safe distance, he quietly launched a sneak attack. The precise strike cost the golden arthropod 9,126 health. With a weak point debuff of negative 6.78, Qin Feng paused for a moment, looking back at the beast. He thought to himself, so that effect where my damage is doubled for attacking outside the target's line of sight is completely nullified if the enemy can see through my stealth. That really puts a huge dent in my damage output. He fell silent for a second, replaying the damage he'd just dealt to the golden arthropod in his mind. However, I still have the effect from the legendary grade Fruit of Deliverance. It's already amplified the weak points on the golden arthropod's head and heart by a whopping 200%. Out of the 9 strikes in my chain slash, 3 of them are designated to hit the target's weak points. Those will inflict triple damage on that weak spot. That should directly compensate for the damage I lost from my stealth bonus. An image suddenly flashed through Qin Feng's mind. No wonder it's a legendary tier skill. But man, I really have to thank that girl for helping me find the Faith Shrine. Those will inflict triple damage on that weak spot. That should directly compensate for the damage I lost from my stealth bonus. An image suddenly flashed through Qin Feng's mind. No wonder it's a legendary tier skill. But man, I really have to thank that girl for helping me find the Faith Shrine. At that moment, Grey Rose was watching the battle with rapt attention. She whispered in a daze, "How is Shadow's damage so ridiculously high? This is like something out of a power fantasy manhwa." With just one skill, he directly wiped out 1/6 of the golden arthropod's health bar. Without missing a beat, Qin Feng struck again, venomous dart. The dart flew straight and true, embedding itself right in the middle of the golden arthropod's forehead. The beast lost another 1,785 health from the weak point hit. He muttered coldly, "My venomous dart is still only silver grade, so its damage output just can't keep up anymore. I definitely need to go through my next class advancement, and so I can get a higher level of invisibility." After launching the attack, Qin Feng cautiously touched down near the golden arthropod, scoping out the scene. But suddenly, bam, it shot up and lunged at him like a raging cyclone. Grey Rose screamed in terror, "Watch out!" Qin Feng's eyes shot wide open as he snapped his body back, narrowly dodging the attack. And then, he unleashed a relentless flurry of counterattacks, giving that monster zero room to even breathe. Grey Rose and Xiao Yu were hiding behind a rock, silently witnessing this insane battle. They couldn't help but whisper in awe, What kind of speed is that?" It's not just his speed, his reflexes are lightning fast. And on top of that, it's like he knows every single one of the boss's attack patterns. Exactly, in terms of pure speed, he's almost on par with the boss. But he manages to dodge every single strike perfectly. It's like he's fought this boss countless times, just like a classic manhwa protagonist. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already noticed the two spectators, his mind drifting as he fought. In my past life, when I teamed up with Xiao Yu, and that girl couldn't even protect herself, let alone spare a moment to heal me. Over time, I had to master this skill on my own. A true warrior doesn't just have to be a meat shield, they also need to perfect their skills in both attacking and evading. A cold, fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and that was precisely why Qin Feng was able to dismantle this golden arthropod so quickly. He thought to himself, "This is how I managed to break into the world's top 100, as nothing more than a regular warrior." The golden arthropod stared at him in agony before letting out a horrifying shriek as black blood gushed from its wounds. Seeing it clutch its wounds and try to flee made Qin Feng feel a deep sense of satisfaction. Compared to a special boss like the Golden Ghost Ship, which had those cheap, undodgeable attacks, dealing with this arthropod boss was a walk in the park. Just then, Grey Rose yelled out in a panic, "Oh my gosh, the golden boss is actually trying to run away, not on his watch." Qin Feng instantly dashed forward to cut it off. One clean horizontal slash was all it took to end it. System notification: you have slain the level 8 golden grade golden arthropod. You have received 6,400 experience points. You have received 7 evolution points. You have received 497 days of tradable lifespan. The system notifications kept flooding in. You have received 7 evolution points. You have received 497 days of tradable lifespan. The two guys behind him gasped in pure jealousy. Are you kidding me? A single golden boss dropped 28 evolution points and almost 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. But oh, it wasn't over yet. The system notifications just kept on coming. The system panel appeared Shadow Light Shield Platinum Tier and Assassin Type skill. After actively using it, all of your evasion stats get converted into a damage immunity shield that lasts for a solid 8 seconds. It has a 60-second cooldown and requires level 8. As for the conversion rate, every 20% of evasion converts into 1 layer of damage immune shielding. Your evasion rate then returns to normal. After the shield was either broken or the time ran out, Qin Feng noticed the googly eyes his two companions were giving him. The conversion rate: for every 20% of evasion, you get 1 layer of damage immunity. Then the evasion rate returns to normal. After the shield shattered or its duration ended, Qin Feng calmly looked over at his two buddies. Feng was stunned, practically rubbing his eyes in disbelief. A skill book like this actually dropped. This is the kind of luck you only read about in a manhwa. If he combined this with the 75% evasion rate from his epic tier Phantom Haze Ultimate, the Shadow Light Shield could provide a staggering 3 layers of damage immunity. Once I learn this skill, he thought, there'll be tons of bosses that can't even lay a scratch on me. Without a second thought, Qin Feng told the system, evolve the Shadow Light Shield directly to epic tier. The system instantly complied, consuming 1 + 2 + 3 for a grand total of 6 evolution points. The Shadow Light Shield leveled up from epic to platinum. It was an assassin skill, and its damage immunity shield now lasted for 8 to 10 to 12, all the way up to 14 seconds. The conversion rate improved from every 20% down to 15%, then to 12%, and finally just 10% evasion was needed to convert into 1 layer of that sweet, sweet damage immunity shield. He let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha, this means I can whip out 7 layers of damage immunity shields right off the bat. With this, I can start exploring a ton of high-level areas way ahead of schedule. Qin Feng then took out his dart and said, I've still got 22 evolution points left. So first let's evolve the Hyper Venom Dart to boost its damage. The system announced that it had consumed 3 + 5 + 8 for a total of 16 evolution points on the Hyper Venom Dart. It went from Silver to Jade tier. The maximum range increased from 14 to 17 meters, and it gained an additional 120 to 240 attack points. The Hyper Venom now dealt an extra 50 to 80% damage over time each second. Hitting a weak spot would increase it even more, lasting for 5 seconds, and it couldn't be stacked. He was floored by how much the numbers had jumped. I evolved the Hyper Venom Dart just 3 times, and the skill's damage has at least doubled. And since the basic cooldown for this skill is only 5 seconds, its continuous damage output is just as good as the shield Shadow Slash. Qin Feng was absolutely overjoyed. And what's this? It even dropped 2 pieces of assassin class gear. Don't mind if I do. A system notification pops up. 16 evolution points have been spent on the Lethal Toxin Dart, from Silver rank to Jade. The system describes the new item Flexible Ring Platinum grade, an assassin's accessory. Agility +20, movement speed +20%, attack speed +20%, and cooldown reduction +20%. Requires level 8 to equip. Next up, the Heretic's Gauntlets Gold grade, a defensive item for the assassin class. Physical defense +18, all element resistance +15. Constitution +12, and HP +588. This one requires level 6. Qin Feng was feeling pretty darn confident. With these 2 new items, his cooldown reduction has skyrocketed to 55%. The original cooldown time for his Shadow Shield Slash was 12 seconds, but now it's down to just 7.7 seconds. On top of that, he gained 51 points in Constitution, 106 points in physical defense, and a whopping 1,517 health points. Not bad at all. With his current stats, he could probably take 3 hits from that golden arthropod and still be standing. Add the Darklight Shield into the mix, and his survivability has just gone through the roof. Just then, Grey Rose hurried over to him, her eyes sparkling as she laid on the praise. Boss, you really are the boss. You made killing that thing look way too easy. Her party members chimed in, he's insanely strong, this guy is straight out of a manhwa. She immediately batted her eyelashes and asked, Oh, great one, was there any loot that I could use? I'm willing to buy it. Qin Feng coolly opened his inventory and pulled out an item. You're a mage, right? I've got this gold grade skill book. Bone-Chilling Ice Blast. It's an area of effect skill that can launch an ice orb up to 10 times. One price, only 800 suns. Standing nearby, Xiao Yu couldn't help but jump in. 800 suns. That's a total ripoff. I saw someone selling a level 5 gold grade skill book for only 400. He simply raised an eyebrow, his voice calm and collected. This Bone-Chilling Ice Blast is a level 7 skill book, but his level 7 damage is off the charts. 40% higher than a level 5 one, so 800 days is an absolute bargain. Grey Rose. Without a second thought, I told her to buy it for 800 days of lifespan. The moment the item was sold, the system immediately announced, "You have lost Frostbone, a gold rank skill book. You have received 800 days of tradable lifespan." The girls' party members cheerfully waved goodbye. "See you around, big shot." Qin Feng, however, just turned and left without a word. All right, at this early stage of the Manhwa, no boss can even pose a threat to me anymore. First things first, I'll head back to town, announce the news, and then gather intel on the locations of silver and gold rank bosses. That way, I'll have an endless supply of bosses to slaughter. My growth rate is about to be maximized. Just then a message from Wang Meng popped up. "Hey big shot, our former priest Xiao Yu, she asked me to get in touch with you. She wants to give you a skill book." Qin Feng paused for a moment, then asked with a hint of sarcasm, "Xiao Yu wants to give me a skill book. It's probably just some useless bronze-rank junk." He lowered his head deep in thought. Right now, almost everyone out there is guessing that Shadow was the one who killed Song Fei, and now she wants to give Shadow a skill book. Qin Feng replied with disgust. "Tell her to keep that piece of garbage for herself." Wang Meng cheerfully nodded back. "You got it." He was laughing his head off internally. Haha. I can't tell if she's trying to cozy up to Shadow or if she's plotting revenge for Song Fei. It could even be both. He immediately relayed the information to Xiao Yu. "The big shot says your skill is garbage. He doesn't need it. Told you to keep it and sell it for cash." She was so stunned all she could muster was a huh. Qin Feng told Wang Meng, "Head into town, I've got something to sell you. Get your lifespan ready." Wang Meng agreed instantly. A deal. But then his tone suddenly turned serious. "Oh, right, big shot, let me ask you something. It was you who killed Song Fei, wasn't it?" Hearing the blunt question, Qin Feng froze for a few seconds. Then he replied with brutal honesty. "That's right, I'm the one who killed him." This time it was Wang Meng's turn to be speechless. Qin Feng thought to himself, Wang Meng added me as a friend, that's how he knew. At the time of Song Fei's death, my shadow was always logged off. The motive and the timing, it all lines up perfectly. The very fact that Wang Meng is asking this question means the government has already figured out most of the plot. Qin Feng's voice was cold as he asked, "So what are you guys here to arrest me?" He continued to mull things over. Besides, in 2 more hours, another player's going to hit level 10, and they'll be able to bring their skills into the real world. So this whole secret can't be kept under wraps. It's not that kind of manhwa. Might as well use this opportunity to see how the Dajia government is going to react to all this. Let's just call it a little test run. That afternoon, a silence fell over the city. It was a rare moment of peace. Qin Feng, completely hidden under a cloak, slowly strolled up to where Wang Meng and his crew were waiting. The moment he appeared, An Yu chirped cheerfully, "Hey big shot, so you're admitting you're the one who iced Song Fei?" He met her gaze and admitted it without a hint of hesitation. "That's right." But instead of freaking out, she just beamed and said, "To be honest, we've already conducted a pretty thorough investigation into the matter. And you are definitely our #1 suspect, big shot. However, we're also aware that the Song Fei and Zhang Li were both plotting against you. On top of that, the Da Zhang company had been kidnapping countless players, imprisoning them, torturing them, and forcing them into labor. You took out both of them. Strictly speaking, it was a clear-cut case of self-defense." Their casual attitude was really starting to bug Qin Feng. Imprisoning and torturing them, forcing them into labor. I killed both of them, and they call it self-defense. Looks like since they can't figure out my real identity, they've decided for the time being to keep things cooperative with me. In my past life, my record was clean when I worked with the government. But this time around, I've already got blood on my hands. Song Fei and Zhang Li. Perhaps this time around, things will be a little different. He casually pulls up his system panel. A thoughtful look crosses his face. Time to see what my second go at life is going to do to this godforsaken game of an era. Just how big of a game changer will I be? Qin Feng starts pulling out a bunch of high-tier loot, mumbling his master plan to himself. I can finally offload all this extra platinum-grade gear I've got lying around. Those government-backed players, whether it's skill books or equipment for literally any class, they'll buy it all. The most important thing is the government's got unlimited funds to burn. The moment he started laying out all the platinum-grade items, the eyes of An Yu and his crew practically lit up like Christmas trees. Oh my god, is that platinum-grade equipment? And there are even platinum-grade skill books. Wait, did our main man already take down a platinum-grade boss or something? No way I didn't see any world announcement about it. Qin Feng just played it cool, saying, "Oh, my luck was decent, so I stumbled upon a few chests. Xiao Zhe here can vouch for me. I even unboxed a jadeite grade skill book myself." Yizhou chimed in with a sweet smile. "It's true I saw our top player open a jadeite treasure chest with my very own eyes. But dude, you've got a mountain of top-tier platinum loot here. And you have the nerve to call that just decent luck." Lizi, standing off to the side, was practically radiating envy. Pouting, she complained, "You call her Xiao Zhe, but you call me Xiao He." He replied nonchalantly, "Fine, I don't have to call you Xiao He. How about He Zi instead?" She absolutely lost it, yelling, "You know what? Just go back to calling me Xiao He." Nearby, Wang Meng let out a deep sigh. "The gap between people, it's just not fair, is it?" The moment he started laying out all the platinum-grade items, the eyes of An Yu and his crew practically lit up like Christmas trees. Oh my god, is that platinum-grade equipment? And there are even platinum-grade skill books. Wait, did our main man already take down a platinum-grade boss or something? There's just no comparison. Even An Yu couldn't hide his jealousy. Exactly. We busted our butts just to take down a single silver-grade boss. And meanwhile, this legend is just casually popping open platinum and even jadeite chests like it's nothing. What kind of manhwa protagonist is he? Qin Feng calmly started listing the prices for each item. This platinum rank archer skill book, a cool 2,500 days. The weapon for that. Platinum rank berserker, that'll be 1,500 days. This platinum rank mage skill book will set you back 3,000 days. As for this gold rank equipment that comes with a gold rank skill, that's a package deal for 8,000 days. Add in the remaining skill books and platinum gear, and you've got a grand total of 25 items. I'll cut you all a deal and knock 10,000 days off the final price. Without a moment's hesitation, An Yu immediately agreed. Deal. Her decisive attitude made Wang Meng's eyes pop right out of his head. Are you serious, Captain An? He just throws out a number and you're going to pay it. You're not even going to haggle a little. I can't believe this crazy manhwa level deal is happening right now. An Yu replied nonchalantly, You think we can actually bargain for something like this? I think the price is more than fair. And by the way, I'll also pay you back for the debt that Xiao Zhe and Wang Meng owed you from last time." And with that, the transaction was a success. After getting paid, he immediately sang her praises. "Captain, and you truly are a woman of honor, so decisive." She let out an excited laugh. Looking at his system panel, Qin Feng once again sank into deep thought. When your tradable lifespan exceeds 10,000 days, the unit of measurement switches to years. 60 years, when converted to days, is roughly 22,000 days. Based on the current exchange rate, that amount is equivalent to 400 million in cash. Even for a government body like Zhanghai City, this was a massive expense, but the benefits it would bring them were worth far, far more than that sum. Qin Feng looked at An Yu's crew and thought to himself, with this batch of gear and skill books, Zhanghai City is going to have a lot of teams leveling up way ahead of schedule. The stronger the government becomes, the more trouble they can avoid in the future. And they might even gain a critical advantage in the international arena. Just then, An Yu's voice cut through his thoughts, her tone suddenly serious. "Hey, big shot, the Dajong Corporation has captured some players, and now we're planning a mission to rescue them. So, you want to help us out?" He paused for a moment, the gears in his head turning. Are they really trying to recruit me? Maybe even offer a clean slate for what happened with Song Fei? Qin Feng flatly rejected them. "Yeah, I'm not interested, but I can give you guys a little tip." His voice dropped and every single word landed like a bombshell. "Everything you've been speculating, it's all true. I used my powers from the game to permanently log off those two guys. All you have to do is reach level 10 in the game, and you can sacrifice some of your lifespan to bring your in-game abilities into the real world. Before taking off, Qin Feng shot a look at An Yu and said, "I'm sure you understand the implications of that, don't you? You'd better get a move on." And Yu's expression turned grim as she gave a slow, deliberate nod. So that's how it works. The Dajang Corporation is already buying up Lifespan as we speak. Once their people reach level 10 and get their hands on those game abilities, our rescue operations will face a whole new level of resistance. He replied with a casual shrug, "Glad we're on the same page. Well, I'm out." And just like that, Qin Feng vanished, right before their very eyes. Her face hardened as she barked out an order. "Wang Meng, from now on, we're splitting up to grind levels. Right now, our 6-person team is pretty high level. When we're all grouped up, we can..." "Glad you get it. Well, I'm out." And just like that, Qin Feng vanished right before their very eyes. Her face hardened as she barked out an order, "Wang Meng. From now on, we're splitting up to grind levels. Right now, our 6-person team is pretty high level. When we're all grouped up, we can... We're all at a very high level. When we're all grouped up, we can one-shot practically any low-level mob with our insane damage output. But if we split up, with each one of us leading a separate party, our overall leveling efficiency will skyrocket." Wang Meng immediately snapped a nod. "Roger that." And Yu turned to the whole group. "Bottom line, everyone needs to race to level 10. It's the only way to compete in this real-life manhwa. And you log off and report this intel to the higher-ups immediately." He barked back a sharp, "Yes, ma'am." Meanwhile, out on the bustling streets model, 2 players walking past Qin Feng immediately started pointing and whispering amongst themselves. "Hey look, it's Shadow setting up shop again." But this time, he's not selling a single thing. He's actually buying. And there he was, sitting cross-legged in the middle of the street with a sign. He was buying the coordinates for any 30-day silver bosses and 100-day gold bosses. Suddenly, Li Jun sauntered over with a smug look on his face, sneering, "Well, well, if it isn't Shadow, still trying to hustle out here." He pointed an arrogant finger right at Qin Feng. "Our young miss has already made her offer. All you have to do is agree to power level her, and she'll hand you 300 million. And on top of that, you'll get shares in the Great River Industrial Company. How many times in a man's life does an opportunity like this come along? I suggest you learn to appreciate it." A nearby player immediately chimed in, "Dude, have you been offline or something? Don't you read the Manhwa forums? You seriously don't know who Shadow is? He's the guy who killed Song Fei, and your precious young miss from the Great River Group. In the real world..." Li Jun's brow furrowed as he bellowed, "What?" The surrounding crowd instantly exploded into a frenzy of gossip. "The young miss from Great River Industrial got taken out too. I've seen that girl before. She was a total knockout. What a shame. What a complete waste." Li Jun's face turned black as he thought to himself, that woman brought this all on herself. She tried to kidnap Shadow in the real world, to force him into doing her dirty work, and this is what she gets. He took her down right on the spot. Jiang Li is dead. Yeah, Li Jun's mind flashed back to when he was attacked in real life. At first, Jiang Li offered Shadow 10 million to help her level up. But Shadow turned her down flat. "When I saw that kind of money on the table, I jumped at the chance to help her. I really thought I was about to pocket a cool 5 million. But when I showed up to collect her, thugs beat me unconscious." The memories flooded his mind. "When I finally came to, I was locked up in some godforsaken basement. They beat me every single day, forcing me to play this game to farm lifespan and scam even more people. I can't believe Shadow was the one who actually killed Jiang Li. That vile woman. Good riddance. She got exactly what she deserved." He now felt like an absolute clown putting on a pathetic show right in front of Qin Feng. "At first I was laughing at Shadow, thinking he was the fool. But it turns out I was the real idiot all along." Just then, Qin Feng's ice-cold voice broke the silence. "With that pathetic dog-like posture of yours, I bet you've helped her kidnap plenty of people, haven't you?" Terrified, Li Jun immediately started backpedaling. "No, no, not at all. I was forced, I swear. My apologies, I'll be taking my leave." He roared in disgust. "Get the hell out of my sight." Though in his head, the insults were flying. What a piece of garbage. Ah, whatever. And just like that, some government goons showed up to clean up the trash. Just then, a mysterious masked figure slid up to him and whispered, I have the coordinates for the silver tier boss. A silver tier boss, huh? Alright, we'll make a deal in 30 days. A little while later, the scene shifts, where a group of people appearing in the middle of the street instantly set the rumor mill on fire. The crowd started buzzing. Hey look, that's EB. I heard that in the real world she's actually Shi, the eldest daughter of the massive Qianxi Corporation. Stay away from her. She's already offed a ton of other players. Be careful, if she sets her sights on you, she's coming for your lifespan. Anyone who gets in her way gets killed, no questions asked. And with that, Shishi's trio struts in looking like the definition of arrogance. The woman scanned the area with a look of pure disdain before scoffing, and then spoke with a laugh. I really don't see what's so special about this game. You just throw a little cash at it, and you can buy all the skills and gear you want. As long as your combat power is way higher than the other players, all you have to do is find some schmuck with a long lifespan, who are weaker than you, and kill him to take it. It's as simple as that. Honestly, the way this Manhwa villainess steps on other players' faces just to survive in this game is seriously infuriating. She then started ranting angrily. This stupid game made me miss my flight. I was supposed to be in North America right now getting real friendly with guys like BD and Ma Fu, not to mention enjoying some fine wine. Shije shot a sideways glance at the two terrified players cowering before her and sneered. But no, instead, I'm stuck here in the Modu Daxia building, unable to even leave the country. And just look at these Daxia men. Every last one of them is as pathetic as a bug. Tony, the men from your country are so much more appealing, he replied with a greasy smile. Ah, Miss Chien, you certainly have a discerning eye. We, of course, are far stronger than this pathetic lot of Daxia men, especially in that department. Once we get back to the real world, you can experience that strength for yourself. She blushed and said, okay, I'm so looking forward to it. Just then, Shishir suddenly piped up. I just heard that useless bum Song Fei finally kicked the bucket. I had to go with him once before, and he couldn't even last a minute. What a total waste of space. She said excitedly, I hear the guy who offed him is named the Shadow, right? Even though he's from Great Xia, he is #1 in the world after all. I suppose I could, grudgingly, get to know him a little. Shishir's mind raced with excitement. If the Shadow could take out Song Fei, then asking him to kill some ordinary person should be a total piece of cake, right? This could be the perfect opportunity to get acquainted with the Shadow too. With that, she took her leave, tossing a cold remark over her shoulder. Gentlemen, I'm logging off to make a call. I need to send someone to make contact with the Shadow. Tony, standing nearby, couldn't help but burn with jealousy. 3,000 days of lifespan. But Shishir couldn't care less about his envious glare. She was too busy lost in her own thoughts. The Shadow might not be interested in cash, but there's no way he'd refuse 3,000 days of lifespan. And to get his hands on it, all he has to do is lift a finger and snuff out one ordinary person. A wicked thought straight out of a revenge manhwa sparked in her mind. She cackled to herself. I will never forget the look on your face when you rejected me. It won't be long now. You're going to die, Qin Feng. The scene changes. Jiang Wei viciously plunged his blade into the contaminated's neck. In an instant, its body began to dissolve, and streams of various powers swirled around him. Jiang Wei bent over, panting heavily as he wiped some grime from his mouth. Xiao Yu, next time you cast a buff, could you please not go so overboard? I almost met my maker back there. She shot back loudly. What are you getting so aggressive for? You're not dead, are you? Seeing her reaction, he quickly tried to backtrack. I didn't mean anything by it, I was just trying to give you a heads up. Xiao Yu just kept talking. The system is telling me my fatigue level has hit 90%. I want to log out and grab something to eat. Churan, let's go. And just like that, the two of them vanished, not giving Jiang Wei a chance to say another word. He gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it, she used to call me Big Bro. But ever since she saw the Shadow that one time, she's been copping this nasty attitude with me. Just you wait, the day will come when I strip you bare. Meanwhile, on a peaceful, sun-drenched day in a massive high-rise building, we find Xiao Yu in her new digs, having just woken up, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. Clothes are strewn across the floor in a style best described as organized chaos. Ugh, I'm starving. Xiao Yu glances at her phone and her jaw just about hits the floor. What the heck? All the food delivery apps are offline, and there are 0 delivery drivers available to take an order. Did the entire city seriously log into that game? Her mind suddenly flashes back to a different time. She remembered how Qin Feng used to cook the most amazing meals for her back home, and she never had to lift a finger or even use a single brain cell. Xiao Yu's brow furrows. She stares into the middle distance for a moment, deep in thought. Then she slaps her own cheeks. Get a grip, Xiao Yu, it's just a meal. Compared to my freedom, this is absolutely nothing. She clenches her fist, her voice filled with newfound determination. Let's go. You're the best, you can totally do this. My life is definitely going to be way better without Qin Feng. The bright sun beats down on the ocean, as a loud rumbling echoes from a dark, ominous cave. A gigantic crab-like monster scuttles out from the darkness, when suddenly a whirlwind of magical energy comes screaming after it. Qin Feng drops down on the monster like a lightning bolt, swiftly cleaving the beast in two. After taking down the creature, he lets out a calm, collected sigh. 4 silver rank bosses in just over an hour. Not a bad rate of efficiency, if I do say so myself. Every 4 silver bosses he defeats grants him a sweet 16 evolution points. A brilliant aura flares to life around Qin Feng. The average profit from each silver rank boss can reach up to 3,500 days of tradable lifespan. As of right now, every piece of gear I have is gold rank or higher. He calmly analyzes his stats. His current cooldown reduction has jumped from 55% to a whopping 75%. The original cooldown for my shield shadow slash was 12 seconds. Now it's down to just 6.8 seconds. My power has grown. He calmly reanalyzes his current cooldown rate, which has indeed increased from 55% up to 75%. That 12-second cooldown for the shield shadow slash is now a lightning-fast 6.8 seconds. My abilities have definitely gotten a major boost. He does a final calculation on his cooldown reduction, which, yes, is still a solid 75%. My damage output has just taken a quantum leap forward. This is some top-tier Manhwa progression. At this rate, no platinum rank boss outside of a safe zone is safe from me. So for now, gold-grade equipment is the absolute top of the line. His experience panel popped into view. If he wants to get any stronger, the only way is through a class advancement, especially when he eventually has to face platinum-grade bosses. Every single one of them has at least level 2 anti-stealth detection. So I need to get this class advancement done ASAP and get my stealth skill to level 3. Right now, I'm still short over 20,000 experience points. Only when my stealth reaches level 3 or higher will the risk of a catastrophic failure against a platinum-grade boss finally be minimized. After all, in my past life, if you wanted to take down a platinum-grade boss, you needed a whole raid party of 20 people. It took some serious coordination, like something straight out of an epic manhwa. He turned his back and slowly walked off. First things first, head back to town and get in touch with the government folks. Time to sell off all this loot. Qin Feng was dead serious. He had to stay ahead of everyone else and be the very first person to ever solo a platinum-grade boss. As the sun set over the city, a system notification appeared: 105 years of tradable lifespan available. A voice suddenly called out from behind him. See you later, big shot. If you get any more good gear, you better sell it to us. He didn't even acknowledge them, completely lost in his own calculations. The shop needs 40,000 days of tradable lifespan. I can finally extract a whole bunch of stuff now. Suddenly, a figure stepped out from behind a wall. Hey, you must be Shadow, right? The guy held up a hand. I've got an assassination contract. You interested in taking the job? It involves killing someone in the real world. And don't you worry, the reward is substantial. But Qin Feng just calmly walked right past him. Suddenly, a figure stepped out from behind a wall. Hey, you're Shadow, aren't you? He held up his hand and said, I have an assassination gig, you in? The job is to take out someone in the real world. And trust me, the reward is more than worth your while. And yet again, Qin Feng just coolly walked on by. The reward is more than worth your while. Qin Feng just blew past him without a word. Ye Qian scrambled to block his path. Hey, wait, don't just walk away. All you have to do is kill some ordinary guy named Qin Feng. and I'll send you the address. You even managed to take down Song Fei, so a job like this should be a walk in the park for you, right? Are you seriously going to turn down free money? He was silent for a few seconds before asking Kill Qin Feng. Qin Feng was a little intrigued. Did this guy piss you off or something? Is that why you want him gone? Ye Qian let out a little chuckle. Oh, you don't need to worry about the why. Just know that your reward will be more than generous. Just complete the mission, and I'll give you 3,000 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng lowered his gaze, staring right at him, his mind racing. 3,000 days. In real-world currency, that's equivalent to 50 million. Now this is getting interesting. Who on earth wants me dead? I've never even met this guy in real life. And he's not a player I remember from my past life either. It seems he's just the messenger. The person who truly wants Qin Feng dead is someone else entirely. In my past life, I also made a powerful enemy. But that was way at the end of the game. Noticing his hesitation, the man let out a smirk. What's wrong? Tempted are we? Qin Feng remained silent. Being targeted this early in the game? The grudge must have started before the game even began. And for someone to be able to pay such a high price, it has to be someone I've met. Suddenly, the face of Qian Shishi flashed in his mind. Qin Feng continued to get lost in his thoughts, piecing it all together like a classic Manhwa protagonist. Only that woman would have both the motive and the financial backing to hire someone to kill him. But wait, with the full resources of the Chen group, if they really wanted me dead, they could have easily done it. Long before this whole game started, he lowered his head deep in thought. Therefore, this hit contract must be something she's doing on her own. He lowered his head deep in thought. Therefore, this hit contract must have another purpose. I'm afraid her real goal is to get acquainted with the criminal underworld. As for eliminating Qin Feng, that's probably just a convenient little bonus. I mean, after all, Qin Feng did have the nerve to turn down her invitation to go out and party. Well, now this is interesting. I hadn't even come looking for you yet. You've already tracked me down. He stared the man right in the eyes and calmly stated his terms. Fine, I'll take this job, but I want half up front, and on top of that, I decide when we make a move. Hearing this, Ye Qian was a little stunned. Hold on, half the deposit I'll have to run that by my superiors. He tapped a few times on his screen. Ye Qian looked back at him and gave a slow nod. All right, we can do half up front. I'll transfer it to you directly. Once the transaction is complete, you will receive 1,500 days of tradable lifespan. As he confirmed the deal, Qin Feng thought, consider the deposit my interest payment. Miss Qian, you just wait. It won't be long before I pay you a little visit. The man continued, here's the address and information on the target. With your set of skills, finding him will certainly be no problem at all. The moment he saw the address, he smirked. Shen Shui Yinxiang. Well, what do you know, that's where I'm staying. Qin Feng quickly turned to leave, tossing back a single sentence. All right, you people just wait. Ye Qian watched his retreating back, a bitter feeling rising in his chest. What's he got to be so arrogant about? In the end, you're just another dog working for Miss Qian, same as me. Suddenly, a voice called out, Big brother, please wait. Zhu Hua stood in front of him. I heard you're collecting boss coordinates, and I happen to have the location of a golden tier boss right here. Are you interested? Qin Feng's voice was ice. 100 days. Seeing her big shot client ready to pay, she gave a little wave and a sly smile. Excellent, then follow me. It's north of town, a bit of a trek. I'll lead you there. Qin Feng felt that something wasn't quite right. She'll lead him there. Qin Feng found that a little odd. What kind of boss is it? Xu Hua replied softly, the plague-wreathed one, that's its title. He went quiet. So it seems she's actually seen the boss after all, huh? She started walking again, not even glancing back at him. Are you sure you can handle this alone? You might want to bring a healer. That boss has range damage abilities. Qin Feng's voice was low. It's fine, just lead the way. He lowered his head deep in thought. The plague-wreathed one, that really was a golden tier boss. Qin Feng was still calculating his odds. This particular boss has a toxic aura, which means anyone within a certain range will constantly lose HP every single second. Xu Hua glanced over in his direction. Qin Feng, in a classic Manhwa protagonist move, looked completely unfazed. Therefore, to deal with this boss, you have to take it down as fast as humanly possible. For me at my current level, that should only take a few skills. So Xu Hua leads our boy Qin Feng to the mouth of some creepy-looking cave. She tells him the boss is lurking right inside this cave. My squad managed to wipe out all the small fry, but we just couldn't take down the main boss. I'll lead you in. So the two of them venture into the darkness with her calmly guiding the way like a pro. All of a sudden, Xue Hua freezes and points ahead. There it is, and right below them is the source of the plague. This thing is just oozing nasty-looking green fumes that scream poison. Qin Feng eyes it up cool as a cucumber and says softly, "All right, sending you the lifespan now." And just like that, a system notification pops up. Transaction complete. You have successfully transferred 100 days of tradable lifespan. Meanwhile, the gears in his head are turning. If I remember this part of the manhwa correctly, he thinks the damage from this poison can actually be dodged, which means my 75% evasion from the Misty Phantom skill is going to be a lifesaver. But then Juehua gets all nervous and starts to hesitate. Big bro, there's something I need to warn you about first. This is actually a trap. The second you engage in combat, a whole squad is gonna jump you. And I think they have a level 2 anti-stealth item, so don't even think about hiding. Chen Feng just shrugs it off. Hey, no big deal. But Xuehua presses on, clearly worried. The crucial part is, she pauses for a beat, then spills the beans. They told me to act like I'm trying to stop them as part of their grand scheme. Then they'd use this opportunity to figure you out, big bro. And wait until the end to find a way to dig up your real-world identity. He gives her a sideways glance, completely baffled. What kind of half-baked plan is that? She looks down, embarrassed, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. I was forced into it, okay? I wanted to tell you the truth, and so that you can go settle the score with the puppet master behind me. Those, guys, they're blackmailing me in the real world too. I want them dead. Qin Feng's gaze hardens as he stares her down. Who's pulling your strings? He asks coldly. Xuehua doesn't even try to hide it. She answers with brutal honesty. It's Dongfang Xian. His in-game name is Xian Yun. He mentioned, you killed him once before, big bro. Hearing this, our MC stops dead in his tracks. Dongfang Xian Yun, that's the clown who tried to steal my golden ghost ship boss at the very beginning. But then he just hands me a book on how to properly beg for forgiveness. Xu Hua was getting more and more anxious. Big bro, if you can kill Song Fei, then you can definitely kill him too, right? I've laid all my cards on the table for you. You can't sell me out now. You'd better either kill that Dongfang Xian guy, or I am absolutely royally screwed. Qin Feng silently considered this. Did she really come up with a plan, this childish? In my past life, I never even heard this woman's name. Could it be that she got herself killed off super early in the game? Well, I'm heading out to fight a boss anyway. Guess I can swat a fly on the way. With that, he vanished, leaving her with just one instruction. You just play along with their little scheme, tell their guys to come over here and leave the rest to me. Xu Hua didn't even have time to react, reaching out to stop him. Wait, oh crap, I'm done for. This shadow guy is literally walking into a death trap. Before this, Dongfang Xian had brought 3 teams, 18 people each, to fight this very boss. But they were all completely wiped out in less than 30 seconds. The poison's continuous damage was just too insane. They didn't even manage to chip away 5% of the boss's health. And no matter how badass this shadow guy is looking like a protagonist from some action manhwa, facing a poison gas attack this deadly means he's a goner. I need to figure out how to escape and fast. Just then, Qin Feng unleashed his skill Grace Release. A crimson energy burst from his body, activating the Amplify Weakness effect and triggering the Decapitation effect. He shot forward like a blur, launching a relentless assault. Shadow Shield Slash. 700, 2,189. 6,345. 67,752. 2,180. The monstrous tree-like limbs were being hacked down one by one. Xu Hua stared at the scene completely and utterly gobsmacked. What in the world? Did one single move just wipe out 2/3 of a gold-rank boss's health bar? That's over 80,000 damage. Is this guy even human? Qin Feng stood there calmly observing as the last of the tree creatures was finally defeated. He then swiftly flew back towards her. The active effect of Grace Release has a 25-second cooldown, and when you add the 75% cooldown reduction, the final refresh time drops to a mere 14.3 seconds. First things first, I'm not touching that boss just yet. I'll just wait for Dongfang Xian's crew to show up and offer themselves as a tribute. Besides, this gives my skill the perfect amount of time to finish recharging. Suddenly, a huge commotion echoed from nearby. Everyone on me, we're going into the cave to kill the boss. A whole mob of players charged in, led by none other than Dongfang Xian himself. Qin Feng, still invisible and standing right beside Sui, Hua mused to himself, well, if it isn't this clown. Is he actually planning to throw in his lot with Dongfang Xian? But wait, their grand strategy was to have Zuehua pretend to block these guys. Is this girl and her little posse really supposed to be that impressive? I mean, with 10 people charging in, like this, can she really stop them all by herself? She quickly summoned a gigantic shield holding her ground against the incoming mob. He still didn't lift a finger, just calmly watched the show unfold. A gold-grade shield, eh? No wonder they hired her to put on this little act. With that kind of defense, hardly anyone at this early stage of the game could even put a scratch on it. Xu Hua kept a firm grip on her defensive shield. My guess is she got lucky, ran into an Ancient God's Blessing event, and scored a gold-grade treasure chest. Qin Feng casually glanced over, silently waiting for the perfect moment to make his move. And when the time was ripe, he unleashed his attack. Shadow Shield Slash. In a single breathtaking moment, he completely wiped out the entire group. Qin Feng's eyes blazed and fiery embers erupted all around him. Cursed blooming flower. Zhu Hua couldn't help but gasp in absolute shock. That's just terrifying. To wipe out that many players with a single skill, that's some next-level Manhwa protagonist power right there. Qin Feng's eyes blazed as flames burst forth, unleashing his cursed blooming flower. Zhu Hua was just completely and utterly floored. That was just horrifyingly powerful. To annihilate that many players with a single attack, with just one move. And what in the world are these brilliant red flowers anyway? Thank God I didn't listen to that idiot Dongfang Xian. If I had, I'd be just as dead as Song Fei and the rest of these chumps. Once the massacre was over, Yue Hua finally lowered her shield. Hey big bro, we should add each other as friends. If you do, I'll even tell you where to find Dongfang Xian in the real world when I get the chance. Qin Feng, completely unfazed, just turned to look at her. A deal. Suddenly, Zuehua's face turned beet red and she got all shy. Big bro, if you ever need any special services, you can call me. As for all that loot you get from killing monsters, just bring it to me. For you, my services are free of charge for life. And just like that, it all clicked for him. He thought to himself, so that's what this is about. No wonder she was being so friendly. Suddenly, Qin Feng redirected the swirling red aura to move right behind her. Then he dashed forward, unleashing a lightning-fast sword strike on the surrounding plague spreader. You have slain the level 10 gold tier plague spreader. You have received experience points. You have received 7 evolution points. You have received 555 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng landed back on the ground, taking a serious look at his loot. The lifespan drained from over a dozen people wasn't even worth as much as this single boss drop. Things had already gotten this bad, he thought. But instead of peacefully grinding mobs, this clown had to run over here and start trouble. He was practically begging for it. Looking up, he was a little surprised to see Bai Shui still hovering in the air. You're still here. Is something wrong? Bai Zue waved her hands frantically and quickly replied, Nope, not a thing, I'm leaving right now. Bye-bye, big boss. Once she had taken off, Qin Feng conjured a giant hand to grab the loot. His eyes went wide with excitement as he let out a little, Ooh! It's been ages since I've seen an assassin-class skill book, and one actually dropped this time. The system notification popped up. Darkest Hour. Platinum Tier. Assassin-class skill, use the blade in your hand to unleash a dark light blinding all enemies within range. Cooldown 60 seconds. Requirement level 10. Range 20 meters. Base effect duration 10 seconds. The higher the target's spirit attribute, the shorter the effect's duration. Qin Feng skimmed the description. A blinding skill, huh? This is perfect learn. He stood up straight, holding his sword out in a classic Manhwa pose. As long as I can blind the enemy, even when I'm not in stealth, I can still trigger my double damage passive. With this little trick, it doesn't matter what level of anti-stealth a boss has. No matter how high it is, it won't be able to stop my DPS. Looking impossibly cool, Qinfeng stared intently at the blade in his hand. Platinum Plague Blade, Assassin Class Weapon. Attack Power plus 216, Agility plus 42. Weak Point Attack Coefficient plus 0.3, Level 10 Requirement Unique Special Effect. Any attack you land will be imbued with a potent poison. This poison will violently trigger, detonating after 3 seconds and dealing 50% of the attack's damage. He scooped up the good loot, turned around, and sauntered out of the cave. Not bad, another day, another bountiful harvest. My evolution points have stacked up to 98. It won't be long now, until I can evolve my greedy hand from epic to legendary tier. I'm just 10,000 experience points shy of a class advancement. Guess I'll go farm some small fry. And just like clockwork, all the little critters outside were scrambling for their lives, trying to escape their fate as EXP fodder for Qin Feng. Screech, screech, screech. They practically tripped over each other desperately, trying to get as far away as possible. But all our boy had to do was turn his body, and a single effortless slash wiped out the nearby crabs and shellfish. Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Feeling the power coursing through him, he knew it was finally time for a class advancement. Golden streams of power began to float in the air, forming a perfect circle. His eyes went wide, his own golden irises fixed on the swirling vortex of energy. Your shadow class has advanced. You are now a shadow agent. With a stoic expression, Qin Feng listened as the system notifications rolled in one after another. Class attributes have increased. Strength from 3 to 9. Constitution from 3 to 9. Agility from 8 to a whopping 24. And spirit from 5 to 15. He stood up straight, feeling the raw mana flowing through his very being. First class passive. Your new invisibility now lasts twice as long. On top of that, you can now use skills while in your invisible state. Second, your hidden class's passive stealth skill gets a level boost from +1 to +2. When you launch an attack from outside, an enemy's field of vision, the damage of that attack will be increased from double to a massive triple. Qin Feng held out his hand, staring at it with intense focus. Just by advancing to the first stage of his class, his base attributes had been tripled from what they were initially. What's more, he could now activate invisibility while already in a state of stealth. That basically means as long as the cooldowns are up in time, he can stay invisible forever. A classic Manhwa cheat. And that's not all. The damage from attacks made outside the enemy's line of sight was also boosted from double to triple. Sheesh, only at the first stage and it's already this flashy? No wonder they call this the most OP hidden class. Just then, a booming system announcement echoed through the air. Attention all players, 7 of you have officially hit level 10 in Zhanghai City. The portal to the Forsaken Continent of the Gods will be opening in exactly 10 minutes. All you level 10 champs, get ready to move out. He glanced up at the system window, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The time was 8:30 p.m. He couldn't believe so many players in Zhanghai City had already hit level 10. The rankings were filled with faces he remembered all too well. But something was different. In his past life, the leaderboard at this stage was dominated by foreign players. The whole script of this manhwa is being flipped. On the system screen, the rankings for the top 4 spots popped up. First place, Darkness. Second place, Gray Rose. Tied for third place were Yixue he Bulindali and Ziwangmeng. And in fourth, Huayu and Xuehan. Suddenly, a gust of wind swirled around Qin Feng. As he prepared to log out, a thrill of excitement shot through him. Looks like the ripple effect from me selling all that high-tier gear and those skill books is finally starting to show. Perhaps, just perhaps, the fate of the world from his past life is about to change. He thought to himself, I am seriously looking forward to this. Back in the real world, night had fallen. The city's skyscrapers were still ablaze with light, humming with activity. Down on the street, a police convoy was busy transporting a group of criminals to the station. The captain stood at attention, reporting the mission's progress with crisp, clear words. Reporting, sir, all key members of the Dajang Industries crime syndicate have been apprehended. However, 3 other key members are still logged into the game. Their bodies are currently in a virtualized state, making physical arrest impossible. Requesting your orders, sir. Su Fei, the officer in charge of the operation, responded from across him. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Notify and use team. I want them to find a way to force those suspects offline now. The police captain snapped back with a loud and clear, yes, sir. His partner beside him commented, not a bad strategy. Even if those criminals are hiding out in a safe zone town, they can't be attacked in-game. But their real-world bodies still get hungry. Su Fei couldn't agree more. Exactly. When your stomach starts rumbling, you gotta log off to grab a bite. The second they disconnect, we've got them. The fact that this whole operation went off so smoothly is mostly thanks to Shadow. Not only did he feed us all that criminal intel on Dajang Industries, but he also gave us the heads up that powers from the game could be brought into the real world. From what he's gathered, massive explosions have been popping up all over the place. If we'd been even a little bit later, that crew led by Zhang Li would have hit level 10 in no time. And by then, they would have already extracted their powers. If we had tried to round them up at that point, the casualties would have been catastrophic. Small-scale riots have already started breaking out in several countries. The second they disconnect, we nab them. The fact that this went so well this time is almost entirely thanks to Shadow. He didn't just provide us with criminal intelligence on Dajang Industries, but he also warned us ahead of time that the abilities from the game, God's Forsaken, could be extracted into the real world. According to his intel, major explosions are happening in multiple locations. If we had waited any longer, the leaders under Zhang Li would have hit level 10 in a flash. By that point, they would have already unlocked their powers. And if we had tried to arrest them, then the number of casualties would have been staggering. In some nations, small-scale riots have already erupted. Force. Had we moved in to capture them, then our losses would have been absolutely massive. Small-scale riots have already broken out in several other countries, sparking a number of small-scale riots. It's already resulted in thousands of deaths. The squads we dispatched into the game, God's Forsaken, have been hitting level 10 one after another, largely thanks to the gear and skills that Shadow supplied. This is better than any Manhwa plot. Seriously, Shadow is an absolutely indispensable asset to our great nation of Dacia. We have to figure out a way to lash him to our ship for good. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back into the game. It's already late afternoon here. Xu Hua is sending a telepathic message to Qin Feng. My liege, I never would have guessed you were some great hero fighting for the people. I am like totally your biggest fan now. He meanwhile is taking an invisible stroll through the city. What in the world are you rambling on about? If you have something to say, spit it out. She informed him, her tone thick with teasing. Oh, no need to be so modest, my lord. The government has already made the official announcement. So Dajang Industries and Songfei are running a little side hustle, kidnapping, imprisoning, and straight-up murdering players. So that's the official story. The big boss only offed Songfei and Zhang Li because he was on a top-secret government mission. Qin Feng just stood there saying nothing. But inside his thoughts were running wild. The government is trying to whitewash my record, he mused, just to make it easier to cooperate with me down the line, I bet. After a few seconds of silence, he finally cut to the chase. Have you found Dongfeng Xian's actual location yet? Zhao, being the all-knowing intel broker she was, had the answer ready in a flash. Not yet, you're gonna have to wait a bit longer. The second I get a ping, I'll let you know. Qin Feng's reply was as cold and short as a winter day. Fine. And with that, he turned to leave. He had a million bigger fish to fry, everything else was just background noise. The most urgent mission right now was getting to the continent forsaken by the gods. Plenty of players had already used the town's teleportation system, but not a single soul had managed to activate the transfer array to the main continent. Qin Feng took a few steps forward and summoned it. The town's teleportation system had been used before, but no one had managed to activate the transfer array to the main continent. Feng took a few steps forward and summoned the array. Destination, the continent forsaken by the gods. His mind was already racing and he had no time to pay attention to his surroundings. This town area was basically just the tutorial village. You had to get to the continent forsaken by the gods before the real Manhwa game could even begin. The very second Qin Feng teleported, a whole squad of people popped up right where he'd been standing. Looks like they were here for him. The group looked around completely bewildered. He's gone. Who the heck just teleported? Are you serious? It was the Shadow Big Shot, obviously. That can't be right. My anti-stealth skill is level 2. Why didn't I see him at all? You idiot, if you couldn't see him, that just means the boss's stealth level is way higher than level 2. The blinding light faded and he had arrived. Qin Feng grimaced as he surveyed the landscape. Yep, it was exactly like he remembered from his past life. The all-too-familiar desolate ruins of his own Zhanghai city. Players from different cities would always spawn in the ruins of their corresponding real-world city. The first time they arrived on the continent forsaken by the gods, the geography of these ruined cities perfectly mirrored reality. As for why that was, well, that remained an unsolved mystery. Suddenly, from a doorway right behind him, an incredibly shady dark figure shot out like a bullet. Qin Feng's spidey senses tingled and he instantly whipped around. A ground lurker, its long tongue dangling, was baring its fangs as it lunged right for him. He dodged with zero effort, letting the creature slam its head straight into the dirt. Qin Feng was currently in his ethereal ghost form, making him practically untouchable. He activated his shield shadow slash, moving with slick precision. Weaving a deadly zigzag pattern, he sliced and diced that ground lurker into monster confetti. Right on cue, the system notification popped up. You have slain the ground lurker. Level normal grade, but just then, another earth glutton appeared and this one was way bigger. Qin Feng leaped high into the air, easily evading its massive attack. Glancing down, he swiftly activated the Grace of Absolution. He then combined it with his shield shadow slash, unleashing a relentless flurry of strikes against the earth glutton. Qin Feng was moving so fast he was just a blur, like a character straight out of a top-tier action manhwa. The monster didn't even stand a chance before he completely obliterated it. Qin Feng simply walked away, not even bothering to watch the creature disintegrate behind him. Out here there were no safe zones like back in the small town. Monsters were lurking in every direction, ready to attack at any moment. However, if he could just find a proper shelter, among all this rubble, he could establish a base and become the undisputed king of this area. The best possible shelter in the ruins of Zhanghai City was located to the northwest. Without a moment's delay, Qin Feng set off. He gracefully leaped across the rooftops, finding it the most efficient way to travel. This was the very same hideout his god-slaying guild used in his past life. The scene changes, panning to a giant statue standing tall amidst the desolate wasteland. Down below, a few dark figures emerged. It looked like a group of people was approaching. And who else could it be but Li Zi and her crew? She exclaimed in utter shock, "This is the forsaken land of the gods." Wang Meng glanced around a bit skeptical. Why does this look like the ruins of a modern city? Li Zi fell silent for a moment before replying. These ruins, they look so familiar. She excitedly pointed towards the tallest building in the city. Wait a minute, aren't these the ruins of Jiangnan City? Yigak gasped in surprise as well. She's right, that's the Jiangnan City building over there. Li Zi's eyes lit up as she scanned the horizon. Someone said they saw the Shadow Big Boss get transported here. Come on, let's go check it out. With that, she led the group forward at a run. He came here, but where is he? Where could he be? Yishu, standing beside her with a bright smile, teased her gently. Little Z, don't bother looking. You know he can turn invisible, right? But suddenly, a ground lurker burst out from the ground right beneath them. With lightning reflexes, he shot his shield up to protect his comrades, yelling, "Careful, we've got monsters." His teammate instantly synced up, raising her staff and chanting a spirit protection spell. Two aggressive geovores, looking absolutely famished, lunged at them. They struck simultaneously with their tails and shields, taking a clean 10 points off Wang Meng's health. From the back line, Yizhu struggled to maintain her recovery spell, her voice sharp with warning, "Be careful." The attack power on these regular mobs is even higher. Then the silver rank boss back near the town, Si Chung, coordinating perfectly from the rear, saw his chance. Just as the moment was ripe, he fired his arrow, shouting, "Binding shot!" The arrow struck true, ensnaring the two geovores. Each beast was pinned down, writhing and struggling to break free. He let out a triumphant laugh. The monsters are trapped. I put everything I had into that shot to lock them down. Lizzie raised her staff with both hands. With a powerful cry, she summoned a massive fireball in the sky. Prophecy, Great Fireball. The two helpless Geovors were completely engulfed by the ultimate attack. She and Si Chung watched the monsters burn to a crisp, celebrating their victory. We took them down, that was incredible. Wang Meng, ever the cautious leader, stepped forward and turned to Yi Shui. Little Zhui, send your owl up into the sky and scout the surrounding terrain. She focused her energy, channeling it into her staff. Through the eyes of her owl soaring high above, Yishu could see a terrifying number of demonic beasts swarming the ruined city below. This whole area is crawling with monsters. There are so many of them. The commotion from our battle must have drawn the attention of some of them, and right now they're heading straight for us. Worse, I can't spot a safe zone anywhere. What are we going to do? It looks like the demonic beasts have already noticed we're here. Yishu could get a clear view of the demonic beasts infesting the ruined city. This entire place is just packed with monsters. The sheer number is insane. The noise from that last fight definitely put us on their radar. They're closing in on our position as we speak, and I still don't see any safe zone. What are we supposed to do now? There's no doubt about it. The monsters know we're here. We have to find a safe place to hide, and we have to find it fast. So what's the plan? Captain Wang Meng couldn't hide the agitation in his voice. What do you mean, no safe zone? Si Chung, standing beside him, was completely stunned by the news. What kind of messed up continent is this? In the blink of an eye, this whole mission turned into a survival manhwa. Lizzie clutched her staff, her mind racing as she quickly offered a solution. Little Zhui, can you find that shadow expert? He arrived 10 minutes before we did so. He can't have gotten too far. Model? If we can just find him, we'll be safe. Bai Diao the white bird had been circling high above, when Yixue, seeing through its eyes, suddenly froze. There wasn't a single person in sight. Wait a minute, there's a ton of light to the northwest. It was the glow of items dropped by monsters after they'd been slain. That's it, it has to be the work of the big boss. His inventory must be so full he couldn't even pick up all the loot. But just then, all around them, a fresh batch of those creepy ground lurkers clawed their way out. Lizzie screamed a warning to the others. Watch out, even more monsters are showing up. The nimble An Yu was already bolting, yelling back at his teammates. Let's move, that shadow completely wiped out the monsters over there. It's safe now. If we just follow the light, from all the dropped items we can find him. Dongqing and his crew roared, their voices crackling with fighting spirit. All right, everyone. Watch the formation. And do not split up, we fight as we retreat, you hear me? The scene changes. We see more of those familiar ground lurkers baring their nasty fangs at their prey. But surprise, the very next second, they're all hit by a flash of blue light and sliced into a million pieces that go flying everywhere. And there stands Qin Feng, a true hero, right out of a manhwa, surrounded by a rain of monster corpses. Even without the active effect of the Grace of Liberation, the total damage from his Shadow Shield slash can hit anywhere from 20 to over 30,000. Wiping out these small fry monsters is an absolute insta-kill. Heh, this place is a genuine monster farming paradise. He continues on his way, having reached his destination. This is the secret hideout. Buried beneath this pile of rubble is a gigantic palace. In his past life, it took humanity a long time to find this place. This underground palace can provide thousands of rooms for rest, and dozens of large hall areas. This is the single largest shelter in all of Zhanghai City, modeled, and it's also the future base for our Godslayer Guild. Before it was captured, this hideout was basically an entire underground city. It's crawling with machine-type monsters and, of course, a big bad boss guarding the joint. The bigger the hideout, the beefier the guardian inside. Qin Feng strolls in, radiating an aura so overwhelming it could probably curdle milk. In his past life, after establishing the Godslayer Guild, I had to gather 3 whole squads and 18 elite warriors. Every single member had reached level 15, and they were armed to the absolute teeth. Even with all that, we just barely managed to capture this palace. He walks step by step down the spiral staircase, descending into the pitch-black darkness below. This time, however, a notification suddenly pops up. You have arrived at the hideout. A vast and incredibly majestic space appears before him. It feels like it's been here since the dawn of time. It's filled with ancient architecture and colorful spirits floating through the air, the land of purified souls. Qin Feng's face is completely covered, revealing only a pair of cold, sharp golden eyes staring ahead. But this time, he's all the backup he needs. The system's quest notification chimes in. Defeat the area's guardian and you will claim this territory. A bunch of small, colorful soul-type minions start making these weird mumbling sounds as if trying to warn him off. A second later, the entire mob charges straight for Qin Feng. As he rushes forward to turn these things into confetti, a thought crosses his mind. Souls are the kind of monsters with pathetically low health, and their defense is the absolute worst of any monster type. However, they're completely immune to physical attacks. You can only take them down using magical attributes. And I happen to be a warrior. What a classic Manhwa dilemma. Luckily, my attacks deal true damage, bypassing all that pesky immunity. He sizes them up, just some small fry level 12 gold rank elemental souls. Qin Feng quickly activates a skill. Dark moment. Suddenly, the mobs are frozen in a black void, unable to move a muscle. The entire area is slowly being consumed by a dark, empty space. Seizing this moment, he unleashes a powerful slash with his sword. His eyes, barely visible, sweep across the countless spirits. Phantom blade. Everywhere Qin Feng goes, a flash of his sword follows, carving through the monsters. In a blink of an eye, he has single-handedly wiped out every monster in the room. Qin Feng sheathed his sword, analyzing the situation. When these guys get blinded, all my attacks get a sweet little damage boost. Even my regular run-of-the-mill attacks are enough to one-shot these level 12 minions instantly. And just like that, all 15 monsters in the main hall have been wiped clean. And yet this so-called soul purification land has dozens of these halls and thousands of smaller rooms. Talk about a massive dungeon crawl. Going by the sheer number of monsters in this hideout, after I've cleared out all these demonic beasts, I should have enough juice to evolve. Time for the good old greedy hand to work its magic again. After all the small fry in the area have been dealt with, a massive figure starts to materialize. Looks like the area guardian is about to spawn right on top of him. The scene suddenly shifts, and a pair of mysterious individuals are using a teleportation spell. It seems they're warping to the same city our boy Qin Feng is in. Yilu looks around, practically buzzing with excitement. So this is the god-forsaken continent. Ma Yan is equally floored, taking in the devastated scenery around them. This is weird. Why does this place feel so familiar? She stops in her tracks and says, I recognize this rubble. Wait a second, isn't this New York? Elsewhere, another duo also gets teleported to a random area. This group, however, arrives right in the middle of a torrential downpour. These are the ruins of Shancheng. Yet another group gets dropped right into a chaotic war zone with bombs and guns going off like crazy. These are the ruins of London. Yilu looks up, his sharp mind immediately grasping the situation. Wait, could it be that people from different regions get teleported to the ruins of their own home cities? Ma Yan exclaims, completely bewildered. That's so strange. Does that mean the geography of this place actually corresponds to the real world? Suddenly, two menacing shadows rise up, appearing right behind them. Yilu whips around to see countless landcrawlers, their mouths gaping wide, just waiting for their next meal. Oh crap, we gotta run now. The two of them can do nothing but let out horrified screams. The creatures charge in a massive wave. The scene then cuts to a different location. The ruins of Zhanghai, where the ground is littered with items dropped by defeated monsters. Wang Meng cautiously poked his head out from behind a rock to scope out the situation. There are no monsters here. Let's recover our strength first. And Yu scrambled out after him, excitedly, absolutely showering Qin Feng with praise. No wonder they call him the Shadow Master. And here I was thinking we were finally getting strong. But it turns out we can only hide in the big boss's shadow and tremble like chihuahuas. He cleared his throat awkwardly, giving her a gentle reminder. Captain An, please watch your language. And Yu, completely unfiltered, just shot back, what was my description inaccurate? Leedsy stared in absolute shock at the trail of glittering items laid out before them. It's a really good thing that the big boss already cleared out this entire area. If he hadn't with this many monsters, we would have been totally wiped out. But I am a little curious. If we died here, where would we even respawn? Wang Meng's voice turned serious as he looked at An Yu to discuss their next move. Captain An, the six of us shouldn't start exploring this wasteland just yet. Let's wait until every single member of our team reaches level 10. Then we can move out together. She couldn't find any fault in that logic. Meanwhile, Yishu continued to scout ahead using Bai Diao's vision. This monster was torn to absolute shreds. Wait, that's not right. Why does the trail just end here? It's like the Shadow Master just vanished into thin air. There's so much loot, and look, some of it is even gold rarity. I really want to pick it all up. Lost in thought, Wang Meng activated his basic communication skill. I've contacted the Shadow. I wonder if he even wants any of this stuff. The scene flashes and a powerful slash of green energy slices a monster clean in two. Surrounded by a vortex of power, Qin Feng lets out a sigh. Finally, all the small fry had been dealt with. Over 40 great halls and 1,000 small rooms, he'd slaughtered more than 400 minions. On top of that, there were 4 bronze-tier bosses and 2 silver-tier bosses. This whole adventure is like something out of a manhwa. Not only did that massive grind net him over 80,000 experience points, it also boosted his evolution points up to 205. Just 5 more points and he could finally evolve his greedy hand skill. Just then Wang Meng's voice came through, "Big bro, where are you, big bro? We found all the items you left behind after wiping out the monsters. Is it okay if we pick them up? We can pay you the market price in lifespan points. How about it?" He received the message and thought to himself. So it looks like Wang Meng's government-backed squad has made it here too. Qin Feng sent a signal back. "Sure thing, I'll contact you guys in a bit. I've got some equipment I want to sell." He quickly sent them the specific coordinates for a meetup. "Got it, Chief. We'll wait for you at the ruined fortifications at coordinates 8955466666. But while his attention was elsewhere, faint sparks of lightning began to crackle in the air behind him. Just as Qin Feng turned to leave, "If there's any loot you miss, we'll pick it up for you. Then we'll trade you lifespan for it based on market price. How's that sound?" He got the message, a thought crossing his mind. So it looks like Wang Meng and his government squad have made it here too. Qin Feng replied to their signal. "Roger that, I'll contact you all in a bit. I've got some equipment to sell." He quickly gave them a specific meeting point. "You got it, boss. We'll be waiting for you at the ruined fortification at coordinates 89.55466.666. With him distracted, faint arcs of electricity started to appear in the air behind him. The moment Qin Feng turned his back to leave, those lightning tendrils stretched out, latching onto his trail. He sidestepped, and just as he predicted, the Guardian materialized. A colossal spirit appeared, decked out in full armor, complete with a health bar and an info panel floating over its head. The Soul Purifier, Faisen, level 15 platinum rank. Its description read, "Guardian of the Soul Purification Land. Defeat it and you will become the master of this holy ground." Qin Feng didn't make a move. Instead, he just stood there analyzing the situation for a second. The monsters in this ruined city max out at level 15. That means this Soul Purifier Faisen is the highest level monster in this entire zone, and by extension the highest grade boss, a classic final boss for this manhwa arc. If I remember correctly, this bad boy has a grand total of 750,000 health points split into 3 separate phases. In my past life, this boss's single target lightning damage was absolutely devastating. Even for a warrior like me with a full set of top-tier gear, it was nearly impossible to withstand. But this time, I don't even have to bother tanking its single target skills. Qin Feng once again used his basic move, Shield Shadow Slash. A single slash meant to deal widespread area of effect damage. Fisan froze on the spot, the electrical currents coursing through its body flickering in disarray. And just a second later, its health bar had already dropped by a solid third. A whole bunch of green gunk started gushing out from that weak spot on its neck. Fisan quickly launched a counterattack, wielding that long electric spear in its hand. It summoned a storm of lightning bolts to strike down, completely surrounding the spot where Qin Feng was standing. He dodged with lightning speed, somehow still finding the time to think. If even one of these bolts manages to hit me, given my current defense and lightning resistance, yeah, I'd be absolutely toast. Any skill or attack from a boss above the platinum level is guaranteed to have a damage amplification effect. Right now, my evasion rate is 75%, so a normal monster's hit rate on me is only 25%, but this Soul Purifier's hit rate is over 50%. Such a classic broken Manhwa boss. Qin Feng effortlessly weaved through the gaps, dodging every last lightning bolt trying to get a piece of him. However, my agility stat has already reached a whopping 182 points. At full burst, my speed exceeds 40 meters per second. So as long as I pay attention, I can easily dodge before the lightning even has a chance to strike. In my past life, I led my guild members through this dungeon, and we barely scraped by relying on priest shields and a whole lot of luck. His eyes lit up, his gaze suddenly turning ice cold. Qin Feng whipped around with fierce determination, but this time he raised the sword in his hand, and with a subtle movement brought it forward, simultaneously activating his piercing slash skill right through Fai San. I'm not giving this boss a single opening. Qin Feng kept a close eye on its health bar, thinking to himself, the decapitation damage from Anban's liberation, a shield shadow slash and plague blade, just instantly vaporized 250,000 of the boss's health. Next up, the boss is about to enter its second phase. It's getting ready for its second wave of attacks. It summoned a rolling wave of thunder and lightning. The Soul Purifier will now enter an invincible state and continuously generate lightning orbs and bolts. In this, the top priority here is to destroy the 3 lightning orbs, otherwise this boss is going to go berserk. Suddenly, a scene from long ago flashed through his mind. In his past life, it was that exact berserker rage that got the entire team wiped out. Afterwards, Xiao Yu had a complete meltdown, screaming that she didn't want to fight anymore. So for their second run, they left her out of the party. And what do you know, they cleared it on the first try. Qin Feng kept up the assault, his aim absolutely perfect as he unleashed a volley of poison darts. He stood on the ground below, staring up at Fa Shan. The creature's health bar was already below half, and he began to strategize. Each time an orb is destroyed, the Soul Purifier takes a corresponding hit of damage. With that, Qin Feng lunged forward, slinging his darts. After shattering all 3 orbs, the boss would enter its third phase. He kept hammering them, and Fa Shan's health bar dropped to a critical level. It looked absolutely livid, its eyes widening as it glared daggers at Qin Feng. Fa Shan unleashed its ultimate ability. Currents of electricity swirled around it, forming a colossal, deadly circle, and Qin Feng was standing right in the middle of it. The opportunity he'd been waiting for was finally here. Here we go, Phase 3, he thought. The Soul Purifier will now spam wide-area lightning skills. In his previous life, the guild had to provide every single member of the raid party with a full set of lightning resistance gear plus 4 cleric shields and constant healing just to barely scrape by. Qin Feng's face was a mask of pure determination. His eyes locked onto Fa Shan. But in this life, he wasn't about to go through all that trouble. He shot high into the air, looking like a total Manhwa hero as he created a golden sphere of energy. Qin Feng's eyes snapped open. His face tilted towards the heavens, filled with resolve. He recited the command in his mind while the words escaped his lips. Below, the ground continued to crackle with untamed lightning. Grace of Liberation, Blacklight Shield. In that case, I'll just have to attack it from the air. Safely inside, his sphere of light, Qin Feng looked down from above at the Soul Purifier Fa Shan far below him. He thought to himself, as long as the lightning keeps storming the ground. All right, new plan, we're hitting it from the sky. The guy inside used Grace of Liberation and the Blacklight Shield. Qin Feng unleashed Shield Shadow slash aiming right for the dude's head. The figure of the Soul Purifier Fei Shan vanished and our boy landed softly on the ground. The system screen popped up. You have slain the Platinum tier Soul Purifier Fei Shan. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 11. Your propriety, righteousness, integrity, and honor attributes have all increased by 4. You have received 10 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have received 20 evolution points. You have received 1,520 days of lifespan, which is totally tradable. Qin Feng looked up at the system panel and thought, now that's what I'm talking about. But the notification sounds just kept on coming. You are the first person in the world to kill a platinum tier boss. You have been awarded a reward of 10 reputation points. Congratulations, you have become the master of the soul purification grounds. He stood there on the spot, his mind already running the calculations. A hideout doesn't just provide shelter in the game. It also functions as a warehouse. And more importantly, it can be moved into the real world. When the game God's Forsaken Land finally arrived, all the weapons in the real world began to rust and fall apart. Qin Feng started thinking about all the other weapons he could add to his arsenal, especially those nuclear bombs, the ones with the biggest boom. Yeah, from day one, those were completely useless. Airplanes, tanks, and all that good stuff. They were still usable for a month or two. But in the end, they all became a pile of scrap metal. In other words, the main method of combat in the future will be based on extracting abilities from the game God's Forsaken Land, just like in your favorite manhwa. After the hideout is brought into reality, a magical defense barrier can be activated, and it will become an absolutely safe haven. Qin Feng fell silent, his face a mask of deep contemplation. A golden light suddenly appeared. He stood still, muttering to himself, in my past life, my god-slaying guild used this place as our base of operations and grew from here. And even though we had a lot of happy memories, I also watched far too many people come and go. So much pointless bickering. Qin Feng's face was filled with determination as he spoke. That's why this time I won't choose that path again. I'm going to develop all on my own, until I reach the absolute peak model. The dead of night. Deep inside the forest, the rain was relentless. Hong Bao gripped his axe. Tighter, and tighter, tighter, and tighter, tighter, and with all his might he swung it down. Su Cheng threw himself backward, dodging as he screamed, "Dodge it now." Seeing the massive axe blade fill her vision, Xiao Yu shrieked for her life. And just like that, she was sent packing. At the respawn point, Xiao Yu lay on the ground listening to the system notification chime. You have died and lost 14 years of lifespan. Trading is disabled. You have died and lost 2 days of lifespan. Trading is enabled. Her face was a mask of sheer panic. I died again. Su Cheng's eyes were bloodshot as he snarled, "Healer my ass." The boss's axe is that big and you still don't know how to get out of the way. Hearing that, Xiao Yu fired back. Who do you think you're yelling at? You're the tank. You couldn't even hold the boss's aggro, and now you have the nerve to blame me for not having dodge skills. Go to hell. He roared in absolute fury. Damn it all. How the hell am I supposed to pull aggro on a massive AoE attack like that, you moron? A moment later, a notification popped up. Player Da Gongfeng level 8 has left the party. Just then, Chu Ran's panicked voice echoed in her ear. Xiao Yu, that tank just bailed. The boss is on me now, save me. And then she was promptly sliced in half, respawning right beside Xiao Yu. Chu Ran turned to her friend and suggested, Xiao Yu, maybe we should just go grind some mobs and level up first. We're running seriously low on lifespan and I'm getting scared. Xiao Yu immediately agreed, okay. Suddenly, a massive announcement filled the sky. Player Ying from Zhanghai City is the first player in the world to slay a platinum-grade boss. Rewarded with 10 reputation points. The players all around them exploded in a collective gasp. The first to kill a platinum boss, and he did it solo. That's beyond ridiculous. It's like something straight out of a manhwa. Barely anyone has even reached the main continent. Yet you're telling me this Ying guy soloed the whole thing. It's Ying again. Seriously, does anyone know who this guy is? Xiao Yu and Chu Ran stared blankly upwards, listening to the buzzing chaos around them. Ying from Zhanghai City is the first player in the world to slay a platinum-grade boss, rewarded with 10 reputation points. The surrounding players were still losing their minds. The first person to kill a platinum boss did it solo. What kind of crazy manhwa protagonist is he? This is just insane. Barely anyone has even made it to the mainland yet. You're telling me the Shadow went and soloed the damn thing. The Shadow, again. Seriously? Does anyone know who this guy really is? His feats are straight out of a manhwa. Xiao Yu and Chu Ran looked up, listening to the buzzing chatter all around them. A platinum-grade boss? I haven't even seen a gold grade one in my life. This guy is just too powerful. She scowled, clearly annoyed. Why is everyone here so pathetic, she thought. They can barely take down a measly silver grade boss. So on what grounds? Does that damn shadow get to kill a platinum grade boss? Meanwhile, in a pitch black room somewhere else, Qin Feng materialized out of thin air. Alright, after taking down that soul purifier, I've hit level 11. After level 10, every level up grants 4 points to all stats, and 10 free attribute points, all of which are going straight into agility. As long as my agility is jacked up enough and combined with my infinite stealth, I can take down tons of bosses without a single scratch. He then looked at the golden light swirling before him, completely stunned. Whoa, I can't believe a platinum boss drops a whopping 20 evolution points straight up. This means I can evolve Greedy Hand again. Right on cue, a notification screen popped up. You have consumed 27 evolution points, 15 points remaining for Greedy Hand. Upgrade complete epic to legendary. Assassin type skills now have a 300% to 500% chance of granting bonus Saeed loot and a 100% chance to increase the loot's grade by 1 tier. New passive effect unlocked. You gain 100 greed space slots for item storage. Qin Feng watched the golden light flare up, a grin spreading across his face. Nice, very nice, the bonus loot. Guess he jumped from 300% to 500%. And it even threw in 100 inventory slots as a freebie. An ethereal image of the legendary Greedy Hand materialized right in front of him. And then, the system prompts started rolling in. You have received 5 additional pieces of loot. You have received 100 evolution points, total remaining 115. Qin Feng stared at the notifications, murmuring. It dropped 2 pieces of assassin gear and a skill book. An assassin skill, but its current level is kinda trash. So for now, I'll just toss it in the storage at my hideout. With a wave of his hand, the figure of a devout follower materialized before him. Qin Feng barked out an order. Gather up all the spoils of war from this palace, and pile them up nice and high for me. He wrinkled his nose and started doing some mental math. Okay, I've still got 115 evolution points left. Perfect for upgrading some of my less than epic skills to epic tier, and then a golden light completely enveloped Qin Feng's body. The system began spamming notifications, consumed 42 evolution points. Evolving Shadow Sneak 3 times to epic rank. Invisibility duration just shot up from 36 seconds to a full 60 seconds. And the stealth attack bonus damage jumped from 300 to a massive 500. Plus the cooldown dropped from 22 seconds to a slick 15 seconds. Ding, you have consumed 34 evolution points. Enhanced Backstab has been evolved twice straight to epic tier. The bonus damage for attacks from behind just skyrocketed from 50% to a juicy 75%. Ding, you have consumed 1 + 2 + 3 evolution points. The Moment of Darkness skill just went on a power leveling spree like something out of a manhwa, from platinum to jade to diamond and finally to epic. Now a blast of pure black light erupts, blinding all enemies in range. The cooldown was slashed from 60 seconds down to 34.3 seconds. The range exploded from 20 to 30 to 40 and finally to 50 meters. The base duration also got a boost, going from 10 to 12 to 14 and landing on a solid 16 seconds. Of course, the higher the target's spirit stat, the less time they'll be stumbling around in the dark. Ding, you have consumed 33 evolution points. Cursed Bloom has been evolved 3 times, achieving legendary rank. Now here's where it gets nasty. It can be used on a player's corpse within 60 seconds of their death. Any corpse that has its nutrients absorbed by the Cursed Bloom will simply cease to exist. And then the final game-changing notification appeared. The skill can now absorb 50% of the target's remaining non-tradable lifespan. It can also absorb all those scattered, non-tradable lifespan orbs that are just lying around. Qin Feng's jaw nearly hit the floor. Wait, what? It can absorb non-tradable lifespan orbs? He knew there were plenty of high-level areas, especially those insane berserker zones around special bosses. In those places, your life drains hundreds, even thousands of times faster, and the game always prioritizes draining your non-tradable lifespan first. This means I'll never have to worry about running out of non-tradable lifespan again. This is this is a straight-up god-tier skill. Just then, a congratulatory message from Bing Yue chimed in. Congrats, Big Shot, on slaying the first ever silver rank boss. Qin Feng blinked a bit lost. What's going on? She replied with a sly grin. Oh, I've got some juicy gossip for you. Dongfang Zhen has finally logged off. Bing Xue started spilling the tea. I heard their clan is throwing a big bash at the Jiangnan restaurant. Word on the street is they've raked in a ridiculous amount of lifespan, and they're about to dump it all into the game to fund their next big move. He glanced at her impressed. Nice work. Hearing that, she just said, it's my duty, Big Shot. You absolutely have to take out Dongfang Xian, or my life is basically over. Qin Feng just waved it off. Relax. With that, he casually collected his loot. Huh. Even if I equipped all of this, my inventory would still be half empty. Man, this 100-slot Hand of Greed integrated backpack is a real game changer. Time to find Wang Meng and unload all this junk on his crew. Meanwhile, somewhere else, and Yu was freaking out. Guys, look, it's darkness. She scrambled over, calling out to the legendary player. Qin Feng just held up a hand. You know the drill. I set the price. Take it or leave it. 30 pieces of common and bronze-grade vendor trash. And for you guys, I'll even give you a discount. One flat price, 950 days. Beaming and Yu immediately accepted. Deal, Big Shot. We actually ran the numbers on the last batch we bought from you. It was worth well over 1,000 days, so let's just round it up to a nice clean number. I'll send you 2,000 days. He gave her a nod of approval. Smart move. Hearing that, she repeated, it's my duty, Big Shot. You absolutely have to take out Dongfang Xian, or my life is basically over. Qin Feng just reassured her, relax. Then he reached over to collect the payment. And after hearing the quote, she calmly agreed. Okay, this new batch has silver, gold, and even platinum rank items. The total market value is a whopping 18,000 tradable days. She leaned in, her eyes glued to the trade window, and gasped, wait, platinum rank? I'm running around with a single piece of gold gear right now. A big shot is a big shot for a reason. He's just selling off platinum gear like it's nothing. This is like a plot from some OP protagonist manhwa. This is amazing. Our Shanghai city is going to level up so much faster now. Big bro darkness. Thank you so much. Qin Feng's reply was ice cold. Don't mention it, this is purely business. Lizi bounced over totally baffled. Dude, how many slots does your backpack have? Are you secretly Doraemon or something? Hearing this, he gave a cold reminder. Your inventories are probably bursting at the seams by now, am I right? Just a friendly little tip, there's a staircase hidden under the stone wall in the middle of these city ruins. Down there you'll find a teleportation circle that'll zip you right back to the starting town. With that, Qin Feng turned to leave. But then he added, oh, but if you want to come back, the first trip will cost you 500 days of your lifespan. After that, return trips are free. You guys think it over. I'm out. And Yu, her face glowing with excitement, pointed dramatically at his retreating figure. See, I told you he's a regressor. This is classic manhwa protagonist material right here. How else would he possibly know about a top-secret shortcut like that? Wang Meng watched her, looking completely exasperated. Captain An, please stop this. You're honestly starting to scare me. In response, she struck a ridiculously seductive pose, pouting as she asked, so tell me, boys, what do you think would happen if I tried to seduce our resident Shadow Master? The two men just froze on the spot, their faces screaming, did she really just say that? Meanwhile, Qin Feng was already making a swift getaway. Just then, a system notification popped up in front of him. Do you wish to consume tradable lifespan and extract your abilities into the real world? He reached out and tapped the holographic screen. Current tradable lifespan, 18,270 days. Actual lifespan infinite. He slammed the extract button. A congratulatory message flashed on the screen. Synchronization of level and class evolution initiated. Immediately, a notification sound chimed in his ears. You have consumed 27,000 days of lifespan. Level synchronization complete. Class advancement synchronization complete. Qin Feng watched as a stream of light enveloped him. Next up, he thought, skill extraction. I already extracted latent shadow before, but that was only at level 1. This time I'm not just going to... Power up my real-world latent shadow. Like, I'm bringing over a whole arsenal of new skills. The notifications began to flood in. Consumed 1,960 days. Latent shadow upgraded to level 10. Cost 900 days. Extracting enhanced backstab. Cost 1,000 days. Extracting greedy hand. Cost 3,200 days. Extracting shadow shield slash. Cost 536 days. Extracting ghostly shadow. Cost 1,699 days. Extracting blooming curse. Cost 11,313 days. Extracting shield of dark light. Synchronization complete. You have a remaining 7,480 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng calmly gave the command, "Next up, gear." And just like that, a flood of notifications popped up, draining 3,600 days to extract a pair of golden grade concealment boots. He glanced at the system's calculations. The believer's necklace wasn't just for slashing. Cooldown times, more importantly, it could summon a whole squad of silver grade believers, an ability that now made him practically untouchable in the real world. But with just one shopping spree, his entire life savings, poof, gone. Now he was left with a measly 486 days of tradable lifespan. But hey, his power level in the real world was now basically a mirror image of his in-game stats. Qin Feng's figure vanished in a flash. Still, he needed to grind for more lifespan if he wanted his next offline extraction to be fully synchronized. Next thing you know, he's brooding on his bed looking all gloomy and dramatic. Qin Feng muttered to himself, "Shit knows. My address. To be safe, I need to get the hell out of here." And since extracting the soul purification land would cost him a whopping 1,300 years of lifespan, a temporary crash pad would have to do for now. He glanced around the room, raised an arm, and summoned the greedy hand. He watched with a wicked grin as every single thing in his room got sucked away. Haha, this pocket dimension from the greedy hand is seriously clutch. All his stuff zipped right into his inventory. Next up, Qin Feng climbed out the window and made a swift escape. Perched on the windowsill, he whipped out his phone to do a quick search. Dongfeng. Xian was at the Jiangnan restaurant, a cool 15 kilometers from his neighborhood. Qin Feng glanced down below, did some quick mental math based on his new speed, and leaped, taking off like a bullet. He figured it'd be a quick 10-minute jog. And just like a character straight out of a manhwa, Qin Feng's figure blurred into an afterimage and vanished. Inside the still-lit Jiangnan restaurant, a voice rang out, dripping with praise. Based on how things are looking right now, then the skills and lifespan from the game can actually affect the real world. This is a massive opportunity for our Dongfang family. Fengsen, you've done an outstanding job this time, managing to establish a power base within the game right from the start. Fang Xian offered a humble smile. "Grandfather, it was nothing. I was just doing what I had to." The Dongfang family head let out a satisfied laugh at his response. He was extremely pleased with Fang Xian's growth. This time we've managed to collect a huge amount of tradable lifespan, and all of it will be used to buy equipment and skill books. He raised his hand, plotting. The goal is to get the core members of our family to level 10 as quickly as possible. By securing a head start, we'll expand our family's influence in the real world. With this kind of parallel growth, our Dongfang clan will undoubtedly become the undisputed rulers of this region. We might even establish a 10,000-year dynasty. A kingdom that lasts for millennia will no longer be just a fantasy. Hearing this, Fang Xian's face darkened slightly. He shot a glance at the Dongfang patriarch. Cursing internally, this damn old fossil, he's already got one foot in the grave. But he's still clinging to the patriarch's seat and even wants to live forever. Just wait until I capture Shadow. First I'll force him to spill his secrets, and then I'll make him farm lifespan for me. Once I become the #1 player, every last one of you is going to die. The old man then asked, as if he just remembered. "Oh right, what's the status on our plan to deal with Shadow?" Fang Xian replied with absolute confidence. "Rest assured, grandfather, I've already found a reliable woman to squeeze information about Shadow's identity out of. We should have news very soon." Hearing this, the Dongfang patriarch instructed, "Remember, you must capture him alive. Then we'll force Shadow to work for our Dongfang family. Only then can we reap the greatest benefits for our clan. He immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Outside, Qin Feng knocked out the guards and listened in on the group's plotting. Come on, let's raise a glass to the grand revival of the Dongfang clan. Long live the Dongfang family, long live the Dongfang family. Qin Feng calmly analyzed the situation. I can't believe it. These rich family clans acting like they're in some action. Manhwa actually have guns. My ghostly shadow and dark light purity skills can't guarantee a 100% dodge rate. And I haven't been able to extract any defensive items into the real world yet. If even one bullet hits my heart or head, I'm definitely toast. With a flick of his wrist, Qin Feng activated the believer's necklace, summoning a loyal believer as he thought to himself, yeah, better play this safe, then looked at the creature deep in thought. A devout believer, its close combat damage is much higher. Claws for fighting up close and blue flames for ranged attacks. He then gave the order, go on in, don't leave a single one of them breathing. He mused to himself that for a silver rank boss in this Manhwa world, a devout believer has insane damage resistance. Even when it's getting blasted with guns, it can still hold on for a very, very long time. The people inside jumped out of their skins, staring in absolute shock as the loyal believer stepped into the room. They looked at it in horror and yelled, "What the hell is that thing? Who are you?" The loyal believer let out a deafening roar and charged. Fang Xian shot to his feet, looked at the creature, and barked an order. No, wait, that's not right. It's a monster from the Forsaken God game. Open fire now. The loyal believer was riddled with bullets, but it just kept charging forward like a madman. It let out a pained groan as a blue light started radiating from its body. In the next instant, the loyal believer raised its hand and plunged it straight through the chest of a man standing nearby. A horrified Fang Xian watched as it took down yet another person. The head of the Dongfang family was grabbed by the loyal believer, and he screamed in terror, "Zhen, save me." But that punk just abandoned the old man and made a run for it. Son of a... Without even a glance back, Fang Xian ran like his life depended on it, repeating a mantra in his head. I have to get away, I have to escape. If I can just get out of here and enter the game, I'll be safe. His face was a mask of pure panic as he schemed. All I have to do is reach level 10 in the game, then extract my abilities back into the real world, and nothing in this crazy manhwa can ever threaten me again. Fang Xian froze, his eyes locked on a figure glowing with a faint blue light just ahead. Wait a second. Suddenly, his entire world flipped upside down. Blood sprayed through the air. Fang Xian's eyes widened, filled with utter confusion. Qin Feng walked straight past, leaving Fang Xian's body sliced cleanly in two on the floor. Fang Xian stared wide-eyed, forcing out one final word, shadow. Immediately after, the ground erupted with blooming red spider lilies. Skill flower blooming. The curse model appeared. As Qin Feng turned his head, he received a notification. Absorbed. 27,000 tradable lifespan days. Absorbed. 482 years of non-tradable lifespan. He cracked a small smile, thinking to himself, now that's what I call a bountiful harvest. The spider lilies surrounding Qin Feng rapidly withered and vanished. He glanced around and muttered, one single move and the Thunder Origin Flower Bloom skill really did all the heavy lifting. Not only did it wipe away the bodies and bloodstains, but it also drained every last drop of those people's lifespans. It didn't leave a single ounce behind. Qin Feng watched as streams of red light manifested before him. His non-tradable lifespan has now stacked up to 2,327 years. From now on, he thought, entering high-risk zones won't be nearly as stressful. Suddenly, a frantic shout echoed from outside. Quick, quick, call the police! We just heard gunshots and horrific screams. Coming from the private room, cops immediately swarmed the scene. The Dongfang family was having a party in there. An officer pushed the door open and gasped in shock. Looks like there was a shootout. There have to be casualties. How strange, another cop murmured, scanning the room with a puzzled look. The room's a total mess. Clearly there was a huge brawl. But why isn't there a single person in here? Did any of you see anyone leaving the restaurant? Meanwhile, an invisible Qin Feng slipped away, leaving the noisy chaos of the restaurant far behind him. This is just bizarre. Where did the members of the Dongfang family go? It's like they all just vanished into thin air. Let them call the cops. Qin Feng thought, his gaze fixed forward with resolve. Next target, the Chen Corporation. As Qin Feng walked down the street, alone he began to strategize. The Chen Corporation's headquarters had already relocated to North America before the game's descent. But right now, the CEO's daughter, Zhen Xishi, is still cooped up in Modu City. I have to make my move before she leaves the country. With that, he quickly set off. It's nearly 300 kilometers from Zhanghai to Modu. Walking would take a couple of days, way too slow. Appearing back in his room, Qin Feng decided it was high time to get himself a mount, just like a proper manhwa protagonist. His body immediately phased into the game world. A system notification chimed in, "Welcome back to the Godly Weapon game." Qin Feng stood up and declared, "There are still a few bosses left in these ruins. Both silver and gold tier items are up for grabs." Just then a message from An Yu popped up. Boss, I've got great news." He was so stunned he froze on the spot. She explained, her face flushed with excitement. "A little while ago, Xiao Hei discovered an entrance to a tomb, but there's a gold-grade resentful spirit guarding the door." "We couldn't beat it?" Qin Feng asked doubtfully. An entrance to a tomb? How on earth did she find it? In her mind, An Yu pictured the scene as she explained, "On our way back to the starter town, we took a little detour to avoid some small fry mobs. Halfway there, we realized someone was missing." She continued, recalling the chaotic moment. "After searching for ages, we found out Xiao Hei had stepped on a hole and fallen right in. Because it's a special, ancient tomb area, even the party chat channel was disabled." And Yu added with a straight face, "We followed the edge of the pit and saw a level 12 gold-grade boss swinging its blade around like a madman. Luckily, we ran fast. We're already back in Seashell Town now. If you want to check out the ancient tomb boss, I'll send you the coordinates." After hearing her story, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh in amazement. A lucky charm is a lucky charm, I guess. Just by taking one wrong step in some city ruins, she managed to stumble upon an entire ancient tomb. And ancient tombs, much like faith shrines or cursed ruins, are the kinds of random, lucky encounters you only find out in the wild. This kind of plot is peak manhwa material. He replied, his voice ringing out. "All right, send the coordinates over." Hearing this, An Yu gently tried to negotiate. "If you find any gear you don't need, boss, remember to sell it to us, okay?" Qin Feng agreed without hesitation. "Deal." Internally, he chuckled and thought, "This An Yu girl is a clever one, all right." Moments later, he appeared at the coordinates she had sent. Qin Feng stared at the enormous well in front of him and exclaimed, "This well is the entrance. How do you just wander around and accidentally fall into a well this massive? That Xiao Hei girl is a true talent." He quickly leaped down into the darkness. As soon as Qin Feng's feet hit the ground, a notification flashed on his screen. "You have entered the tomb of the hateful hand. Your remote connection will be blocked." He got to his feet and walked forward, only for a colossal shadow to spot him and let out a threatening growl. A level 12 gold-grade resentful spirit, its entire body radiating a dark aura, glared right at Qin Feng. Qin Feng eyed the wraith cautiously. He'd never encountered this particular boss in his past life. But one look at its form screamed physical type, complete with ridiculously high damage and a wide attack range. As it charged, Qin Feng had an "aha" moment, so that's why An Yu's crew had to run for the hills. That pile of gear and those skill books I sold them, yeah, they wouldn't have made a lick of difference. Wang Meng was a divine shield warrior, probably rocking around 5,000 hit points. But a single slash from this boss would have chopped his health bar in half. He watched it close in on him. A quick mental calculation told him that if he took one clean hit, he was dead meat. Qin Feng unleashed Grace of Absolution, then Shield Shadow Slash. Streaks of blue light flared up, slicing clean through the wraith. He glanced back at its dismembered corpse, his mind racing. This boss's defense was absurdly high. His Shield Shadow Slash only dealt about 80% of its normal damage. Cutting it up was one thing, but it couldn't withstand the follow-up damage. After being hit by Grace of Absolution, green blood began to ooze from the wraith's feet. And that pool of green blood under its feet began to expand rapidly. Qin Feng glanced back and his eyes went wide. Not good. Its corpse erupted into a thick fog that swirled around him. Qin Feng zipped out of the death cloud in a flash. Staring at the fog, he instantly knew what it was, a corpse explosion. He'd gotten cocky and didn't dodge in time. Thank goodness he had activated Ghostly Blur. Without it, he'd be a red smear on the dungeon floor right now. Qin Feng peered at the faint golden glow pulsating within the mist. He remembered a time in his past life when his team killed a boss they'd never seen before. One of his teammates got a little too excited and rushed in to grab the loot. Little did he know the boss's corpse was a ticking time bomb, and it blew him to smithereens on the spot. Some entire parties had even been wiped out by bosses that self-destructed. But that was usually a trick reserved for platinum-rank bosses or higher. He never thought a gold-rank boss in this tomb would pull a suicide bombing stunt. He raised his arm, summoning the Hand of Greed. A moment later, the system notifications began to chime. You have slain the gold-rank Wraith. You have received 1,000 tradable days of lifespan. You have slain the gold-rank Wraith. You have received 20 evolution points and the platinum-rank skill book Dark Knight Ringblade. You have used the Hand of Greed. You have received 6,300 tradable days of lifespan. You have used the Hand of Greed. You have received the platinum-rank Armor of Resentment. Qin Feng was over the moon. The loot drop was insane, the kind you only see in the most OP manhwa. Excellent. Both the gear and the skill are things I can actually use. The system displayed the description of his new skill. Dark Knight Ringblade Platinum Rank. An assassin-class skill. Infuse your blade with the power of darkness, inflicting dark elemental damage on all enemies within a 5-meter radius, along with 500 points of dark elemental damage. The cooldown time is 15.7 seconds. The required level is 11. Qin Feng raised his hand and lightly tapped the screen. And it's an elemental damage skill specifically for assassins, no less. My shadow profession has elemental mastery. This is a match made in heaven for me. My spirit is a bit higher than my strength, so my magic attack is actually stronger than my physical damage. The screen displayed his stats: Strength 9, Constitution 9, Agility 24, and Spirit 15. First things first, let's see what happens when I evolve this to the epic tier. You have consumed 1, 2, 3 evolution points, 36 points remaining. The system notifications just kept on coming. Dark Knight Ring Platinum, to Sapphire, to Diamond, to Epic. Deals dark elemental damage to all enemies within a radius of 5, now 7, now 9, now a whopping 12 meters. Inflicting 500, now 750, now 1,000 all the way up to 1,300 dark elemental damage. Cooldown time 10, 5, 7 seconds. Level requirement 11. He stared at the system screen and made his call. After evolving the skill, the power-up was insane. The range jumped from 5 meters to a massive 12 meters, and the bonus damage skyrocketed from 500 to 1,300 points. Qin Feng calmly noted, well, it is an area of effect skill after all. So damage like this isn't exactly mind-blowing. The total damage per cast is still weaker than my shield Phantom Slash. But for clearing out swarms of small fry, this thing is an absolute godsend. He pictured both of his skills in his mind running the numbers. Shield Phantom Slash, while it has a 5-meter range, is a straight-line attack. On the other hand, Dark Knight Ring is a circular AoE skill, which means if I ever get surrounded, its mob-clearing efficiency is way better. This is the kind of tactical depth I love in a manhwa. Qin Feng immediately equipped the new armor, and a system prompt popped up. Grudge Armor Platinum Grade. Plus 55 physical defense, plus 45 all elemental resistance. Plus 42 damage block, and a nice plus 777 to his max HP. Equipment requirement level 1. Grudge, after being attacked, gain an additional 30 points of basic attack power. He looked at the system panel and mumbled to himself, the grudge effect isn't really all that useful, but the base defense stat, its elemental resistance and damage reduction are off the charts. Definitely a worthy replacement for the level 5 gold tier Demon Fire armor I'm currently wearing. Soy. Qin Feng pressed onward. The rest of the loot, about 20 or so items, would probably fetch over 10,000 days of lifespan if sold. Time to head deeper into this tomb. Hopefully I'll find something even better. Man, if a mount dropped right now, that would be absolutely perfect. Meanwhile, over with Xiao Yu's party, a monster unleashed a devastating slash. She and Chu Ran could only watch in horror as the wave of energy slammed right into them. With 3 flashes of light, the trio was unceremoniously dumped back at the respawn point. Jiang Wei was practically vibrating with rage. He lunged forward and grabbed her by the collar, roaring, "Xiao Yu, are you just a pretty face with nothing but air between your ears? Every single time you get the whole party wiped, I'm down to my last 2 years of non-tradable lifespan because of you." Jiang Wei violently shoved Xiao Yu to the ground, his voice dripping with menace. "You better hope I don't run into you at school, or I swear I'll deal with you myself." And with that, he logged off. Shuran rushed to her side, full of concern. "Yao Yu," she looked at her friend and pleaded, "Xiao Yu, please come with me back to my parents' little town. I heard there's a community support group there. That helps out the elderly. And people who aren't exactly pro-gamers like us." But Xiao Yu was fuming, muttering under her breath, "Jiang Wei and you other clowns, just you wait. You dare raise your voice at me? A bunch of worthless trash actually thinks they can posture in front of me. I refuse to believe that out of all the simps who used to chase me, not a single one is stronger than you pathetic losers." Without another glance, she snapped, "Chu Ran, you can go by yourself," and promptly vanished. Back in her bedroom, Xiao Yu shot bolt upright in bed. She grabbed her phone and typed out a message, "Han Han, can you help me level up?" Han Han's reply came back instantly, laced with a smug grin. "Of course. One level up one night with me. I've always wanted to see what the school's aloof ice queen is like behind closed doors." Xiao Yu's face contorted in disgust. "You disgusting creep, you wish... You want a piece of this? Get lost." With a cold smirk, she sent another message to someone else. "Zhang Huaiyu, the truth is, I've always had a crush on you. It's just that my brother Qin Feng always got in the way, so I never dared to accept your advances. But now, I've completely cut ties with Qin Feng. We can finally be together loud and proud." Xiao Yu waited, and soon a message from Huayu popped up. "You moron, are you trying to make me laugh to death? You'd ditch your own brother just like that. Who knows how you'd turn on me in the future? Get lost." Head down, she was already firing off texts to other people. "Young Master Rui, I'm all alone at my place. Won't you come over and keep me company? And maybe you could help me level up while you're here." His reply came back in an instant. "Listen, Xiao Yu, I'm a platinum tier talent now. I'm in a whole different league. I can have any girl I want, so do me a favor and get the hell away from me." Defeated Xiao Yu messaged the next person on her list. "Xiao Ma, I'm so bored. Can you take me out to play? I'll be waiting for you in Seashell Town." A moment later, his response came back just as cold and sarcastic. "Xiao, you everyone and their mother knows what you did to Jiang Wei. How about I test out my new skill and land a couple punches on that gut of yours, huh?" She tossed her phone aside and curled up into a ball, sobbing. "Damn it, all these useless, pathetic men. When it really matters, not a single one of them can be trusted. My non-tradable lifespan is down to just 2.5 years. What am I going to do?" With tears welling in her eyes, Xiao Yu fell silent for a moment before a name escaped her lips. Qin Feng. She wiped her tears away with the back of her hand. "That's right, he would never abandon me. He'll definitely know how to fix this. I have to go back, I have to find him." That night, under the scattered lights of the apartment complex, Xiao Yu stood frozen before Qin Feng's door. She stared blankly ahead, her mind racing. "Okay, when I see Qin Feng, I'll just apologize a little. Act all sweet and demure, he'll definitely forgive me. But I didn't even do anything wrong. Why should I be the one to apologize?" She raised her hand to knock, but hesitated, a new plan already forming in her mind. No, that's the wrong way to think about this. Xiao Yu, you just have to lower your head for a little while. First you put on the sweet and innocent act. Then you ask him to help you level up, and he'll definitely agree. This kind of scheming is why I love this manhwa. Ever since we were kids, I've been the one he cares about most." A blush of wicked determination spread across her face. "Once I've leveled up and don't have to worry about my lifespan anymore, I'll cut him off completely." "Yes, that's the plan, Xiao Yu, you are an absolute genius." With that settled, she raised her hand and knocked on the door. Qin Feng, open up," Xiao Yu called out, knocking relentlessly. Qin Feng opened the door. Qin Feng, stop sleeping, hurry up and open the door. Qin Feng, I'm back. Qin Feng, are you going to open this door or what? Qin Feng, her face contorted with rage, she lifted her foot and kicked the door, screaming for him to open up. He's not opening it, mouthing, "Didn't I humor you enough already?" Xiao Yu stared into the completely empty room, muttering in disbelief. Qin Feng, where did he go? The bed, the desk, his clothes, every single thing was gone. She whipped out her phone to call him, only to be met with a recording. "We're sorry, the number you have dialed is currently switched off." Xiao Yu stood frozen in place, whispering, "Qin Feng." The robotic voice from her phone echoed again. "I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is currently switched off." She seethed. Where the hell did he go? Meanwhile, in another location deep within the tomb of resentment, Qin Feng weaved through beams of eerie blue light, leaving a trail of monster corpses in his wake. He gazed at the coffin before him. This was it, the end of the line. Qin Feng summoned his loyal follower and began to strategize. "Along the way, I've killed over 200 minions, plus a few bronze and silver tier bosses. I'm already close to hitting level 12. All I have to do is open this coffin and the boss inside is as good as dead. When that happens, I'll get a massive boost in lifespan and gear, and I won't have to rely on that woman anymore. The final boss of the tomb will appear. Here's hoping it's a platinum tier beast." This manhwa is getting intense. The follower received its command and moved forward, reaching out to open the coffin. Suddenly, Qin Feng's eyes shot open in astonishment. From within the coffin, tendrils of black miasma erupted, ensnaring the loyal follower. Before he could react, the dark energy violently yanked it inside the coffin. The loyal follower let out an agonizing scream as the entity invaded its body. A notification popped up on his screen. "Your summoned silver-tier devout follower has been destroyed." Chum. Feng stared thoughtfully at the black miasma now swirling around him. "This is a gold-tier death venom bone boss. Damn it, to think I'd run into this disgusting thing here. This boss has no physical form, which means it's completely immune to physical damage." His mind flashed back to his previous life. He remembered someone in his past life had unleashed this very boss. The result, it spread like a plague to a nearby base. The people there, clueless about what they were facing, suffered catastrophic losses. Qin Feng, his face a mask of vigilance, eyed the black miasma, calculating his odds. "If that thing possesses you, yeah, unless you have teammates who can help exorcise it, or you belong to a special class that has an invincibility skill to save your skin, you are absolutely 100% dead." Its true form, bathed in a blinding white light, he unleashed the annihilation of the Dark Knight. Qin Feng watched thoughtfully as the venomous death skeleton's true form was revealed. Hiding amidst a cloud of poisonous bones, it never stood a chance as a beam of pure light shot straight through its body. And just like that, a system notification popped up. "You have slain the gold-tier boss, the venomous death skeleton." Qin Feng stared at the skeleton's bisected corpse, scratching his head. Seriously? This boss's power was way beyond platinum tier. And yet the system slapped a measly gold-tier label on it. Even the items it dropped were only gold tier. He eyed the golden orb of light that appeared and let out a cold snort. "Good thing. I just learned that annihilation of the Dark Knight skill that deals magic damage." Qin Feng summoned his greedy hand to snatch the orb, letting out a heavy sigh. "Man, what a pain. I go through all the trouble of clearing out this entire tomb, and all I get for it is gold-tier junk." Just as he was complaining, a bell suddenly materialized in his hand. "You have obtained a rare item, Mount Summoning Bell." He jumped in surprise. "Whoa, for real? I actually got a mount." Qin Feng stared at the bell in his hand, completely floored. Man, that good luck charm from Lin Liu is the real deal. The system screen then displayed the details for the Mount Summoning Bell. Phantom Nightrunner Wolf. Upon use, summons a level 11 Phantom Nightrunner Wolf. It can assist in combat and also be used as a mount. Requirement level 11. He was a bit stunned as he read the description. A Phantom Nightrunner Wolf. This is one of the fastest mounts you can get this early in the manhwa. And then its full stat sheet popped up. Phantom Nightrunner Wolf level 11, grade gold. Strength 148. Constitution 155. Agility 191, Spirit 135. The mount gains experience at the same rate as its owner to level up. If the summoning bell is traded, the mount's level will reset to its base state. When ridden, it increases the owner's movement speed by a whopping 245%. Skill Night Prowl. At night, the mount is permanently in a level 1 stealth state. Attacking breaks this stealth, but the first strike deals an extra 120 points of ambush damage. After revealing itself, there's a 60-second cooldown before it can re-enter stealth. Next up, the skill list for the Phantom Nightrunner Wolf appeared. Skill Fierce Pounce viciously pounces on a single target 3 consecutive times. Each pounce deals an additional 267 points of physical damage. Cooldown 12 seconds. Battle Howl grants allied units an extra 35 attack points. Physical defense and all elemental resistance. Duration 1,800 seconds. Cooldown 600 seconds. Qin Feng looked at his new pet and let out a whistle. It's both a mount and a battle companion. And what's more, it has a built-in stealth ability. Not bad, I really hit the jackpot this time. Sunlight slowly began to pour over the city. He hopped onto its back. It's both a mount and a battle companion. And what's more, it has a built-in stealth ability. Not bad, I really hit the jackpot this time. Sunlight slowly began to pour over the city. He hopped onto its back, and the Night Strider took off. In the blink of an eye, it had carried Qin Feng a great distance away. He glanced down at the Night Strider, deciding that his next goal was to hit level 15 and save up enough lifespan to officially claim his mount. The next time he logged out, he'd head straight to Modu to deal with Xu and settle things for good. The beast carried Qin Feng soaring past towering buildings. He looked at the massive structure ahead, sizing it up, the Zhanghai Arena. It was a vast area with 2 more arena levels, underground, complex terrain, and monsters crawling everywhere. This was the perfect place for some speed leveling. The Night Strider zoomed past with Qin Feng on its back. He locked onto this location, ignoring the monsters crawling on the city walls, recognizing it as a paradise for the strong. The swarm of monsters was startled and simultaneously looked over. Qin Feng gracefully leaped down from his pet. With a calm face, he unleashed a flash shadow slash down upon them. The following day, back in that same city, An Yu swung her sword, annihilating a monster in front of her. She beamed with joy as she saw a golden light radiate from its body. Yes, we did it. Nai Liang, the son of some department head in Zhanghai City, excitedly praised her. That's our Captain An for you. Your damage output is absolutely insane. Inwardly, however, he was thinking, damn, that hidden class, the Dragon Sword Master's no joke. This is the kind of stuff you'd see in a popular manhwa. And you is definitely the girl for me. She sheathed her azure sword and said, that was only a level 8 gold boss and it took us over 10 minutes to bring it down. I have no idea how that big shot managed to solo a platinum boss all by himself. He waved his hand with a condescending smirk. He's just a puny assassin, probably just got lucky by sneak attacking a boss. How is a guy like that ever going to amount to anything? In his mind, though, his thoughts were far more contemptuous. Good thing this little chick has no powerful family backing her. With my status as the son of an official, taking her down will be as easy as flipping my hand. An Yu tilted her head towards the heavens, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh really, but wouldn't a lousy marksman like you be the perfect person to slowly chip away at the boss's health? Nei Liang gritted his teeth desperately, trying to clap back. I'm a man of honor. I would never stoop to such cheap tricks. He sneered, immediately resorting to slander. I heard that Phantom fellow is a real piece of work. A brute who wouldn't hesitate to kill someone in the real world. I happen to know a hunter on the Mordu City police force, and he's already reached level 3 in anti-stealth abilities. Now Liang gestured wildly as he laid out his master plan. If you ask me, we should just set a trap for this guy. Expose the Phantom's real-world identity and bring him under our control. A man like that can only be trusted when he's on a leash controlled and used by our government. Otherwise, incidents like what happened with Song Fei and Zhang Li will just keep happening over and over again. Are we supposed to just clean up his messes every single time? An Yu and Wang Meng just glanced at each other, and then both of them burst into roaring laughter. Now Liang's face turned beet red, utterly humiliated at being ridiculed. Xiaoma, you really don't seem to grasp the situation, do you? See? This isn't about him begging us to clean up his mess. It's about us needing to step up and handle it for him. That's the only way. To prove we're on his side, which is the only way we'll ever get him to cooperate. His face was completely flushed now. He clenched his fists and seethed, "Damn it! That phantom guy is just some assassin in a manhwa, isn't he? If your anti-stealth level is high enough, you're telling me you can't pin him down." Liang shot up from his seat. He screamed, "Who the hell are you people with no connections or power to lecture me? Are you? You just wait. I'll find a way to smear that phantom's name and capture him. And when I do, I'm going to make you kneel before me and beg for forgiveness." Wang Meng completely ignored his little temper tantrum. "So what did that last boss drop?" And Yu casually replied, "1 gold tier item for a cleric, 1 silver tier piece of equipment, and a silver tier skill book." She tilted her head up at the sky, thinking, this guy is just a little too casual with his power. Just how many bosses has he even annihilated? Or maybe his special talent is treasure hunting. Did he just get all this stuff from opening chests like in some overpowered manhwa? Hearing this, he said worriedly, "Captain An, I know this might be jumping the gun, but I'm a bit concerned." Yu asked, puzzled, "About what?" Wang Meng, thinking of that particular hotel, said, "You must know about what happened at the Jiangnan Hotel, right? The incident where the entire Dongfang clan vanished while they were gathered there." And Yu listened in silence as he explained. "Let's just say, hypothetically, that Shadow was behind it. Are we still supposed to clean up his messes for him? As of now, we still have no clue what Shadow's personality's like. What if in real life he's actually some heinous mass-murdering psycho?" She turned her head towards the ruins and replied, "I know the higher-ups are taking this case very seriously. Everyone suspects Shadow might be involved, but right now there isn't a shred of evidence to prove he did it." And Yu added with a smile, "However, even if Shadow really was behind this, I would still choose to cooperate with him. And even if the higher-ups refuse to clean up his messes, I'll personally handle everything for him." Wang Meng asked, startled, "But why?" She put her hands behind her head and replied, "Come on, who wouldn't want to kiss up to a guy like Shadow?" He let out a shocked, "Huh!" just as Si Chung sprinted over yelling, "Captain and Captain, and we found an area up ahead that looks like an arena. But all the monsters inside are already dead." He continued in amazement, "The ground is littered with corpses. The higher-ups are taking this case very seriously. Everyone suspects Shadow might be involved, but right now there isn't a shred of evidence to prove that he did it." Yu added with a smile, "However, even if Shadow really was behind this, I would still choose to cooperate with him. And even if the higher-ups refuse to clean up after him, I'll personally handle everything for him." Wang Meng asked, startled, "But why?" She put her hands behind her head and replied, "Who wouldn't want to get on Shadow's good side?" He let out a shocked, "Huh," just as Si Chung sprinted over yelling, Captain An, we found an area up ahead that looks like an arena. But all the monsters inside are already dead." He continued in amazement, "The ground is littered with corpses. I have no idea what team could be strong enough to wipe out every single monster inside." Yu walked briskly ahead, "Let's go check it out." When they arrived, countless golden orbs of light appeared. Liang stared at the items before him and gasped, "Holy crap, that's insane with this much dropped loot. Hey, there must have been hundreds of mobs in here at least. Just what kind of team is this powerful? This is like something from a manhwa." Hearing this, she replied with absolute certainty, "No doubt about it, Shadow was here. Everyone keep your eyes peeled, we don't want to run into them." His face twisted with annoyance as he shot back, "And what makes you so sure Darkness was the one who did this?" Yu calmly replied, "Because he's number 1 on the leaderboards, that's why. Our main team is ranked right behind him. And since there's no way we could pull this off, it could only have been him." Liang threw his hands up with a sneer, "So what? If I had an invisibility skill, I could have done it too. It just would have taken a little more time, that's all." She completely ignored him, stepping aside to send Qin Feng a message. "Big bro, you still around?" Clearing out that many mobs must have dropped a ton of gear and skill books you don't need, so sell them to us. A moment later, Liang froze solid as a massive shadow fell over him. He looked up startled to see our boy riding in on a phantom nightwolf. Liang let out a shriek and collapsed right onto his butt, and Yu's eyes were sparkling with excitement. "Big bro, is that a mount? It looks like something straight out of a manhwa. Where on earth did you get it? Qin Feng looked down from his lofty perch. Thanks to those coordinates you guys provided, he said. Got it from that tomb. He then turned to Lizzie saying, I really owe you one for this. She just scratched her head and let out an embarrassed laugh. Still mounted on the phantom night wolf, Qin Feng continued. All right, let's trade. All the stuff on the ground, you guys can gather it all up. Same old rules apply. And you snapped to attention and replied, understood, if we're not satisfied, we can... We'll still have to buy it, no choice. I know your prices are always fair, big bro. Si Chung glanced down at the puddle forming at Nai Liang's feet and muttered a reminder. Hey dude, you peed yourself. He was furious. His face turned dark as he cursed internally. That damn darkness, that absolute son of a... How dare you humiliate me in front of everyone, just you wait. Back with Qin Feng, he and his Nightwolf shot forward like an arrow. At this moment, Qin Feng had 3 layers of power that would make anyone think twice. Level 13, Darkness. Level 10, Justikar, Level 10, Wang Meng. And Level 10, Hybelin Great Disciple. Transaction period remaining 245 years with 255 evolution points. Qin Feng was brimming with satisfaction. That last sweep of the desolate arena had dropped a pretty sweet gold tier skill book. It was called the gold tier skill Silent Concealment. It activated stealth on the spot, and as long as he didn't attack or move, the invisibility would last forever. If I take the initiative to attack, the strike will deal an extra 300 points of stealth-breaking damage. The cooldown is 120 seconds, and it requires level 13. He confidently thought to himself, this skill doesn't just power up my stealth abilities, it gets even crazier, because if I use it in the real world and combine it with the invincibility state I get when logging into the game, I could completely vanish from reality. Without a moment's hesitation, he yelled out, Evolve to Epic Grade. The system immediately announced a cost of 11 evolution points. On the screen, the Silent Stealth skill displayed its evolution path for each upgrade. Gold, Platinum, Jade Diamond all the way to Epic with stealth break damage bonuses of 300, then 400. Qin Feng was floored. He didn't realize he could evolve his other skills too. Instantly, the system began flashing the stats and power levels of his other abilities. You have consumed 34 evolution points. Poison Dart has evolved to Epic Grade. You have consumed 200 evolution points. The skill Grace of Deliverance has evolved to Mythic Grade. Grace of Deliverance, a Mythic Legend skill. The bonus for hitting a weak point has jumped from 200% to a massive 300%. The damage multiplier on weak points is now doubled based on the skill's level. The relentless stream of system notifications left him in absolute awe. Man, a Mythic Grade skill is on a whole other level. This is some crazy manhwa plot armor. Now, aside from a few special demonic beasts, every single attack on any monster is going to be a weak point strike. Suddenly, Qin Feng's eyes froze. Spotting another item, there was this necklace too. That necklace was practically humming with unparalleled power. Pendant of Deception Platinum Grade, an assassin class accessory that boosts physical attack. Our boy the Nightwalker darted forward, his eyes glued to the equipment interface as he did some quick mental math. Okay, counting both my skills and gear, I've got 4 levels of stealth now. At this stage of the game, absolutely no one can break me out of stealth. And what's this, the Shroud of Shadows? My evasion just shot up to an insane 83%. Shroud of Shadows Gold Grade. Constitution +5, Spirit +5. Evasion rate gets a 32% boost. Requires level 12 to equip. All of a sudden, a deafening explosion ripped through the air right in front of him, creating a rolling cloud of black smoke that completely engulfed the corner of a building. Qin Feng quickly pulled back the reins of his spirit beast, his eyes filled with suspicion. A hazy silhouette began to materialize from behind a skyscraper. It was a colossal monster completely encased in metal armor. Its hands were a terrifying pair of weapons, a massive chain, and a horrifying axe. He gasped in shock, the Steel Saintess. Who in the world had the balls to summon this boss? He wondered. Horrifying memories of the Steel Saintess came flooding back. In his past life, she had appeared in the ruins of Zhanghai City. A raid party of over 1,000 people had joined forces to take her down. In the end, the total death count exceeded a staggering 400,000. An image of a sanctuary flashed through his mind. She was actually the guardian of a hidden shelter, a place known as the Sanctuary of the Wind. It was the second largest shelter in the area. Joined the battle. In the end, the total death count was over 400,000. An image of a sanctuary flashed through his mind. He remembered that she was actually the guardian of a shelter named the Sanctuary of the Wind. It was the second largest shelter in the entire Zhanghai ruins. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed, his senses on high alert. Originally, I was planning to summon this boss after I'd cleaned up a bit, but since it's already here, then I guess I'll just have to claim it for myself. Without hesitation, he spurred on, his Night Strider wolf rocketing through the city skyscrapers. The steel. Saintess swung its colossal axe with enough force to shatter the world. One unlucky player was instantly flattened beneath the blade. Someone who witnessed it stammered, unable to form words. Just too strong. The axe blade didn't stop for a moment, as it continued to crash down, mixing blood and screams into a hellish symphony. This whole scene feels straight out of a brutal manhwa. Qin Feng watched calmly. People are already trying to fight the Steel Saintess. What absolute foolishness! Hold on. From a distance, a figure riding a wind-slicing tiger charged into the fray. Qin Feng recognized him instantly. It was Chen Wuming. Memories of his past life rushed back to him. Wuming, you with your hidden class, the Holy Templar? In my past life, we fought for 9 whole years, and neither of us could ever secure a win. A true old rival, if there ever was one. This guy was cunning and utterly treacherous. Every single time he was on the brink of defeat, he'd cook up some dirty, underhanded scheme to make a clean getaway. Back in those days, the battle lines between the two major powers were drawn crystal clear. In his past life, the Iron Saintess was annihilated by none other than Wu Ming's Holy Temple Knights Guild. That's why a saying started making the rounds among new players. In the West, you have the God Slayers, in the East, the Holy Temple. Each faction controlled a different zone, one holding the West and the other the East of the Zhanghai city ruins. From the very beginning, the Holy Temple Knights Guild lured in new members with a tyrannical contract. They promised safety, sure, but slapped them with a life tax of a whopping 50%. The vast majority of the guild members were basically just glorified slaves for the handful of high-level players at the top. A cold glint appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. Perfect, Wu Ming, you're not getting away this time. Meanwhile, some player's axe was still swinging wildly, cutting through the very air itself. Using the chaos as cover, Qin Feng materialized like a ghost right in the eye of the storm. Without any warning, he unleashed his skill, Dark Knight's Perfect Edge. A flash of crimson lightning erupted, swallowing everyone in its path. The system notifications flooded in. You have eliminated the player Sama. You have eliminated the player Zifangfang. You have eliminated the player Xiao Yu. You have eliminated the player Your Bad Friend. You have eliminated the player Li Magoya. Wu Ming stood there completely stunned, staring in disbelief at the ash-covered battlefield. Who did this? Could it be Shadow? We have no beef with you. Why would you slaughter our people? An ice-cold voice echoed from right behind him. Because I don't eat beef. Immediately after, Qin Feng activated Instant Cleave. He slowly lowered his hand and wilted petals began to drift down. From the corpses, crimson flowers began to bloom. And then the blooming curse took effect as a magic circle appeared. It enveloped them, and to their own astonishment, the players who had just died were resurrected. Wu Ming roared in fury, "You bastard Shadow! What the hell does you not eating beef have to do with us?" His underlings behind him screamed in panic. "Boss, my transaction timer just reset to 0. Enraged, he pointed a trembling finger at Qin Feng. It must be that bastard Shadow's damn skill. Hearing this, his men were fired up. Guildmaster, let's rally the troops and counterattack. This manhwa is getting intense. Counterattack? Wu Ming's face darkened as he growled, "Are you morons tired of living? We've got to find a new turf to level up and get back the lifespan we lost." Meanwhile, in a dark corner, Xiao Yu was staring at her trembling hands. Tears were streaming down her face. "Darkness, why did you have to pick on me? I barely have any lifespan left." Hearing this just made his blood boil. "Guildmaster, let's rally the troops and launch a counterattack." Counterattack. Wu Ming's face darkened as he snarled, "You moron, you got a death wish or something. We need to find a new spot to grind and reclaim the lifespan we lost." In another corner, Xiao Yu stared at her trembling hands, tears streaming down her face in the darkness. "Why did you have to target me? There's almost nothing left of my lifespan anymore." The system's cold, heartless voice suddenly chimed in. "The Lei Yuan has bloomed, siphoning 4 days of tradable lifespan and 1 year of non-tradable lifespan from Xiao Yu." Qin Feng froze. Wait, Xiao Yu was in that crowd just now. He snatched a wisp of blood-red light out of the air, and after a moment he realized he'd only absorbed such a pathetic amount of lifespan. Looks like she's truly hit rock bottom. So that's why she joined the Holy Temple Knights Guild as an indentured servant. Well, she dug her own grave. Suddenly, a massive axe blade came whistling through the air, barreling straight towards Qin Feng. With a deafening boom, a huge cloud of gray dust blanketed the area. He instantly activated his skill Phantom Haze. Qin Feng's form flickered in and out of existence right under the axe. Scoffing to himself, this boss's first phase is a total cakewalk. The steel saintess whipped around frantically searching for him, her eyes glowing with pure rage. She swung her chains non-stop, the axe head slicing wildly through the air. The very air seemed to twist with each strike, but then he noticed a pattern. This Manhwa was getting predictable. A glint appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. She just keeps repeating the same chain axe swinging motion. Without a second's hesitation, he launched himself into the air, analyzing the perfect attack strategy. He unleashed a few physical attacks aimed at a fixed point or within a specific range, and activated Grace of Liberation. His attacks were now imbued with the decapitation effect, and the burst damage from it was absolutely insane. Next up, Plague Blade. After the initial strike, the poison kicks in a few seconds later with a burst of damage. Her health points just keep dropping. A classic strategy of exploiting a weakness. Finally, a bolt of lightning cuts across the field. It strikes the steel saintess right as Qin Feng roars, "Decapitate." After he unleashes a spell conjuring streams of red light, her entire upper body immediately explodes. The steel saintess lets out a blood-curdling shriek. He glances at the scene before him, thinking to himself that the only reason this thing gets to be a guardian is because of its horrifying second phase. As her demonic arms started to sprout, Qin Feng analyzed the situation. When she's down to half health, the demon sealed inside her body awakens. All the damage she takes is reflected right back at her attacker. A faint memory surfaced. There was also a rumor that a portal existed inside the demon's stomach. Anyone it swallowed would be teleported to some unknown location. Rumor had it the destination was the bottom of a volcano, but in his past life, no one ever successfully escaped. I'm guessing some moron just confused the lore of a different game with this one. From his vantage point up high, Hao Bo watched the battle, his voice filled with awe. This shadow guy is an absolute monster. He forced the boss into its second phase with just one skill. Someone else asked skeptically, "You sure it was the shadow guy who did that? This is a platinum-level boss after all." Hao Bo nodded firmly. "I watched the whole thing from start to finish. This boss was released by the Knights of the Holy Temple. A little while later, the shadow guy suddenly appeared and wiped them all out. He unleashed a single move that just erased half the boss's health bar. The rooftop was buzzing with chatter, everyone's eyes glued to the confrontation below. Qin Feng's eyes sharpened as he fell into a deep strategic trance. But the Steel Saintess's second phase has a critical weakness. The moment it launches an attack, its damage reflection ability is temporarily disabled. After a quick analysis, he came to a conclusion. In other words, if I strike right when it attacks, I can completely avoid the reflected damage. On top of that, Shadow Shield / Decapitate, Plague Blade, and Venom Dart, every single one of these skills deals damage over time. If I were to use these skills, this boss was released by the Knights of the Holy Temple. A little while later, the shadow guy suddenly appeared and slaughtered every last one of them. He unleashed a single move that shaved off half the boss's HP. Now that's some serious Manhwa protagonist power. The rooftop was now buzzing with excited chatter. Everyone's eyes glued to the showdown below. Qin Feng's eyes were sharp, lost in strategic thought. but the Steel Saintess's second phase has a weak point. It's right when it launches and if I time it right, the damage reflection gets disabled for a hot second. After some big brain analysis, he quickly reached a conclusion. In other words, all I have to do is attack while it's attacking to avoid getting my own damage thrown back at me. Besides skills like Shadow Shield Slash, Head Taker, Plague Blade, and Venom Dart, all of these skills deal damage over time. If I were to use any of them, I'd still be eating a faceful of reflected damage. At my current level, I'd die in an instant from my own skills. What a way to go. Qin Feng glanced upwards, a wicked little plan already sparking in his mind. That mob of players on the upper level has been snooping for a while now. Perhaps I can put them to good use. A burly man shoved his way through the crowd, his voice booming, move it, let me see what's going on." A wave of excited cheers erupted. "Big bro, and Quan, you're here, and Quan is number one." Hao Bo reported with a huge grin, "We've been watching this thing for a long time. This boss has a few key skills, and we've already memorized every single one of them." Tuzi jumped in, adding to the report. But once it lost half its health, it suddenly froze up. Its body changed a little too. It probably has some new tricks up its sleeve. Enchuan crossed his arms, his eyes narrowing. Was that shadow guy fighting the boss alone before? She immediately confirmed. Yep, but right after the boss entered its second phase, Shadow completely vanished. Man, this manhwa is getting intense. He frowned, thinking for a moment, then quickly gave an order. Tuzi, use red eyes and check if Shadow is still around here. She replied without a shred of hesitation. On it, in a flash. Tuzi's body morphed into the shape of a black and white rabbit, and she hopped lightly onto the ground. In this form, she scurried right past the Steel Maiden, sniffing around for any sign of Qin Feng completely undetected. After a few minutes of a thorough sweep, Tuzi returned to her human form to report. I can't find Shadow's position. I'm pretty sure he's not here anymore. If my level 3 anti-stealth can't find him, it means he's definitely long gone. There's no way in hell he has a level 4 stealth skill. Convinced, and Quan launched himself off the high platform, a supremely confident smile on his face. Tuzi, keep a sharp lookout. The moment Shadow returns, you let me know. Immediately. She looked surprised for a second, but quickly obeyed. You got it, big bro. Understood, big bro. And Quan. Seeing the scene unfold before them, one person cried out in alarm. Is that guy trying to get himself killed? He's actually trying to solo a platinum-level boss. The person standing next to him seemed to recognize something, his voice suddenly urgent. Wait a minute, I think I've seen that guy before. A wave of excited chatter suddenly centered on An Quan. Back in the starting town, he single-handedly defeated a gold-level boss without taking a single scratch. No way, it's the number 1 ranked legend An Quan. I heard his class is a soul martial artist. When he does a combat roll, he gets a 100% evasion effect. Rumor has it this absolute unit used to be a world-class pro in soul-type games. His reaction time is insane. The Steel Maiden locked onto her prey, her eyes flashing a blood-red light. She instantly swung her massive axe straight at An Quan, but our boy's expression didn't even flicker. The very instant he saw the attack coming, An Quan executed a perfect slide, effortlessly dodging the earth-shattering blow. The Steel Maiden lunged with a terrifying bony hand to grab him, but he flipped backward in a flash of lightning. Her hand closed on nothing but dirt and shattered rock. The closer An Quan got, the more relentlessly she pursued him. Up on the city wall, the entire crowd of onlookers was buzzing with praise. The legend is on another level. Look how calm he is while rolling. Single blade, no regrets, so unbelievably cool. Huang Yuan also chimed in with admiration. This An Quan fellow is the real deal. He manages to perfectly evade the boss's attacks every single time. But Yeshu, standing beside him, just frowned in confusion. Yeah, but why does the boss's health drop a little bit every single time he rolls? Hearing that, Huang Yuan's eyes widened in realization. You're right, that's seriously weird. It almost looks like flashes of slash marks are appearing on the boss. This is like something from a crazy action manhwa. Are soul martial artists really that ridiculously overpowered? Just then the little rabbit's eyes lit up with absolute confidence. Evasion. Huang Yan nodded in praise. This An Quan guy really is something else. He can perfectly dodge the boss's attacks every single time. but Yeshu standing beside him was still frowning. I get that, but why is it that every time he rolls, the boss's HP goes down? Hearing this, the other guy suddenly got it. Whoa, you're right. Something is definitely off. I can see it too, it's like little slash marks keep appearing all over the boss. Is the soul martial artist class just that broken? At that moment, the little rabbit's eyes were shining with total faith. Evasion. The little rabbit's eyes lit up with trust, dodging. Perfect evasion is just his basic warm-up, you guys. Big brother Anquan's real strength is his attack power. The Steel Saintess continued to reach out, trying to snatch Anquan. On the other side of the battlefield, a girl's voice rang out with absolute certainty. As long as he successfully triggers his dodge while rolling, then our big shot's next attack should be able to shred 50% of the enemy's defense. Just then Anquan swung his sword. Countless streaks of blue light spiraled around the blade. He added coolly, "Just wait." How Bo couldn't help but gawk. "Dude, those special effects are insane." Little Rabbit nodded along. "I bet that move deals at least 4-digit damage." He shot forward like a blue arrow, a smug grin plastered on his face. Every sword strike he unleashed phased right through the Steel Saintess. He chanted with each decisive movement. Moonlit dance blade through the cracks. One sword into 3 phantoms, swift as a meteor shower. Under a barrage of dozens of consecutive stabs, both of her arms were severed. Final blow. Blade, licks, blood power unleashed, one strike to end it all. Little Rabbit was clapping her hands off. "Look, you guys, before we even noticed, the boss is already down to 1/3 of its health." Anquen casually turned his back, looking smug as hell. "The moon-cleaving void, that is the way of my sword." He flashed a calm smile, as if it was all in a day's work. Suddenly, from behind him, streaks of blue light erupted, piercing straight through his body. Reflect damage -101. Reflect damage -1299. Everyone's jaws hit the floor as they screamed, "Big Bro Anquan." The entire party was left utterly bewildered. How did Big Bro Anquan just die? But he clearly dodged every single attack. Yeah, exactly. Plus, all of his skills landed squarely on the boss. But wait, the boss didn't take any damage from him at all. But we all saw the boss's health bar drop like a rock. What in the world is going on? Meanwhile, Qin Feng had been observing the entire fiasco. He felt a strange mix of gratitude and pity for the show-off. Thank God for this, and Quan the Great over here with his non-stop "look how cool I am" routine. That's what baited the boss into using all of its skills so relentlessly. Recalling the flow of the battle, Qin Feng started putting the pieces together. While he was busy showboating, I was the one landing hit after hit. That's how we got the boss's health down. All the way down to 1/3. His gaze turned cold. This martial soul user's technique and damage output are actually pretty high. That's precisely why the reflect damage was enough to one-shot him. Too bad for him, his class's entire gimmick is completely useless against the Steel Saintess in this manhwa. He can attack while he's dodging, but the moment he does attack, he gets obliterated by reflect damage. The guy literally played himself. All of a sudden, the Iron Maiden let out a deep grunt and spun around. Watching her massive figure stomp away, Qin Feng instantly knew something was very, very wrong. Oh crap. Her health is critically low, so this boss is trying to retreat to her holy sanctuary. If she makes it back there, she's gonna heal right back up to full health. Doesn't that mean all our hard work was for absolutely nothing? Glancing up at the observation deck, he quickly put 2 and 2 together. That soul warrior getting obliterated must have scared the living daylights out of those guys. I bet they're too chicken to attack the boss anymore. But if the boss isn't attacking anyone, her damage reflection effect will disappear. A determined glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Looks like I have to do this the hard way. In a flash, Qin Feng appeared right in front of the Iron Maiden, blocking her escape. I can't let this thing get away. When Yeshu saw him appear, he yelled, "Look at Shadow." Wait, does that mean all those attacks on the boss just now came from him? If that's true, then he's terrifyingly strong. Huang Yuan exclaimed, and here I was thinking safety first was the big shot. Turns out he was just the opening act. Shadow is the real main character of this manhwa. Bunny Girl was just as flabbergasted. It's Shadow. No way. A look of sheer determination crossed Qin Feng's face. It was time to get serious. In an instant, Qin Feng materialized right in the Iron Maiden's path, cutting her off. I'm not letting her take one more step. Seeing him suddenly pop into existence, Yeshu shouted, "Look over there, it's Shadow." Could it be that he was behind all those attacks on the boss? Man, that's just on another level of scary. Huang Yuan sighed. I really thought Safety First was the real MVP here. Turns out he was just a clown. Shadow is the real top-tier player. Bunny Girl was equally stunned. It's Shadow. But that's impossible. How could my level 3 anti-stealth skill not detect him at all? Does this mean his stealth skill is level 4, or maybe even higher? Meanwhile, the well-dressed lackey up on the balcony was practically drooling over the loot. The items that Soul Warrior dropped, they're still on the battlefield. Oh man, I gotta get my hands on them. Qin Feng unleashed his skill. 10-layer Darklight Shield. Each layer of the shield can block a single attack. The boss hurled her massive axe right at him. The spinning blade was just inches away from turning him into ground beef. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. This is it. Now's my chance. Seizing the moment, he activated his skill, Shield Shadow Slash, and dashed right past the deadly axe. However, my Dark Light Shield skill got nerfed down to just 7 layers. Out of the 9 strikes from my Shadow Shield / the final 3, landed right after my attack on the boss, triggering her damage reflection. If my Dark Light Shield hadn't tanked those 3 reflected hits, I'd be toast right now. Hit by her own counterattack, the Steel Saintess froze on the spot. Then the chick leaped high into the air, pouring all her power into a single massive strike aimed right at him. Qin Feng desperately scrambled to dodge. With his skills heavily debuffed, his Dark Light Shield was down to 0 layers. And even though he managed to evade the direct hit, he was immediately engulfed in a sea of flames, silently noting that the damage output on this fire attack was absolutely insane. Even with an evasion rate of over 80%, all 7 shield layers were shredded in a blink. If I'd been just 0.5 seconds slower, that would have been an instant kill. Just then, that squeaky clean lackey started creeping towards the loot that had just dropped. But oops, a skill slammed right into his head and blood went flying. Qin Feng immediately shut that nonsense down. Trying to steal my loot, are we? Not a chance. At that moment, the system notification dinged. You have received 612 days of tradable lifespan and 167 years of non-tradable lifespan. Curse of the Blooming Flower lifespan absorbed. Tradable lifespan gained 355 days. Non-tradable lifespan gained 20 years. Qin Feng watched the guy disintegrate into pixels and muttered to himself, "This safety first dude is actually pretty interesting. That's why I won't use the Curse of the Blooming Flower on him. But man, he sure had a lot of lifespan. I'm sure dying once won't hurt him too much." Meanwhile, the Steel Saintess let out a furious roar. One of her giant hands shot out toward him. Qin Feng's expression turned serious, his brain kicking into overdrive. I can only rely on my Dark Light Shield and a standard Shadow Shield / Guess I'll just have to slowly chip away at her health. The beast unleashed a relentless barrage of deadly attacks, but he dodged every single one with ease. As he weaved through her assaults, he thought, the damage output is super low. But hey, it's a relatively safe strategy. Watching the insane battle from above, the bunny girl couldn't believe her eyes. This Shadow guy, he's ridiculously strong. What kind of crazy Manhwa level tricks does he have up his sleeve? Standing beside her, Huang Yuan voiced his own thoughts. At first, I had no idea how Darkness managed to snag the first kill credit. But oh boy, now I get it. Just then, Qin Feng unleashes his skill. With a glint in his eye, he executes one final devastating dash right through her, leaving nothing but a flurry of soul-shattering sword slashes in his wake like a scene straight out of an action manhwa. System notification. You have successfully slain the Platinum-level Iron Saintess. You've earned a whopping 48,000 experience points. You've been awarded 120 evolution points. Congratulations, you've obtained the key to the Cathedral Sanctuary. The 2 spectators can't believe their eyes, practically shouting. He actually soloed her. Is that seriously Darkness, the #1 player on the leaderboards? He's like a walking manhwa protagonist. With the baddie dealt with, Qin Feng activates his mythic grade skill, Hand of Greed. To collect his loot, he casually crosses his arms, inspecting his new goodies. Gift of the Black Flame, bone-piercing leather armor, a jade grade item. An assassin class piece of gear. Physical defense plus 95. All elemental resistance plus 120. And some sweet damage resistance. He crosses his arms, taking it all in again. Gift of the Black Flame, bone-piercing leather armor. A jade grade assassin item. Physical defense plus 95, all elemental resistance. Plus 120 and damage resistance. Plus 77 constitution, plus 77, and the equip requirement is only level 10. A single jade grade item. And it provides more defense than entire sets built for tanking. Now that's what I call overpowered. It feels like his left eye just got a major power-up. Assassin's Intuition Jade Grade. Allows you to perceive the outlines of stealthed units to a certain extent. Not only that, it grants a +2 to anti-stealth levels required level 13. After mulling it over for a hot second, Qin Feng thinks to himself, an anti-stealth skill, huh whelp, no point in waiting. Let's just pump this baby straight to legendary grade. You have consumed a total of 33 evolution points. 97 points remaining. Assassin's Intuition has evolved. From Jade, to Diamond, to Epic, all the way to Legendary. You can now clearly observe the outlines of stealthed units to a certain extent. Anti-stealth level has increased from +2 to 3 to 4 and finally to +5. Plus there's a brand new effect at the Legendary tier. With the passive from Grace of Liberation added on top, the total is already up to 350. For me, even if I close my eyes, I can still hit the enemy's weak spot dead on. After reading through the description, he decided to upgrade, leaving him with 97 evolution points. Alright then. First let's evolve Misty Phantom to the legendary grade. You have consumed 80 evolution points, leaving 17 remaining for Misty Phantom. From Epic to Legendary. The passive grants a 75 to 85% evasion rate. Activating evasion will make you immune to all tier 5 damage. From a distance, An Yu came running over with a group of people in tow. Boss Big Shot, I'm here. Did you get any good drops? Qin Feng watched her baffled. Seriously, does this girl have a dog's nose for loot or what? But she probably didn't hear him. Instead, she was fawning over him with starry eyes. Oh my god, boss, I didn't check the leaderboards earlier, but I can't believe you hit level 13 in just one night. Isn't that just way too overpowered? This is like some next-level Manhwa protagonist stuff. Wang Meng, who was standing beside her, chimed in. We've been grinding all night and we're only halfway to level 11. Your speed is just insane. An Yu quickly bopped him on the head and scolded, don't be ridiculous. You can't just go around saying a man is fast. Then her expression flipped back to fawning in a heartbeat. Right, boss. Qin Feng paid them no mind and opened a trade window. Just so happens I got some good drops. I've already listed the prices. If you want something, just buy it directly. She quickly accepted. 45,000 for the whole package. A system notification popped up, trade complete. After finishing the sale, he finally asked, by the way, I have something else valuable to sell. Do you guys know anything about shelters? And Yu shot her hand up and answered confidently, shelters. We heard there are no safe zones in the ruins of Shanghai City. Player groups can capture shelters to use as a base of operations. We can store all our items in a shelter. And during a critical moment, the shelter can deploy a magical defense barrier to repel any outside invasions. What a cool feature for a Manhwa-style world. Hearing this, Qin Feng asked, the information you have, is it about the small shelter that drops from a gold-tier boss? She confirmed his suspicion. That's right, but the authorities in our Shanghai City haven't managed to find any shelters yet. Over in Modu, the government has already cleared a medium-sized shelter. And that's how we found out. Hearing this, he pulled out the golden key and started to explain. If that's the case, then surely you people must understand just how valuable a shelter is, right? Turns out this key is connected to the Holy Temple. The key to the Wind Passage Holy Temple shelter. It's a fresh drop from the boss we just took down. This little shelter covers a whopping 800 mu. You can all head back and discuss what kind of price you can offer. Then I'll consider whether or not I feel like selling it to you. An Yu was, to put it mildly, completely floored. This was a large-scale shelter, And Yu and Wang Meng's jaws dropped to the floor as they screamed in unison, 800 mo. Her mind started racing. The larger the shelter, the stronger its defenses, and the more solid the infrastructure would be. A shelter spanning 800 mu would be enough for every single government official in Zhanghai City to have their own private room. And Yu knew right then and there she had to get her hands on this shelter. If I may be so bold, what price are you considering for a shelter of this magnitude? Qin Feng didn't rush to give a price, simply telling her, why don't you go back and deliberate first? Figure out what price you can actually afford, and I'll consider your offer first. But he had his own calculations brewing. In his past life, a shelter like this could sell for 2,000 years of lifespan. If he could successfully sell this to the government and add that to his current lifespan, he would finally have enough to materialize all the skills and equipment grades he had extracted. And Yu agreed. All right, in that case, I'll immediately arrange for someone to report back. Sir, there's one more thing I'd like to ask of you. Qin Feng cut straight to the chase, spit it out. And so she got right to the point. We've just received intel that 7 Golden Grade bosses have gathered in Dark Moon Town. A great many people have already been killed. We're willing to offer 10 years of lifespan in exchange for your help in eliminating those bosses. He didn't agree immediately, his mind sharply analyzing the situation. 7 Golden Grade bosses, even if they've teamed up, with the government's full strength, it should just be a matter of time before you can surely eliminate them. The fact that you're coming to me for help means you've run into some kind of nasty snag, haven't you? Realizing he'd seen right through her, An Yu gave him a flattering thumbs up. As expected of a master, you're sharp as a tack. Those bosses, let's just say they're not winning any beauty pageants. We tried a strategy of picking them off one by one. But who could have guessed they can actually fuse together into one, and whenever it takes a certain amount of damage, it just splits apart again. Then it starts absorbing nearby players to heal itself. That's precisely why we need your help. The moment he heard her description, Qin Feng knew. Isn't this the legendary 7 Sins boss, a nightmare straight out of a manhwa? According to all logic, this boss is supposed to be an epic tier monster. Why the hell is it showing up so early? Looks like the plot of this whole manhwa has gone completely off the rails since I was reincarnated. After a moment of analysis, he laid out his plan. You guys go gather all the player intel you can find on this boss, the more detailed the better. I'll look it over later. Even though he'd already decided to take on the mission, he played it cool and acted all cautious. Gotta play your cards right if you want to squeeze out a few extra benefits for yourself. After getting his answer, a visibly thrilled An Yu took her leave. Not long after Qin Feng received a reply from An Yu. She had agreed to his demands, but with one condition. He had to help them take down that 7 Sins boss. He just smirked and agreed on the spot. The boss our team killed somehow came back to life. And not only did it revive, but the stats of all 7 bosses suddenly skyrocketed. Our party got completely wiped out in an instant. Listening to her story, Qin Feng immediately latched onto the key details. A swarm-type boss that can resurrect itself. This is some next-level manhwa logic. He couldn't help but think back to that one stone monument. Could it be that these are the puppets created by the cursed stele within the ancient god stele? If this is really about the ancient god stele, then he absolutely cannot pass this up. The system dinged, announcing the transaction was successful. You have received 10 years of lifespan. Agreeing to her request, Qin Feng turned to leave. Send me the coordinates, I'm on my way. An Yu happily sent back a message. You got this big shot, go get him. He mused to himself that An Yu was a very practical woman. The loot from 7 gold-tier bosses could be sold for up to 45 years of lifespan. On top of that, she tossed in an extra 10 years as a reward. How generous. Qin Feng vaulted onto his phantom Nightwolf, and man and beast took off like a blur. But suddenly something below caught his attention. Down below, 3 girls were ganging up on another, beating her mercilessly. Xiao Yu reeled back from a nasty slap delivered by a girl with red eyes and a bandage on her cheek. You just joined the guild and you're already trying to get your hooks into the guild master. With her face swollen and bruised, she sobbed. I didn't, but the girl with the twin-horned hairstyle just snarled through gritted teeth. Do you think I'm blind? I'm warning you. Stay the hell away from the guild master or I'll tear you to pieces. From his perch high above Qin Feng, silently watched the three of them kick Xiao Yu again and again. A non-stop stream of vicious insults filled the air. "You trashy little tramp!" Remembering his own past life, he looked down on the scene with pure, unadulterated contempt. Looks like Xiao Yu has stumbled into some classic palace drama after joining the Holy Knight Temple, huh? He thought back to his past life, looking down with absolute contempt. Seems Xiao Yu's life after joining the Holy Knight Temple is turning into a real drama-filled manhwa. It was the exact same in my past life. I had to deal with plenty of this pathetic power-tripping nonsense back then too. But I was always the one who had to clean up these messes for Xiao Yu. Qin Feng ignored them and opened the portal, smirking to himself. You just take your sweet time getting a taste of real life, girl. They were so busy with their beatdown, they didn't notice a thing around them. The air filled with endless sobs, groans, and screams. "Stop hitting me, it hurts so much I'm going to die. We're gonna beat you to death, you little vixen. Who knows how many men you've seduced." He stepped through the portal, thinking to himself that beneath the giant wall in the center of the Zhanghai city ruins, there was a secret room that could take you back to the starting town. This was top-tier info that the vast majority of people had no clue about. After passing through the gate, Qin Feng stood before a magic formation, analyzing it in his mind. But of course, teleportation isn't free. The first trip costs 500 days, the second costs 1,000, and the third 2,000. Every single teleport costs you lifespan, and the price doubles each time. He thought it all over. Over time, the starting town would gradually develop. It would become a higher-level zone where mobs evolve into bosses. Hidden treasures would also begin to appear. Qin Feng made up his mind. For example, this ancient godly stone table was an item that was too good to miss. Just then, a system notification popped up asking, "Do you wish to teleport back to the god-forsaken land Dark Moon Town?" Hearing the completely unfamiliar name, he wondered, Dark Moon Town. Isn't this a town that only appears in the later stages of the game? How is it possible I never even heard of it in my previous life? Teleport. The system registered his answer, and just as the notification appeared, Qin Feng had already arrived. Consuming 500 days of lifespan, teleporting now. As he walked, he discreetly observed his surroundings, surprised to find the place was actually quite bustling, that he absolutely could not miss. Just then, a system notification popped up asking, "Do you wish to teleport back to the god-forsaken land Dark Moon Town?" He was puzzled when he heard the strange name. Dark Moon Town. Isn't that a town that only shows up in the late game? How come I never heard of it in my past life? Teleport. The system registered his answer, and just as the notification appeared, Qin Feng had already arrived. Consuming 500 days of lifespan, teleporting now. He observed his surroundings as he walked along. To his surprise, the place was quite lively. I never even heard of it in my past life. Teleport. The system registered his answer, and just as the notification appeared, Qin Feng had already arrived. Model. 500 days of life force burned away, now teleporting. As he walked, he discreetly scanned his surroundings. Whoa, this place was surprisingly bustling. But why is everyone here a senior citizen? Is this a retirement home? Right in front of Qin Feng, a little drama was unfolding between a group of three. An old woman was groaning wearily. Finally, we're back in the safe zone. The young lad helping her decided it was time to talk business. "Ma'am, as per our agreement, we've successfully power-leveled you to level 3. The guy next to him quickly chimed in. "During the leveling process, your share of the loot came out to 72 days of lifespan. You just need to trade that over to us and we'll be all settled." Hearing this, the old lady shot up, swatting their hands away and screeching, "What? You want money now? Aren't you guys supposed to be some kind of charity helping us level up for free?" The two young men took turns trying to explain patiently. "Ma'am, we're not asking for your money. When we first formed the party, a portion of the lifespan that dropped when we killed monsters was automatically shared with you. You just need to give us that portion back. Isn't that the deal we made from the very beginning?" But this granny was having none of it. She snapped back, "I don't know a damn thing about some stupid agreement. The absolute nerve of you young whippersnappers, trying to shake down a poor old woman like me, absolutely shameless." Unbelievably, the two guys kept their cool and tried explaining again. "Ma'am, you've got it all wrong. You've got it all wrong. We boost you for free, and in return, you give us the lifespan that drops. Exactly, the other added. If we weren't in a party, you wouldn't get any of the lifespan or the experience points in the first place. You'd think that would be the end of it, but no, she decided to get aggressive. Don't you dare touch me, I'll call for backup. You think you can mess with someone from the Dream Serpent Guild, huh? You insolent brats! But just as she was getting warmed up, someone grabbed her by the scruff of the neck. She didn't even get to finish her sentence. Before the two guys could even process what was happening, she was unceremoniously slammed face first into the ground. Yeah, you could say she was a little surprised. And there was Chin Feng dagger in hand pinning her down like some grim reaper straight out of a dark manhwa. A fountain of red sprayed into the air, leaving the two boys standing there with their jaws on the floor. After taking care of business, he simply walked off, not forgetting to leave them a little reminder. Her lifespan is on the ground. Go get it yourselves. The green-haired dude was seriously impressed. 666. Meanwhile, the other guy stammers, trying to figure out who their mystery hero is. May I ask, which esteemed master was it who just came to our aid? But our boy just plays it cool with a single smooth line, "Hey, I was just passing by." The two of them scooped up the old lady's lifespan points, not forgetting to say thanks. 72 days, not a lot, but not nothing either. Qin Feng, however, was silently fuming. Making a move inside the town is forbidden. Man, this is so inconvenient. Thanks, you absolute legend. He started to piece things together. The Dream Sand River Guild, huh? So it turns out their story began right here in Dark Moon Town. Qin Feng racked his brain recalling what he knew about the guild. Ever since it was founded, this guild has been dedicated to public welfare activities, offering free assistance to the elderly trying to survive in this godforsaken land. Later on, they were even officially recognized and heavily supported by the government. In terms of sheer membership numbers, Dreamsand River could be considered the biggest guild in all of Huaxia. He couldn't help but think that in the chaotic apocalypse of this Manhwa, the world desperately needed more people like them. As night fell, moonlight bathed the entire forest. A monster was completely wrapped up in thick vines. Standing guard, Churan shouted to her mom, "Now's the time. Imam, use your skill, quick." Churan's mom immediately unleashed her ability. All right, Thunderbolt. A bolt of lightning zapped the monster square in the chest. Churan's dad charged forward, and with one mighty swing, he split the creature clean in two. Watching the monster's corpse disintegrate, he beamed with joy. "We did it." Churan praised them. "Mom, Dad, you guys are incredible." Churan's mom looked on excitedly. "See, if we just keep learning from others, even we can take down these small fry monsters." As the three of them were leaving, her dad suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, Ran Ran. Where's your good friend, Xiao Yu?" "That's right, Ran Ran, your best friend. Didn't she join the Holy Temple Knights Guild? I heard the membership tax for that guild is ridiculously high." She replied, "Yeah, it is. I told her she should join the Dream Sand River Guild with us." Churan explained the whole situation. "I told her Dream Sand River is a public welfare guild. It's full of people just like us who aren't exactly pro gamers. But we all help each other out, and there are even mentors to guide us." But she wasn't interested. Churan's mom added, "Well, she is already level 10 now after all. So the folks from the Holy Knight Order just took the kid away." Churan's dad, ever the strategist, voiced his opinion from the sidelines. Even if they power level her to level 10, they're just going to use her as a tool. Her mom chimed in, "And I heard the Holy Knight Order's contracts last for 3 years. Once you sign, you're basically their slave for 3 long years. If you don't have the chops, it's safer to just grind on low-level mobs. You can slowly farm up lifespan and experience that way, right?" Her dad nodded in agreement, "Exactly just like us. We stick to weak mobs, and if a boss shows up, we retreat and call for backup." "Isn't that the smart way to play?" Churan, who'd been silent this whole time, finally spoke up with a gloomy look on her face. "But Ai Xiaoyu thinks he's not just some ordinary person. He has a hidden class, after all. In that respect, he's definitely stronger than we are." Suddenly, out of nowhere, a volley of arrows rained down on them. Churan's dad was hit square in a weak spot, and his health bar took a massive dive. Seeing her father's back turned into a human pincushion, she screamed, "Dad!" Churan's mom couldn't believe her eyes, covering her mouth as she shrieked, "Honey?" The culprit was a guy named Hei Long Yishi Long. He sneered, "Did you see my damage output? I could have one-shotted that old geezer." One of his lackeys retorted, "Cut the crap. There's no one strong in Mungsha, they're all just a bunch of trash." Another goon chimed in, "That's right." Churan said nothing, just glared at them in silence. A fiery hatred burned in her eyes. Slowly, she drew the sword from her back. Seeing this, the thugs jeered, "Oh, and what do you think you're doing? You really think you can take on our entire guild all by yourself?" Churan didn't answer them, simply muttering, "Xiao Yu, lend me your strength." A brilliant blue light immediately enveloped her body. This was the fusion skill of her hidden class, a power-up straight out of a manhwa. Her power level skyrocketed. The thugs were stunned. What the hell is going on? How did this girl suddenly get so OP? Churan moved like a whirlwind, taking them down one by one. Who with any real skill would bother escorting those old folks anyway? He sat high above, looking down on Churan and her mother before barking his command. "You two, hand over every last drop of lifespan you have." Terrified, she clutched her shirt tightly. "But the government banned killing outside the wilderness zones. Aren't you afraid of getting a bounty on your heads?" Hei Long was completely unfazed. He scoffed, "The government, to hell with the government. Do you clowns have any idea who I am? Enough talk, I'll give you 3 seconds." Churan quickly told her mother what to do while she herself prepared to attack. "Don't even think about it. Mom, I'll hold them off. You need to call for backup through the guild channel, and do it fast." He sneered, ordering his underlings, "Tired of living, are we? Get 'em, kill the old one, but keep the young one alive." 2. His lackeys leaped down, closing in on her. When out of nowhere, Qin Feng's mount snatched both of them sideways in its jaws. Churan just stood there, her eyes wide with total confusion. The boss didn't even have time to process what just happened. The moment he opened his mouth to speak, a single sword slash sent his head flying clean off his shoulders. The last word he managed to sputter out was a confused, "What?" Qin Feng stood there like a true manhwa protagonist, majestically holding Hei Long's head. The look on that head was pure terror. Meanwhile, Hei Long's crew had just respawned back at the safe zone when they all collapsed, groaning in agony. "Damn it, why did I lose so much lifespan? All my tradable lifespan is completely gone, mine too. Could it be because we were in PK mode or something? But even if we were in massacre mode, there's no way we should have been drained of all our lifespan like that." The leader pulled himself up, trying to psych himself up. "At this rate, I'm gonna die for real. I need to hurry and kill a few low-level mobs to get some lifespan back." Just then, a brilliant golden light flashed, and an overwhelming power slammed all 3 of them to the ground, leaving them unable to resist. Someone stepped forward and addressed them. Hei Long, who is also a dragon. Crispy rice-flavored grilled chicken and flying wild ox. Do not move. You 3 are the ones who have been PKing players all over this world. We've finally caught you. The newcomers introduced themselves in a cold, detached tone. "We are government-sanctioned hunters. You will willingly provide us with your real-world information, and we will be taking you into custody as per the law. If you even think about resisting, we will drain what little lifespan you have left right here and now." On the other side, eerie spider lilies floated around the black dragon's body. Churan turned to her companion, absolutely beaming. "Thank you so much, Mr. Darkness. If it weren't for you, my mom and I would have been total goners." Qin Feng was actually a little surprised, thinking to himself, "I never would have guessed. This Churan girl isn't half bad. She's kind-hearted and surprisingly brave, a totally different breed compared to Xiao Yu. Seriously, how did those 2 ever become best friends? Then again, it's probably for the best that they've finally gone their separate ways." And with that, he silently transformed into a tiny orb of light, leaving the 2 women behind him completely dumbfounded. Churan's mom stared, completely baffled at the golden orb. Where did he go? Is that some of his life force he dropped? Still looking stunned, her mom gently asked, "Honey, why did that man just vanish like that?" But Churan was still lost in her own world, thinking, "I can't believe the legendary Mr. Darkness himself. The #1 ranked player in the world is actually such a nice guy." Meanwhile, in another much gloomier place, the atmosphere was thick with tension. One of the guys in the group piped up, "Didn't Captain Ann say A darkness would be here in a few minutes. It's been almost half an hour already. What the heck is that darkness dude doing? The guy in charge turned to his buddy and asked. So what do you think, can darkness actually kill those bosses? I'm betting no. I mean, they can just resurrect, can't they? They're infinite respawn bosses. Is he seriously crazy enough to try? Unbeknownst to them, Qin Feng had already slipped past his mind racing with calculations. The ancient god's stele adds one effect to an item while also removing another. If you get lucky, this new enchantment can completely change the traits of your character class. There are even rumors of people seeing the 7th ranked player in the world sacrificing 7 steles during a fight to summon the phantom of an ancient god. What a classic Manhwa power move. To kill a legendary grade boss. The swarming bosses created by these ancient god steles have some special mechanics and wildly different abilities. Sometimes these bosses are straight up invisible. Plus their stealth capabilities are completely off the charts, which is why random players just passing by end up getting mysteriously one-shotted. Model odd it. You know, sometimes the real boss isn't the giant monster, but some sneaky summoner hiding in the bushes. So here's the deal. This situation meant that any boss killed by a player would just respawn infinitely. The intel so far suggested that these things would pop right back up after being killed, and to make matters worse, they all get a stacking rage buff. According to the government, you just needed to kill one of them for it to revive and go berserk. So, what if you killed all of them at the exact same time? Could they still respawn then? He finally came to a conclusion. Yeah, that was definitely worth a shot. Qin Feng raised his hand and summoned a little helper, first equipping the believer's necklace before sending in his loyal believer to test the waters. The moment it appeared, it charged straight ahead. Its sharp claws slashed away continuously at the giant bosses, but the damage was laughably pathetic. Suddenly, one of the bosses whipped its head around with a terrifying glare. In the blink of an eye, a blast of black smoke slammed right into that poor believer. The smoke devoured it, leaving only its head and the upper half of its torso. Ouch. Seeing this, Qin Feng got serious. Alright, so they're all level 10 with no damage reflection. And their stats are twice as strong as a normal golden tier boss. This is some serious Manhwa level threat. In that case, he waved his hand and unleashed the Dark Knight Annihilation Stream. A torrent of red power instantly engulfed the bosses. Die, and just like that, every last one of them was decapitated. Qin Feng went in for a closer look. No loot dropped, what a ripoff. But then the corpses of the monsters in front of him started to fuse together, forming one gigantic boss that left him completely speechless. This massive monstrosity was covered in eyes and sported one particularly large and grotesque mouth. Qin Feng got into his stance while analyzing the situation. Looks like killing them all at once was the right call. Now on to the next phase. The symbols covering this giant boss's body were written in the ancient god script. Calamity Heaven Ancient Fall Crow God Thought. He rearranged them in his head, and the translation clicked into place: Ancient God of Calamity Utos. He deftly dodged an attack while carefully observing the creature. Next up, I probably have to strike the different locations in the order of the words, right? Looks like all that effort I put into clearing out that ancient god ruin, spending all that manpower, and investing all those resources into studying the ancient god's texts is finally paying off. With that, Qin Feng lunged forward, slashing at a symbol on its arm. Next was the symbol near its wrist, and then the one on its chest. With the final blow, Utos let out a pained roar and coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. Then it reverted back to its original form, but this time its body was completely battered and broken. Suddenly, a bunch of coffins erupted from the ground surrounding him, just as the boss began to stir again. But the strange thing was, its body had started to melt. Piece by the various bits and pieces making up Utos suddenly decided to go their separate ways. Qin Feng just watches them, thinking, well, look at them go scurrying around like lost puppies. Meanwhile, ancient runes on a nearby coffin begin to glow, each one linked to a specific monster. Ah, so that's the gimmick, he realizes. To take these things down, you've got to do it right next to their matching sarcophagus. He smirks. I've seen this kind of ancient god tablet before, so it looks like we're in the endgame now. And right on cue, every single one of them swivels their ugly heads to stare daggers at him. But is our boy Qin Feng scared? Nah, He's practically radiating, "Come at me, bro" energy. "Bring it on," he taunts. Just then, on the other side of the forest, a massive explosion rips through the air, sending birds scattering in a panic. Back with our B team of adventurers, they're completely oblivious, looking at each other like confused chickens. Woe, an earthquake, is the valley unstable? Did the boss finally decide to go ballistic? Come on, let's go see what's up. As they head over, they start trash talking. Where's that so-called shadow guy? Still hasn't shown his face, the coward. Pfft, I bet even he couldn't handle this boss. Yeah, he's a total no-show, mark my words. But then one of them points a shaky finger ahead. Guys, look. What they see is a scene of total devastation with nothing but shattered rubble and a few empty coffins. The three stooges look around, bewildered. Wait, where'd the boss go? The ground is completely torn up, so it really was an earthquake. No way. Did the boss just die in the earthquake like it tripped and fell? Just then a message pings on their devices. It's from An Yu. Everyone fall back. Shadow already took care of the boss. The group just freezes their jaws, practically hitting the floor. WHA. A second later, they snap out of it and the frantic chatter begins. Dude, we were literally just doubting whether Shadow could take down these 7 bosses, and he wiped them all out in, what, a little over 10 minutes. We didn't even see him show up. It's like something straight out of a manhwa. The cursed stele of the calamity god, one of them murmurs. Okay, now I kinda get why the top brass made that call. Elsewhere, Qin Feng is admiring his new loot, the stone tablet, and talking to himself. Not a bad haul at all. I leveled up to 14, and with those 7 bosses plus the Hand of Greed, that's a sweet 294 evolution points. But the real prize, he thinks, is this ancient god's stone tablet. He chuckles. With its crazy mechanics, it would have taken the government suits at least a month to figure this out. Plus, imagine the body count they'd rack up just trying. Yikes. As he inspects it, the system interface pops up with the details. It confirms the tablet contains the raw cursing power of the ancient calamity god. It has an active skill that allows him to attach a curse to any piece of equipment. A curse on any piece of gear. That's right, the curse power of the ancient calamity god right in the palm of his hand. The Athos box lets you actively slap a curse onto any piece of equipment. The curse will randomly bless it with a powerful new attribute. It's all based on the gear's properties and your personal class. But of course, there's a catch. It also comes with a nasty negative attribute. Qin Feng summoned his armor and declared, "Let's stick it on the Black Flame ritual-piercing leather armor." This emerald-grade piece of equipment already has the Black Flame ritual effect. It can shred a target's defense and elemental resistance by up to 35%. A massive surge of power suddenly enveloped his entire body. You have applied the Curse of Othos to the Black Flame ritual-piercing leather armor. Curse of Othos enhanced attribute. The maximum stack count for the Black Flame status has been increased to 15 stacks. Negative attribute reduces the equipment's base stats by 31%. Qin Feng analyzed the results, his mind blown. The max stacks for Black Flame jumped all the way to 15. With this effect, I can literally drop a boss's defense and elemental resistance into the negatives. Now that's the kind of insane power-up you only see in a top-tier manhwa, straight from an ancient god's tablet. Compared to that, the negative attribute is practically a rounding error. I couldn't care less. Then he raised his hand, ready for the next phase. It was time for a skill evolution. Let's evolve Flash Shadow Slash to legendary grade and see what awesome new effects we get. You have spent 27 evolution points, 175 points remaining. Flash Shadow Slash has evolved from epic to legendary. Dash rapidly in a direction for 30 to 40 meters and instantly enter a state of stealth. The stealth now lasts for 15 seconds, up from the previous 12. You'll unleash 9 slashes on all enemies caught in your path. The cooldown, which was 12 seconds, has been slashed to a mere 8.8 seconds at level 4. The width of the slash path has increased from 5 meters to 6 meters. Each slash now deals an additional 500 to 700 points of physical damage. And the new effect: for every single enemy you hit with a slash, you gain a shield stack equal to 100% of your maximum health. You can stack this up to 9 times. And this ridiculously huge shield lasts for up to 60 seconds. Qin Feng muttered to himself in disbelief. From now on, With 175 points left, this Flash Shadow Slash, going from epic to legendary, is just insane. I can dash 30 to 40 meters and just vanish into thin air. It lasts for 15 seconds now, which is up from 12, and I get to land 9 slashes on every poor soul in my way. The cool down dropped from 12 seconds to a measly 8.8 seconds at level 4. The slash is wider now too, going from 5 meters to 6, and each hit deals an extra 500 to 700 physical damage. But that new effect, every time I hit a target, I get a shield stack that's equal to 100% of my max HP, and I can stack it 9 times. This bad boy's shield can stay up for a full 60 seconds. Qin Feng thought to himself, if my Phantom Shadow Slash connects all 9 times, then my effective health will basically multiply by 10. That gives me a massive margin for error. Perfect. At my current grinding speed, I just need another 5 hours to hit level 15. And then I can finally head over to the Demon City. Alright, cutting back to the main game lobby. Those women were still beating the stuffing out of Xiao Yu. You little homewrecker, you vixen, we'll beat you senseless. He couldn't help but think, wow, they're still at it. These women are absolutely brutal. Then both of them suddenly stopped to catch their breath. Oh my god, I'm exhausted. My back is killing me and my arms are aching. I swear I've been hitting her for so long, my hands are starting to smoke. That's enough for today. Let this be a lesson you won't forget. You tramp, they spat, adding one last insult before leaving. Xiao Yu was left a trembling mess from the beatdown. She barely managed to sit up, hugging her knees and sobbing her eyes out. It's all Qin Feng's fault, I told him we were through. But did he really think I meant it? Is he just going to ignore me now? Doesn't he know that when a girl says something, she means the complete opposite? Good thing I signed that contract with the Knight of the Holy Temple. For the next 3 years, I won't have to worry about survival anymore. Sure, I have to give up 50% of my lifespan. But with what I have left, I'll definitely grow way faster than Chu Yan and her little gang. Xiao Yu raised her staff and began to chant Holy Light Heal. Just you wait. Once I'm powerful, all of you who look down on me will pay dearly. Holy Heal, a spell that consumes all of your mana to instantly restore a target's health to full. Wenkoyo, just wait. And you crazy witches, you just wait too. But her ultimate spell went thwump and hit a nearby training dummy. Completely drained of mana, Xiao Yu collapsed right on the spot. Great, I missed again. That's weird. Where was I even aiming? Scene changed to the ruins of the Demon City, where on a dilapidated street, a group of players were ganging up on a boss monster. As it attacked, a man quickly raised his shield to parry the blow. But little did they know, from a hidden corner, 3 mysterious figures were watching the entire battle. This Manhwa is getting good. Shiji pouted, thoroughly unimpressed. Ugh, the men of the Daya Empire are just so weak. Seriously, it takes 18 of you to take down one boss. Are you that afraid of dying? The man beside her winked, trying to sweet-talk her. Now, my darling, don't say that. They're trying their best for us. We should be thanking them. On the surface, she cooed, oh, you're just so polite. But in her head, she was thinking, these Daxia pigs hit like a wet noodle. Taking this long for a measly golden boss. Meanwhile, the other party is already about to wrap things up. Hurry up, give it all you've got, it's almost down. The team's mage kept cheering, come on guys, one last hit. Suddenly, a spear shot straight through his throat. Tony, with a spear slung over his shoulder, put on a show of mock courtesy. You've all worked so hard, thanks for the gift, you weaklings. The moment the group saw them all, hell broke loose. Damn it, it's the Black Spade crew, a gang of PKers founded by a mysterious woman from Daxia who teamed up with a bunch of foreigners. This is some classic Manhwa villain stuff right here. What kind of animal leads outsiders to kill their own people? But in a flash, the players rallied and charged forward together. Don't be scared, everyone. There are only a few of them. Let's get 'em. Shiji sneered arrogantly. A bunch of trash actually dares to fight back. I am going to torture and kill every last one of you. Get ready to die, you Daxia pigs. The man beside her instantly attacked, unleashing a massive AoE skill, Violent Thunder Shock. She also charged forward, dual blades in hand. In the blink of an eye, her razor-sharp blades finished off everyone there. Shushard let out a provocative, scornful laugh. The men of Daxia are just as useless as I thought. Looks like the Da Xia government has been spreading fake news. The man beside her instantly attacked, creating a massive crater. Violent thunder shock. She also charged in dual blades at the ready. And in a flash, her sharp blades mowed down everyone left standing. Shisha laughed contemptuously. The men of Da Xia really are a bunch of worthless losers. Looks like the Da Xia government was just spreading propaganda. The Da Xia government has already put out news about us, but what good did that do? This entire nation is nothing but a giant trash heap. These guys are just your average players. How could they ever compare to us, we who are backed by powerful forces from behind the scenes? Even though my real identity hasn't been exposed yet, to be safe, we should probably get out of Da Xia soon and head for North America. Once we're there, we can form a guild dedicated to hunting Da Xia pigs. The two men beside her immediately loved the idea. Brilliant. What should we name the guild? She leaned in and answered, we'll call it ILC. Then Shushi just flopped right onto the ground and said, all right, that's enough gaming for today, time to log out and party. She sat right in the middle of a bunch of tall beefy dudes and announced, for the glorious founding of our ILC guild, hey, let's all go out with a bang. Turning back to Qin Feng, An Yu raised her hand and called out, Master, I've got a price for that hideout spot. Can we have a little chat? Qin Feng, cool as ever, simply replied, how much? 1,500. Too low, he stated flatly. I know, right? I told them that was an insult. So I fought for you, big bro, and managed to squeeze 2,000 out of them. All right, make the trade at the central statue in the ruins. Inwardly, he was sizing up An Yu. Does this crafty little fox really think she can lowball me? Dust and smoke filled the air of the dilapidated space. And on the other side stood a group of people armed to the teeth. An Yu gave an embarrassed laugh. Brother Shadow, don't mind them. It's just that I have a little too much lifespan. So the higher-ups got nervous and sent an entire army to escort me. He didn't seem to care one bit. It's fine. The government still has no clue what I'm truly capable of. These guys are just a bunch of posers anyway. Just then, a system notification popped up. Trade successful. You have lost key to the Holy Church Sanctuary. You have received 2,000 years of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng turned to leave, saying, let's move. The soldiers behind them couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves. Seriously, one item is worth 2,000 years of lifespan. What do you know, rookie? That's a hideout that can hold hundreds, maybe even 1,000 people, a prime piece of real estate in this Manhwa world. Besides Brother Shadow, who else would be generous enough to just give something like that away? Let's go, Brother Shadow, see you around. As he walked off, he thought to himself that An Yu's payment came right on time, just enough to fully gear up for his trip to the capital. You have consumed 71.2 years of tradable lifespan, upgraded to level 15. You have consumed 161.75 years of tradable lifespan. Tradable lifespan extracted, skill obtained, Grace of Liberation mythic grade. You have consumed 71.12 years of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng looked at all the notifications and came to a realization. Other than the gear he hadn't extracted yet, his level and skills were now completely synchronized. His real-world strength was now practically identical to his in-game character. Notification, your hunger level has reached 90%. And yet the man just carried on as if it was just another Tuesday. I haven't eaten in ages. I'm logging off to deal with this rumbling stomach of mine. And now we cut to a completely different, much shadier location. Qin Feng was sitting all by his lonesome, casting a gloomy vibe over the whole place. Some thug who clearly had a death wish nudged his buddy, hey boss, this kid's awake. He menacingly brandished a club, trying his best to look tough. All right, kiddo, hand over every last second of your lifespan, or your fate will be the same as everyone else in this hotel. Man, the apocalypse is great, just like in a gritty manhwa, you can kill anyone you want. Lying next to them was the motionless body of a woman. Our boy was, shall we say, less than thrilled. He just stared silently at the two morons. What are you looking at? Cough up the lifespan already. What are you just standing there for? Boss, I'm really getting the urge to just carve this guy up. One of the goons sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. Damn it, I think we scared him stupid. Ah, whatever, let's just finish him off. Sounds good to me. Lying beside them was the motionless body of a woman. Our boy was, shall we say, less than thrilled. He just stared silently at the two morons. What are you staring at? Hand over the lifespan. Are you just gonna stand there like a lump, boss? I'm dying to just end this guy. One of the thugs sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. Damn it, I think we scared him stupid. Ah, whatever, let's just finish him off. Excellent, and in just a split second, a crimson aura exploded into view. Before they could even figure out what was happening, a massive boom echoed through the room. The Dark Knight ring had appeared. In the blink of an eye, the entire building began to crumble into nothing but rubble. Qin Feng casually slurped on some noodles and mused aloud. The more power I extract into the real world, the more energy my body needs. With my current strength, this regular food just isn't gonna cut it anymore. After I get rid of Shi and her little Alice guild, I have to find a way to get the scroll of the sacred tree. Then he tossed his noodle bowl, hopped onto the back of his Nightwalker wolf, and vanished. But Shi is incredibly sly, even harder to track down than Song Fei. Oh, wait a minute, didn't I accept a mission to kill Qin Feng a while back? I can totally use that as bait to lure her out. This is a perfect plan. Best to head to Demon City first, and maybe I'll find something to snack on along the way. And now a scene change to the Demon City region. A blushing Shirshai was laying on the prey's thick. Oh baby, you guys are just so strong. She wobbled on her feet, clinging to the man beside her. I can barely even walk. Getting to fight my heart out with all of you? Then sweetly drifted off to sleep and logged into the game. Ah, this feeling is absolutely incredible. My dearest Shisho, your skills are simply unparalleled. So, freaking amazing, you are ridiculously hot. Just then she gets a message from someone. Miss Shi, a message just came in from An Ying. Qin Feng is dead. He says he wants to meet in the real world, to hand over Qin Feng's head and collect the rest of the payment. But Shi sure knows better. Meeting a shadowy assassin like An Ying in the real world is way too risky. No need to meet, just tell him to send a photo as proof. He says he doesn't use a phone, claims he's afraid the authorities are tracking him. Does that mean An Ying is also an enemy of the government? They've been hunting us more and more aggressively lately. That way those Dacia pigs will no longer be a threat. Coordinate 67228331. Tell An Ying I want to meet him in the game first. I'll set up a little play to test which side An Ying is really on. Then the vixen messages someone else. Tianxing Jian, my treasure, are you there? I've missed you so much. I have a little favor I need your help with. The rewards, like in some crazy Manhwa plot, will be countless. On the other end, he uses silent stealth and scoffs. A meeting in the game, heh. As expected, Shi is one cunning witch. His skill, Silent Stealth, makes him permanently invisible as long as he stands still. These coordinates, they're for the Evil Spirit Academy not far from here. With that thought, Qin Feng dives right into the game. Let's see what other tricks you've got up your sleeve. The demonic capital ruins Evil Spirit Academy. He stands on a rooftop, coldly observing the crowd below. Hey Tawa, we the government have pinpointed your location. The Ace of Spades Guild. I advise you to cease all resistance and surrender immediately. Otherwise, we will be forced to use violence. Shizher places a hand on her chest and smirks, Tian Xingjian. Go back and inform all the lonely men of Dacia. And make sure they remember we are no longer the Ace of Spades Guild. From now on, we are the Heiress Guild. Without a moment's hesitation, she rips off her top, completely stunning the government squad. Our Heiress Guild specializes in hunting the men of Dacia. The soldiers trying to act all righteous just stood there blushing and gawking. Hey Tawa, you damn woman. The Dacia government will absolutely make you pay for this. My god, the nerve. Absolutely shameless. Treasure. You are one audacious woman. Shishuz caresses her ample assets enticingly. Come here, you little Dacia piggies. How'd you like that? Just help me pull off this little performance, and tonight, we can get a whole lot bolder. Qin Feng watched on his face a mask of indifference. Is that him? Ikiganan codename Tenshingen, the great Xia government will make you pay for your crimes. The absolute nerve. Shameless doesn't even begin to cover it. Darling, you're being so bold. Shishid caressed her assets, purring, come on over, you little pigs of great Xia. Like what you see, just help me with this little act, and tonight, we can get a whole lot bolder. Qin Feng continued to watch his expression unchanging. So that's him. Akiko codename Tianxing Tianxing, the infamous mole who used to leak intel to the Alice Guild. It wasn't until 7 years after the game God's Revelation launched that he finally slipped up and got taken out. Across the field, the guy was still hamming it up. Hey Tao, you stubborn fool, today you will be brought to justice. He had to admit their little drama wasn't half bad. How amusing. So Shushu and Qiu Haonan were in cahoots from the very beginning. This whole charade was just a test to see where my loyalties lie. If I step in to help Shushu, I'll become an enemy of the government faction. But if I don't, I'm guessing Shushu won't agree to meet An Ying in the real world. A smirk played on Qin Feng's lips as he charged down. If that's how it is, then let me show you just how sincere I am. A weak point strike dealing 42,357 damage is received by An Ye Huan. You have eliminated the player Tian Xingjian. You have eliminated the player Yun Ye Wei Wu. You have eliminated the player Yu Fei Yu. You have eliminated the player Ta Shizheng Yi. You have eliminated the player Chongfeng Zhan Shi. Shizhi and her entire crew were completely dumbfounded. What in the world just happened? Qin Feng casually strolled forward. Hello Hey Tao A, I'm An Ying. Shishi stared at him, her heart skipping a beat. Whoa, he's so handsome. A powerful man like him is exactly my type. Abe gritted his teeth, thinking, too bad he's one of those great Xia pigs. Why does such a powerful man have to be from Great Xia? Damn you, Great Xia, you don't deserve someone like him. Shishida's goons muttered in disbelief. Over 40,000 damage. Is this really the power of the world's #1 player? This whole scene is straight out of a manhwa. Mr. Shadow, so good to see you, man. In the blink of an eye, their heads went flying. And the system even displayed the damage count from the attack. Qinfeng gave a casual wave. I have no idea what you all are saying, but I'm gonna go ahead and assume you're cursing my name. Shizhi quickly denied it. Oh no, they weren't cursing you. They were just saying hello. He replied coldly, well, my sincerest apologies then. To avoid any future misunderstandings, it's best you stick to the Daxia language around here. With that out of the way, Qin Feng suggested they get on with the transaction. Oh right, but before that, you might want to put some clothes on. She adjusted her outfit, then asked where the head was. She thought to herself, this shadow guy is a total psycho, straight out of some dark action manhwa, and I am so into it. He replied coldly, I have it, but I can't bring it into the game. If you want to see it, I can show it to you in the real world. Shizhi quickly pulled up the system window. That's fine. I've witnessed the shadow's power firsthand. I trust you're not going to scam me. A notification chimed, you have received 1,500 tradable days of lifespan. Qin Feng immediately turned to leave. All right then, I'm out. But she called out to him, wait. You have the power, I have the money. How about we make this a long-term partnership? I already have a new assassination target for you. If you're interested, come to my place tonight. Whatever you desire, I will be sure to satisfy you completely. Qin Feng didn't refuse, simply asking, who's the target? And what's the reward? Shichi promised, let's meet up and talk it over. The reward will be many, many times more generous than this last one. Tonight at Mo Harbor, I'll be waiting. Qin Feng muttered to himself, her place at the harbor. Don't tell me she lives on a yacht. Back at the scene, after the two had left, an eerie silence settled in. The government agents finally respawned. Hao Nan sneered under his breath, that damn shadow. I knew you'd betray the government, you worthless piece of trash. Inwardly, however, he was ecstatic. It worked. She sure has successfully teamed up with the shadow, which means I'll be getting my reward from her very soon. Then Hao Nan barked an order. Those useless idiots in Zhanghai City do nothing but freeload all day. Seeing that Shushu's plan was in motion, Hao Nan continued his command. Those fools in Zhanghai City keep running to the shadow for help. We must force them to give us an explanation. Qing Ye, you take everyone to collect their lifespan allowance first. He'll probably make his move soon. She wondered, is Shadow really in cahoots with the Ace of Spades? If that's true, then even if it costs us our lives, we have to find a way to eliminate Shadow for good. But I never imagined the power gap between me and Shadow was this massive. I mean, I didn't even catch a glimpse of the guy before I was totally wiped out. As evening descended, over at Shushu's private yacht, Qin Feng arrived at Mado Harbor right on schedule. He announced coolly, I am Shadow, I'm here for the Ace of Spades. Her goons immediately piped up. Ah, Mr. Shadow, our lady has been waiting for you. Please right this way. One of them reported, Shadow is on board, prepare for departure. With that, they escorted Qin Feng deeper into the yacht. The vessel was already gliding across the open sea. Inside a luxurious suite, Shushir, looking drop-dead gorgeous in a slinky red dress, greeted him with a glass of wine. Big brother Shadow, we finally meet at last. I never dreamed you'd be just as mysterious in the flesh. It's like you walked right out of a manhwa. Qin Feng, having zero time for pleasantries, got straight to the point. Spit it out, who's the target? Aha, but she was already in full flirt mode. My why so serious, not a romantic bone in your body is there. We have this beautiful scenery, and in this beautiful woman. Let's not spoil it with such boring shop talk, shall we? First, a toast to this incredible night. Qin Feng had seen this coming a mile away. He chugged the entire glass of wine without a second thought. Shishira's face lit up with a grin. Now that's more like it. She then promptly shoved him down onto a sofa and draped herself all over his arm. What's the matter, Shadow? How are you feeling? She purred. That wine contained a little secret family recipe of mine. Anyone who drinks it finds themselves utterly unable to disobey me. Shisha smirked, her victory assured. Just as I thought. Even the great and powerful Shadow is at the end of the day just a man. Just a man. How's it feel, potent, isn't it? She gave him a look that could melt steel. Don't fight it, just relax and enjoy the ride. When we're both riding the highest wave of ecstasy, I'm going to pull back that hood of yours and devour you with my eyes. I am absolutely positive you're devastatingly handsome under there. But for now, let's keep up the mystery, shall we? Suddenly, a series of piercing screams echoed through the room. Oh, my God, the Grand Zia actually has a man this formidable. No wonder they call him Shadow. Oh my God, why is it so scorching hot? This must be the power of the Shadow. It's so huge, I can feel it. It's a little warm. Come on, I'm ready for you. Come out already, oh Shadow, get out here now. All right, just as Shu was getting all hot and bothered, she realized something felt a little different. The Shadow's body suddenly erupted into a raging inferno. She immediately screamed. So hot, this is fire. But against all odds, Shu survived, screaming in utter disbelief. What this actually caught Qin Feng by surprise. A protective crystal necklace. I can't believe you had a treasure like this on you. It just saved your pathetic life, you know. This is your standard issue gold tier accessory, creating a shield that nullifies one fatal blow. Suddenly getting a clear look at the person beside her, Shushir completely lost it. Qin Feng, what the hell are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to have been killed by the Shadow? He casually revealed his identity and admitted, the reason for that is obvious. It's because I am the Shadow. She was completely floored. You're the Shadow? Then who the heck was that? Turns out that was just one of his loyal puppet followers. A special happy addition he created to take his place and drink that poison wine for him. The moment Shishi realized the truth, she immediately started groveling on the floor. Big boss Qin Feng. No wait, Qin Feng? Daddy, I'm so sorry, Daddy. Daddy, I was wrong, please spare me. I'll give you all of my lifespan. I'll be your slave from now on. You can call for service anytime you want. Qin Feng interrogated her. Where are the 5 foreigners you came here with? Shushe looked up, her face a mask of pure bootlicking. Daddy, if I tell you, you'll let me go, right? In the next instant, her head was twisted completely backward. He seemed pretty disappointed and decided to just dispose of her on the spot. Looks like those 5 goons aren't here. The system announced, received 659 years of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng thought to himself, I was hoping to wipe them all out in one clean sweep, but what a shame. First things first, I'll use Shishi's phone to call the government. The sky was dark and an eerie silence fell over the vast space. A rescue boat came speeding in to respond to the emergency call. There's been a mass murder on the yacht. Among the victims is the precious daughter of the Qianshi Group's chairman. According to the caller, the killer's abilities were strikingly similar to the Shadow character from the game. So yeah, they basically had a pretty good idea who they were dealing with. In a scene straight out of a dark manhwa, the investigation team was immediately dispatched to the crime scene. When Hao Nan got the report, he was absolutely livid. This shadow character is completely out of control. My poor Xu, to murder someone so brazenly like this, he's clearly trying to challenge the laws of our entire nation. He steeled his resolve, thinking, the second I'm on that boat, I'm using my investigation skill on the body. Once I pinpoint Shadow's location, we open fire with everything we've got. We will guarantee the target is eliminated. I swear on my life I will avenge you. The preliminary forensics report came in. Cause of death was a fractured cervical vertebra. We found an unidentified DNA sample in her mouth, and on top of that, there were burn marks. Hao Nan was seething. That bastard Shadow. Not only did he murder her, he desecrated her corpse too. Using the skill Last Words of the Deceased, his face was a mask of pure determination. This Shadow guy is completely lawless. My Shishira, random murder like this is a blatant challenge to our country's laws, something straight out of a dark Manhwa plot. He hardened his heart. Once I'm on the boat, I'll use my investigation skill on the corpse. The moment I get a lock on Shadow's position, we fire with full force. We have to make sure he's dead. I will absolutely get revenge for you. The preliminary report from the medical examiner came in. Cause of death, a broken neck. We found an unknown DNA sample in her mouth, and there were also burn marks. Hao Nan was furious. That scum Shadow, not only did he kill her, he had to go and insult the dead too. Activating Last Words of the Deceased, his resolve was absolute. Tianxing Jianqiu Haonan, I swear I will get revenge for you. The initial autopsy report is in. Cause of death was a fractured cervical vertebra. We found an unidentified DNA sample inside the mouth, and there were also burn marks present. Hao Nan was enraged. That damn Shadow, not only did he commit murder, but he also had to desecrate the body. Using the Last Words of the Deceased skill, he was filled with grim determination. Tianxing Jianqiu Haonan, I will absolutely have my revenge. Tianxing Jianqiu Haonan, I definitely will. Bring you to justice. Just as he received the news, his eyes widened in shock. Hao Nan gave a command to the investigation team with him. Be careful, Shadow is here at the 6 o'clock position, full power, open fire. The moment his shout rang out, something suddenly shot toward him. All they saw was his glasses shattering as blood splattered into the air. Hao Nan collapsed to the ground. The other team members screamed in panic, Captain Q! The entire team quickly deployed a collective shield formation. Qing Ye roared furiously. Shadow, you just killed an investigator. Are you trying to make an enemy of the government? Qin Feng announced casually, you all don't need to worry. The reason I killed Hao Nan is because he's been leaking government intelligence to the Chen family for a very long time. To get what he wanted, that man was the mole. And the proof is without a doubt on his cell phone. You guys can take your sweet time investigating. Just then another team member chimed in. Captain Lin, we found the records. The call history between Captain Q and the Chen Corporation is right here on the phone. Wait a minute. Xu Shad is the real ace in this game. Qing Yue barked an order. Let me see it. The agent, blushing furiously, tried to stop her. Hold on. What's on there? Wait for what? Is there something I'm not allowed to see? But in the next second, Qing Yue herself was completely stunned, because the phone was filled with rather spicy photos of Hao Nan and Xu Shi. She was totally flustered. What in the world is all this? I told you so, she muttered. Qing Yue had to admit. Everything that Shadow had told them was the absolute truth. It turns out that when Shadow killed them in the game, it was all just an elaborate act for Xu benefit. It was a classic Manhwa-style deception. The plan was to gain Xu trust, find her in the real world, and then take her out. Then he personally called the police to lure Hao Nan over. After that, he personally called the cops to lure Hao Nan out into the open just to eliminate him too. In a flash, he'd solved two of the government's biggest problems at once. This man is terrifyingly brilliant. Seeing Qing Yue staring at the phone for an unnaturally long time, her team members got suspicious. Hey now, why are you looking so hard? But she ignored them, completely lost in her train of thought. It's a good thing he's not an enemy of the government. If he were, the consequences would be unimaginable. And I just took a few shots at him. If he holds a grudge against me personally, that's one thing. But if this messes up his relationship with the government, that's a huge problem. With that thought, Qing Ye spoke out loud. Shadow, thank you for your help. I apologize for firing those shots at you. Then quick as a flash, she decisively shot herself in the leg to atone for her mistake. Everyone screamed in a panic, Captain Lin! She just winced and looked up. Shadow, and I hope you will continue to cooperate with the government. Her teammates rushed to help her up. Was that really necessary? Captain Lin just answered grimly. We have no idea what kind of personality Shadow has. It's always better to be overly cautious. From his lofty perch, Qin Feng surveyed the scene below. So our girl's real name is Lin Qingyue. She crippled her own legs, just to avoid making an enemy out of me. Well, no wonder she's the future commander of the Mu government's army. That's some 4D chess right out of a strategy manhwa. We cut to the game landing in the middle of a totally ruined city. Inside a dungeon instance, Xiao Yu's party is getting absolutely hammered by a headless monster. Xiao Yu, cover me, Cheng Tian yells. She replies, got it. But her next move is so unbelievably clumsy it makes him rage. What was that? You are absolutely useless. Her healing spell somehow zips past him and lands squarely on a monster way off in the distance. Instantly, a massive beam of energy blasts right through the two of them. Xiao Yu and Cheng Tian are sent flying, respawning at a completely different location. She lets out a frustrated sigh. Wiped again, but I swear I didn't see anyone around us. Wait a minute, it has to be darkness. Why does he keep targeting me? Could he possibly know that I want to avenge brother Song Fei? Fed up, Cheng Tian just smacks her upside the head. You moron, as if darkness would waste his time on a scrub like you. It was the platinum tier boss, Xia Luo, the headless assassin that just wiped the floor with us. Do you even read the system notifications? He was summoned because of that botched healing spell you cast. If the guildmaster ever pairs me with you again, I swear I'm just gonna delete my account. Ow, that hurt. And speak of the devil, Xia Luo pops up right behind them. The whole party freaks out. No way that boss actually followed us all the way here. Run for your lives. Meanwhile, over at the Dongfang family mansion, a fruit platter crashes against the floor, shattering into a million pieces. A woman is absolutely seething with rage, useless. This was the perfect chance to finally kill darkness. And you government officials just let him walk free. She screams at the man before her. You've been a mole in the government for all these years, so why at the most critical moment are you so completely incompetent? I don't want to hear a single one of your excuses. He slaughtered the entire Dongfang clan. The blood of my family will not be spilled for nothing. I don't care what methods you have to use. That blood debt darkness owes us will be paid in blood. He killed your own father-in-law. What in the world are you still hesitating for? Just then her young son speaks up. Mother, I have a plan to kill darkness. She immediately asked, Nan Tian, my son, what's your master plan? The divine game has a strict rule only adults over 18 are allowed to join. You can't get in yet, but the boy's eyes glinted sharply. Mom, even if I can't enter the game, I can still use my brain. That shadow guy loves killing people, right? So let's find a way to make it impossible for him to kill anyone ever again. The boy continued, Mom, we're going to start a rumor. A rumor that whoever manages to take down the shadow will receive a mythic grade item. Just like that, every single player will be gunning for him. He won't have a spare moment to go on his little killing sprees. We'll send a few people to really get on his nerves. Then we'll arrange for those poor saps to head to Dad's fireworks factory after we've prepped it, of course. When the shadow shows up for the kill, we'll blow the entire fireworks factory sky high. At that moment, all those countless fireworks will be his funeral pyre. The whole world will get to witness his spectacular demise. And even if we fail, the shadow won't be able to touch us. Hearing this, she was incredibly pleased. Looks like we haven't done a bad job raising you at all. Then she got back on the phone. Did you hear that? You, Mr. Chu, are less useful than your own son. The person on the other end agreed, yeah, but this has to be kept under wraps. The government's official stance is still to try and recruit the shadow. My big brother and second brother, they would never support a move like this. She quickly hung up. All right, leave the arrangements to me. Then the woman turned back to the boy and asked, so how did it go? Did that little peasant still refuse to hand over her lifespan? Nantan replied sheepishly, I'm sorry, Mom. I lost my temper for a second and accidentally beat her to death. Meanwhile, inside the divine game in the ruins of Manor City, Xiao Yu and his crew were in the middle of a fight. Suddenly, a few people started to panic. Did you see that? Some guys over there just dropped dead. Someone invisible one-shotted them. It's gotta be the shadow. Wave after wave of energy slammed into them as terrified screams echoed through the ruins. Run for it. The shadow's gone insane. The shadow was massacring innocents everywhere like some kind of final boss in a dark manhwa. At this very moment, Qin Feng was casually standing in a spot he'd just discovered. He murmured in appreciation, "Hey, this place isn't half bad. I think I'll extract this hideout right here." The system chimed in, "Do you wish to spend 1,315 years of lifespan to extract the soul purification land, a hideout, and make it your own?" Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng agreed. The moment he finished the extraction, a man in a slick black suit materialized right beside him. "Greetings, my Lord Shadow," he said with a perfect bow. "I am the steward of the Dark City. I have been awaiting your arrival for a very long time. If you'll please follow me, our master is waiting for you inside." And with a respectful nod, the man led Qin Feng into the structure. Waiting inside was a woman dressed in a flowing white gown. She beamed, "Welcome, Lord Shadow, to the sanctuary. I am the guardian of this place. You may call me Bai Xing." This place was once a desolate wasteland with no one to guard it or manage it. But with the arrival of you, Lord Shadow, we came into being. The system then prompted Qin Feng to pinpoint the location on his map. The prompt read, "After extracting the sanctuary, all original materials occupying the sanctuary's location will be erased. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" He confirmed his choice, and instantly a strange circular zone appeared at his feet. Extraction complete. The water split apart dramatically, revealing a magnificent castle rising from the depths. Qin Feng mused to himself, "All right, time to go grab the Book of Revelation." But just then a message popped up from Wang Meng. "Hey boss, someone filed a report saying you were mass-killing players, but I saw you were offline, so I knew it couldn't possibly have been you." After digging a little deeper, it turns out a platinum-rank boss is the one attacking players. It's the headless assassin Xia Luo. Her stealth is off the charts, nobody can even see her. "Hey boss, any chance you could step in and save the day?" Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, the body count was steadily climbing. Ayn Rand was shocked. "What kind of ridiculously overpowered boss is this? My anti-stealth is already level 3 and I still can't see a thing." The so-called Steel Saint, still salty from being overshadowed by Lord Shadow last time, wasn't feeling too confident. He muttered to the girl called Little Rabbit, "I can't see the boss either. If I could, I'd be able to hold her off all by myself. I bet even that Lord Shadow guy would be completely helpless against this boss. This is a crazy manhwa plot point." She shot back, "Keep your voice down, you want to attract it over here. Anyway, let's get to higher ground first. Somewhere with a better vantage point." Suddenly, out of nowhere, a banana peel came flying right at them. Anne ran with her quick reflexes, dodged it easily. What the hell, who throws a banana peel in the middle of a boss fight? But Little Rabbit and Hao Bo weren't so lucky. The headless monster Xia Luo appeared in a flash. The Steel Saint realized what was happening and yelled in panic, "Little Rabbit, Hao Bo!" Anne Ran landed gracefully, staring down Xia Luo and cursing under her breath, "Damn it." Then she taunted, "Come at me, you think I'm scared of you." It shot over in a flash, its hand raised high for a deadly chop aimed right at him. This understandably sent An Quan into a bit of a panic. "Crap, I started rolling way too soon." He was seriously struggling, tumbling around just to barely dodge its attacks. As he was rolling, An Quan shouted in frustration at Xia Luo, "Haven't you landed a hit yet?" He just kept on rolling and rolling around the thing. An Quan was really starting to lose it. He was about to hit his absolute rolling limit. Suddenly, Xiaolo's image became a blur, and he panicked. Hey, they disappeared. An Quan's head was spinning. Man, he was dizzy. All of a sudden, a stealth-breaking strike skill was unleashed, and Xiaolo reappeared out of nowhere, lunging at him from above. After that, An Quan couldn't escape his fate and was promptly eliminated. From high above, a strange stream of energy suddenly appeared. Qin Feng landed with the kinda cool pose you'd only see in a hit manhwa, using a kicking version of the stealth-breaking strike to instantly finish off Xiaoluo. He asked softly, "Is your name Xiaoluo?" A few minutes before Qin Feng's grand entrance, Xiao Yu was getting absolutely roasted by everyone. It was all because she'd used the wrong skill and activated this headless boss, causing it to lock onto her and chase her all the way back to the respawn point. Poor Xiao Yu could only hang her head and take the abuse, her eyes brimming with tears. I didn't do it on purpose. But everyone just sneered and rejected her. Guild leader, my team can't afford to take on someone with that skill level. We don't want her either. She got herself killed and didn't even know why. Wu Ming reminded them, keep your voices down. Are you trying to attract another boss? Xiao Yu, it seems you're not exactly cut out for combat. From now on, you'll be in charge of scouting for information on hideouts. Find a gold tier hideout and I'll give you 3 years of lifespan. Find a platinum one and I'll reward you with a whopping 10 years. He thought to himself, when I first saw she had a hidden class, I really thought I'd struck gold. Wu Ming continued, from now on, I will grant you 1 day of lifespan every single day. Otherwise, having you die on us daily is just a massive waste of resources. Xiao Yu received a system notification about 2 days of tradable lifespan. Her current remaining tradable lifespan was now 2 days and 13 hours. Xiao Yu stammered out a thank you to the guild leader. Seeing this, everyone else around them was practically seething with jealousy. Damn it, she totally lucked out. Now she gets to see the guild leader every day. Oh, I get it now. This was her plan all along. That damn vixen. Hey, we should totally try that too. Model? Alright then. Suddenly a voice cut through the chaos from the other side. So you're the one they call Jia Luo. At the same time, the creature's body on the ground completely dematerialized. Qin Feng's surprise entrance left everyone absolutely gobsmacked. Even the stoic Wu Ming couldn't help but stare, his eyes wide in disbelief. Without warning, he violently slammed his fist into the head of the dude standing right next to him. And it wasn't just that, the very fabric of space around them began to ripple and warp. At that moment, the entire mob from the association snapped their heads toward Xiao Yu. Wu Ming, without wasting a single word, launched a kick that sent her flying. While Qin Feng was busy dealing with the monstrosity that was Xia Luo, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure soaring through the sky heading right for them. Right on cue, Xia Luo pulled a classic Manhwa villain move and created a swarm of clones surrounding the girl completely. Everyone just stared blankly like, wait, there are 4 of them now. Scratch that, not 4, there were 5 of them. The big shot in the shadows just took one out a second ago. No wonder I felt like that thing was everywhere I looked. So that's why it's a whole army of clones. Xiao Yu, who had just been punted across the battlefield, laid eyes on the dark figure and saw her knight in shining shadowy armor. It's him, the Shadow. Oh, thank goodness I'm saved. She screamed at the top of her lungs. Shadow Master, big bro, Shadow, save me, please save me. But just then, Qin Feng unleashed his shield Shadow Slash. A couple of the Jia Luo clones tried to seize the moment and lunge for Xiao Yu, but they weren't nearly fast enough to escape the reach of his devastating attack. A system notification popped up. Qin Feng has successfully eliminated Xiao Luo's clones. But just then, Qin Feng unleashed his shield Shadow Slash. A couple of the Jia Luo clones tried to seize the moment and lunge for Xiao Yu, but they weren't nearly fast enough to escape the reach of his devastating attack. A system notification popped up. Qin Feng has successfully eliminated Xiao Luo's clones. Successfully eliminated the monster and all its clones, which accidentally included Xiao Yu. Congratulations, you've received your rewards. Man, talk about collateral damage, he muttered under his breath. And out came Qin Feng's Hand of Greed, a skill straight out of a power fantasy manhwa, on top of the 1,520 days of lifespan from the boss itself. A massive shower of lifespan light orbs dropped all over the place. Turns out the boss had just siphoned off a ton of non-tradable lifespan from other players, and hadn't even had a chance to digest it yet. Like sharks smelling blood in the water. And Yu and his crew came rushing over, making a huge fuss. Hey, big shot, if you don't need all that, sell it to us. These guys are like cockroaches, Qin Feng thought to himself. They're everywhere. Qin Feng spoke quietly. Well, you all arrived at the perfect time. I know another spot with some seriously good loot, and if the price is right, I just might be willing to take you there. Naturally, they all agreed on the spot. All right then, he continued, Wang Ming, you and your guys follow me, and you can't. She couldn't help but ask, but why? He explained that it was in fact a place where women couldn't go. And Yu pouted, clearly not having any of it. And why is that? Are you discriminating against me, Mr. Big Shot? Ugh, what a shame. And here I was planning to work my charms on you, but I guess you're just not into women. Qin Feng just gave her a light bop on the head. He then started briefing the rest of the crew. There's a divine power tower outside the north gate of the city ruins. Clear it and you'll get a ton of good loot. However, the NPCs inside really hate women. If there's a woman in the party, the difficulty gets jacked up by 10 times. And Yu fumed, absolutely furious that she couldn't join. You piece of trash, NPC, so sexist. Just you wait, when I level up, I'm gonna come back and absolutely wreck you. Xiaohei, come on, we'll go explore that mountain over there and kill some monsters to blow off steam. See you later, Big Shot, bye. Shadow sent out a party invite. Alright, you guys, stick with me. Everyone was buzzing with excitement. It was their first time ever teaming up with a master player. Dude, I'm kinda nervous. The pressure is insane. This is our chance to learn from a pro's gameplay firsthand. Whoa, what's going on over there? Hey, Big Shot. If you don't need those, how about selling them to us? He thought to himself, these vultures show up everywhere, don't they? That guy looks like he's just taking a stroll, but he's already faster than us sprinting. This is some next-level Manhwa protagonist speed. How the heck am I supposed to learn anything when he moves like that? Shadow's agility stat was just completely off the charts. Just then a thought crossed Qin Feng's mind. Over 20 items had dropped, and 2 of them were perfect for an assassin. The system began to describe the newly dropped item, the White Jade Bone Dagger, an assassin-class weapon that boosts movement speed and evasion rate whenever it deals damage. Qin Feng noticed its attack power was way higher, almost 80% higher than the 216 points of his sickle blade. On top of that, it also added armor penetration, and the strength and agility stats weren't half bad either. The system continued introducing the next piece of gear, the Shadow Blade. Platinum grade. Upon dealing damage, it dispels one random buff effect from the target. He mused to himself, dark element damage is pretty weak against single targets. But that special effect, the buff dispel, is actually pretty solid. Let's evolve it to legendary. The system promptly upgraded the Shadow Blade. Qin Feng was taken aback. Wait a minute, all I have to do is hit a weak point to reset this skill's 3-second cooldown. If that's the case, then this skill's cooldown is basically, for me, that's just 0.78 seconds. And that's when he finally noticed. Something was off, and he whipped his head around. He suddenly realized there was nobody behind him. Where the heck did Wang Meng and his crew go? Meanwhile, about 2 kilometers from Qin Feng's meeting spot, the rest of the gang was completely gassed and taking a break. Si Chung panted, "Dude, Shadow moves way too fast. Who the hell is supposed to keep up with that?" The other members whined, "Captain, I can't go on." Wang Meng had to rally the troops. "Come on, guys, keep it together." Somehow the whole group managed to drag themselves to the front of the tower. Qin Feng looked up. Yep, this is the place. Once we go inside, an NPC will give us a trial. Now this NPC is a total cheapskate. The stronger you look, the more he'll jack up the prices on his items. So listen up, I'm only going to use 1% of my actual power. Everyone just do your best. All we need to do is take down a single gold tier boss. But when he turned around, he was met with a scene of utter gloomy defeat. Wang Meng, still gasping for air, tried to put on a brave face. "Don't worry, we'll get the mission done." With that, Qin Feng turned and headed in first. "After we clear this trial, we can buy some sweet gear from that NPC. I won't let you guys down. And remember, once we start, only talk in the party channel. Don't let the NPC overhear us." Qin Feng pushed open the massive doors to the tower where a mysterious hooded figure was waiting for them. "Welcome, welcome, travelers from Lanxing. I'm sure the arrival of this god-forsaken Manhwa game has left you all feeling a bit lost and anxious, hasn't it? This is the Tower of Divine Scrolls. If you can pass my trial, you may trade with me. Let me know when you are ready." Si Chung was stunned. Whoa, so this game actually has NPCs? Someone else chimed in. "Hold on, boss. What kind of boss are we fighting in this trial?" He answered calmly, "Just follow my lead during the fight. It's simple." But this particular teammate was extremely thorough. "Could you be a little more specific?" How long is the fight expected to last? How many phases does the boss have? What are its skills? Is it a mechanics-based fight or a stat check? Does it have any mobility skills? Are there any one-shot kill mechanics? What's the total fight duration? Does it have a target fixation mechanic? And where's its weak spot? He rattled off so many questions that Wang Meng had to pull Qin Feng aside for a quiet word. Hey boss, don't mind him. That's our guy, steady as an old dog. On a mission a while back, something unexpected happened and he lost 2 teammates. Ever since then, he's been ridiculously cautious about everything. Qin Feng just turned around decisively. We're ready, let's begin. This sent the cautious teammate into a panic. Wait, I'm not done with my questions. The NPC bowed and announced, the first trial begins now. Your objective is to survive my attacks for 10 minutes. Furthermore, during this time, you are forbidden from stepping outside the magic circle. Someone else piped up, wait a minute, we just have to survive. As long as we don't die, it counts, right? In that case, are we allowed to use items? The NPC replied, you can. What about using skills? That's also allowed, the NPC said. The guy's face lit up. Ha, well then this is gonna be a piece of cake. Quick, get your defensive items ready. They all whipped out shields preparing to defend. Enjoy yourselves. And just like that, a portal ripped open right in front of them. A monster appeared, a classic Manhwa boss, a level 20 gold grade obsidian skullcracker puppet. Everyone panicked. Level 20. The highest level here is only 11. Qin Feng barked an order. It's fine, Wang Meng, you're up. He was on it, instantly activating his impact shield to suppress the monster, which only made the skullcracker puppet thrash about furiously. Wang Meng was sent flying, crashing right into Qin Feng. Boss, don't worry about me.